This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, good morning and welcome to a big day of action here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. After 20 matches that have been quite intense over 4 days, it comes down to this finals day. The top 4 teams have made it through. The question is, will Swieqi United add another title to the one they picked up earlier in the year in February, or will we see a new champion? I'm Rico Full, you're watching European Cricket and we're enjoying our tour of Malta. Malta, what a beautiful island, full of character and charm, and certainly worth exploring some of those hidden treasures that it has. Some of those hidden treasures are here at this Malta International Cricket Ground. Remember, this sports complex was inaugurated in 1902 and the cricket has been getting stronger and stronger ever since then, and we on the European Cricket have enjoyed coming here over the last 5 years or so, and this series has been just as exciting. Finals day that it is. A bit later on we will see the Royal Strikers. They will be doing battle with the Southern Crusaders to see which one of those two teams will go into the final and which one of those two will have the difficult match up against the two teams we're going to see first in the day, and that is going to be the Eliminator, where Swieqi United are going to be taking on the Mehboob Warriors. The two captains are with the tournament referee Tyrone Peters. Let's go straight over to the coin toss.
Swieqi to call. Heads is a call. There's the tails.
We're going to ball fast.
They're going to have a ball.
Thank you very much to Tyrone Peters. So Mehboob Warriors winning the coin toss and deciding that they will have a ball first. I don't mind that move first thing in the morning. We've seen all the way through this series that the Grizzlies certainly has swung around, and I think in the morning it certainly will do that. It's going to be the coolest time of the day, because apart from right now where the temperatures are currently around 16 degrees, it is going to be hot. Clear blue skies and the highs of around about 26 degrees here today. It's going to be a hot day, but Mehboob, I wanted to put Swieqi United into bat. It could be a big mistake, because we do know that Swieqi United have got some very powerful hitters in this side. But to be fair, Swieqi haven't quite been clicking at the moment. We know that they did lose their very first match. It was up against the Royal Strikers, but since then they have progressed well. But some of those big performers with the bat haven't really clicked at the moment. There were good signs though for them yesterday. They had to win both their matches to make it through the finals day here today, very similar to the Mehboob Warriors, and they did pick up 2 wins and they won by getting all the points as well. So 4 points in the last 2 matches. So 4 and 4, 8 points. That saw them here today, pipping some of the other teams that were in contention. And who do we see in good form? Well, Mehboob Ali. You cannot keep a big man down, can you? It was Lala time yesterday. Not only did he score 50 runs in one match, but he also took 5 wickets. It was quite incredible. In fact, yesterday he took a 5-er and a 3-er, which means he took 8 wickets for just 12 runs. That was quite exceptional. So he's found his form. We know that the captain, Mehboob Ali, he's been coming in and getting a few valuable runs as well. Jaspal Singh has been in good form for them as well. But you feel that sometimes that somebody like Mohammad Qasim, He is ready to find his form. And with the ball, they have, of course, those two very quick, fast bowlers. We got Ashok Bishanai, who was starting to find his line yesterday and getting that ball to move around. And Wasim Abbas also comes back into the side for them. But the Masita Warriors, you can't keep this team down. They were really up against it when it was coming to the end of Group A. They needed to come back and play their last two matches and play strong. They needed to get all the points on the board to beat Gezira to getting the place here in finals day, and they did that. They won both their matches the same way that Swieqi did by picking up 4 and 4. So they're here, but who are their key players? Well, someone like Adin Soman has got to be key with the bat. He is in form, but if they are to put and challenge a team like Swieqi, then the likes of Divyesh Kumar and then also some other good players. I mean, who are we talking about? Rocky Dinesh doesn't come any bigger than that. They have to perform. With the ball, though, I think someone like Abhishek Anup is going to continue to be in good form. We really do have a really outstanding classic match coming up for you here. Two teams that have been in really good form the last two times that they're playing, going head to head. It is the Eliminator. Only one will go through to the next stage. Who will it be? I know somebody who's very excited for the day, and that's Tina Goth. Tina, it's Peacock Friday as well, and Tina is looking absolutely dashing. I hope you got your Peacock Friday gear on as well. Well, Tina, this is going to be a great match, and I can tell you that here from the middle, that to start off with, the Masita Warriors will be having a bowl first. Tina, over to you. Tina will tell us a little bit about what happened yesterday and how the teams booked their place here on finals day.
Thank you very much, Rico. Not looking too bad yourself on this glorious Peacock Friday. And well, the pitch is not looking bad either. Look at that glorious sunshine as we head into finals day. And the reason we're here is because, of course, the culmination of Group B yesterday, which saw the Malta Super Kings try and keep themselves in contention for as long as possible. They did the job in match 16, going past the power hitters who were, well, anything but their name, as they could only manage 88 in response to Malta Super Kings 105. But the power hitters did have a bit of light at the end of the tunnel as Jaswinder Singh picked up a fifer and put himself in the Hall of Fame. And speaking of Hall of Fame, well, the records just kept on coming as Priyan Pushparajan into the Royal Strikers side. They dearly missed him on the first day. They still managed to get 2 wins on that day though, but he came back, and boy did he come back with a bang. 100 not out. He won the game with a big 6, also managed to manufacture a situation where he could get himself onto that Hall of Fame with the unbeaten century, and also picked up 3 wickets for good measure. So the Royal Strikers, well, they were early favourites, and they absolutely cemented that with Priyan coming into the side and pushing them to their first victory. Then into match 18, it was the back-to-back for the Royal Strikers, and Priyan, well, he contributed 34 off just 11 balls. It was Chanjal, actually, the wicketkeeper, who top scored with 48 not out, as the MMA Titans, they went down in that first game. But they still knew that they had a bit of a glimmer of hope to get through. That was the first of their double headers. On that occasion, the Royal Strikers beat them by 35 runs, cemented their spot in finals day and cemented their spot at the top of the table. The penultimate match of Group B then saw the power hitters again just stutter and really didn't have a great tournament, did they? As Mehboob Ali, he came good, picked up 3 wickets, and in the end it was a bit of a procession for Swieqi United. We thought they must come good at some point, and they certainly did. Still a few gears to go, I think, for them. Rico and I both saying that they've done enough, and well, if you pick up 8 points from 8, then certainly you're in a good position, but won't be surprised if we see them kick things up a notch. But they knew then, going into the final game, they just needed a point, Swieqi. They managed a point plus 3 as they brushed aside the MMA Titans. Mehboob Ali picked up 5 wickets for 3 runs, and actually he picked up those 5 wickets in his first 7 balls. So he had another 5 balls with an attempt to get himself onto that Hall of Fame. Stefan Gooch, he was shaking over in Estonia, but Mehboob, despite all his attempts in those final 5 balls, didn't manage to pick up any more wickets, but still 5 for 3 and a 65 match-winning knock. Not a bad return for Lala, who I'm sure we'll see featuring very heavily out in the middle, as of course Masita Warriors are facing up against Swieqi United in this Eliminator. The Eliminator means one thing: one team goes through, one team goes home. Masita Warriors, a little moral victory for them as they won the toss. They've elected to field, and they've brought in 3 changes. Melvin Jose, Shijil Joy and Sharif Mohammed come in for Rocky Danish's side, who of course will be having the gloves on with the fielding innings, and I'm sure featuring with the bat as well. As for Swieqi United, well, look at that. Wasim Abbas, He was missing yesterday, but he is a big game player. So that's a good replacement for Swieqi United, bringing him back in. He will, I'm sure, do some damage with the ball in hand. But of course, first it's Swieqi that needs to do the damage with the bat, and Mehboob Ali, the hulking figure, is out there in the middle, ready to cause some more damage, he will hope, for Swieqi. And while looking at the win predictor, it's a nice little 40-60 on this Eliminator. We've had a few tight games. We've, of course, had the golden ball finish as well. And I wouldn't say no to another golden ball on this finals day. Well, just while I'm speaking, actually, the percentages have changed just a little, but still, it's anyone's game here. Swieqi have nudged ahead, but actually, Mesida Warriors, they picked up 8 points from their final 2 games as well. Both sides did. So I think both sides will be coming into this game full of confidence. Mesida, they played 2 days ago, so you could argue, well, they didn't have the momentum of playing yesterday, but equally, they could put their feet up and make sure that their star players are fighting fit. And one of their star players with the ball, Abhishek Anoop, has the ball in hand for the first over here. Mehboob Ali on strike. That one goes up in the air. Squeezes over point. It's not the most fluid of shots to get things going for Swieqi, but Mehboob Ali gets immediately off the mark with a boundary. He's joined out in the middle by Mohamed Ajmal, who is, of course, the captain for Swieqi United. Be interesting, actually, could have asked Mohamed Ajmal what he would have done had they won the toss, because remember, Swieqi chased in both of their games yesterday, and well, they didn't really need to chase many. It was 66 in the first game, game 19, and 88 in the second game. So clearly that was in Rocky Danish's mind as he called correctly and maybe put the pressure on Swieqi to put some runs on the board early on this bright Friday morning. But the power of the Swieqi United batting lineup, I'm pretty sure they won't mind if they have to bat first. We've seen how destructive they can be with the bat. Remember, of course, they are the reigning champions on this Master Sports Ground, having lifted the ECS trophy just a few short months ago. So they'll certainly want to add another trophy to the collection. 2-2 at the start of 2025 won't be a bad return for them. For the Mesida Warriors, though, they've got every chance here to at least get into that second qualifier, give themselves a chance to go for the big prize. Ajmal on strike now, and just a misfire there from Anoop, coming over the wicket to Ali and then around to the left-handed Ajmal. We were talking about this actually a bit yesterday. The right arm bowlers, often as soon as they see a left-handed batter, they go around the wicket thinking, okay, well, I'm going to do a big booming in-swinger. Actually, it messes with your lines a little bit, and it's tougher then with the ball swinging early on to get the right line. That's, of course, the one he was after. That is the big booming in-swinger. I think it's doing too much. It's a big appeal, and Anoop falls to his knees, begging the umpire to give that decision. But I think with that angle, even if you do get the line right, that one, it hits him on his back legs. So it's a tough call, but I think given how much it swung in the air, benefit of the doubt there does go to the batter. Anoop actually wasn't convinced straight away on his appeal. He went up when the rest of his teammates went up, and then was more begging the umpire rather than saying it with any conviction, as it was, though. The captain of Swieqi gets away with that one. Yeah, and that's the problem when you just stray down that line, just flicked away by Ajmal. There is a sweeper out there as Sajith Sukumaran does the fielding. Given this field, it's interesting actually that they have for the left-handed Ajmal someone out in the covers, given that he's always going to be playing towards that leg side, but they'll change it up for Lala. Of course, in the power play, the first 3 overs, just the 2 fielders allowed outside. They've got a long on and quite a wide third on the boundary. Big swing there from Mehboob, misses out on that occasion, and he's a bit of a sleeping giant, isn't he? He woke up a little, he stirred yesterday, but because they were chasing 2 smallish totals, Swieqi, Mehboob never really had to get into top gear. So you imagine him and the rest of the Swieqi side do have a few levels they can go up, and if they're going to do it today, it's as good a day as any as that one gets hooked away over the covers. And in fact, it's going to go all the way. Mehboob didn't really get hold of that one, but enough to send it to the rope for the first maximo of this finals day. And at the end of the first over, Swieqi United 13 for no loss. And of course, finals day wouldn't be complete without the man beside me talking us through it, and also hopefully not slowly cooking in this warm cage. How are you doing, Rico?
I'm very well, and all the better for being here, as you said. Another finals day here in Malta, the Marseille International Cricket Ground. This is what we've seen so far. So, I mean, we're approaching, maybe by the end of this match, we'll get to over 4,000 runs. The maximum rate is pretty healthy as well. We're going to get to the 250, and total number of wickets over 200 as well. And it's quite a, I suppose, quite an average sort of stat there. You can see at 106 about the par score, just under the 7 maximos per innings, and just over the 4 rate. I'm surprised more about the 4s than the maximums. I thought there'd be more 4s because the outfield is very fast, but there have been some low scores. But you can see that Malta there, around about, like I say, pretty average on the type of run rates that we've seen by series so far. Of course, Spain right up there. Spain Madrid this time. We know that there were loads of runs scored over there. France as well was pretty good. That one gets played away by Ajmal, and well, that's good pick up and throw, but they will take the single. Good morning to everybody in the chat, and yes, of course, happy Peacock Friday. I know that everybody is wearing their Peacock Friday numbers today. It is the weekend. I know some people are having what they call the extended holiday after yesterday was May Day. A lot of people are still off today and will be enjoying a long weekend. So hope you have a good one, and thank you to everybody for joining us. You know, a lot of people in the chat: Paul Kempin, Dave, John Hewsome, and John, of course, is here. And I've got to say, I know I said it in the chat, his Peacock Friday shirt is an absolute classic. I love it. It's down the ground, and it's hit flat and hard. There's going to be 4 runs. Just bounces before the boundary rope. How are you? What did you get up to last night? Did you go for another run?
I went for a run this morning, actually. I've decided that morning runs are the way to go because by the evening it's still quite hot.
Yeah.
I think it's probably about 24 degrees by the time we got back to the hotel. I actually had a nice meeting last night with the MCC, so MCC Foundation. They have girls' hubs up and down the UK.
Yeah.
And actually talking about freelance commentary and how to get into something like this. And I said, well, you've just got to fall into it.
Literally.
Fall
I
into
think that's it. I mean, me and you, that's how it's happened,
Yeah.
really. That's probably going to beat the field. It will. There's going to be 4 runs. I mean, there's very little bat lift, isn't there, from Mehboob? But he's got so much power. And once that ball, this is why I was saying a bit earlier, a little bit surprised there's not been more 4s, actually, because the ball just races across this silky, smooth outfield. It really is fast. Have a look at it. It looks absolutely immaculate. I've got to say, it's probably looking as good as it has done, this Marseille International Cricket Ground.
It's a beautiful outfield, and as soon as you beat the ring, that's a goner. And Mehboob is always a bit ominous when he hasn't found the middle yet, and he's still raced to 19 off 6.
Yeah, he's looking set for another big score here. So what else was this meeting about? And so what sort of things did you discuss?
So it was a panel of people who work in cricket. And so they had actually the head grounds person from Lords there. He was talking about how he got into it. He's actually Irish. So having an Irish groundsman at the home of cricket in England is, you know, progressive. But also just talking to the girls about all the different ways you can get involved in cricket. They had community coaches there. They had the IT operations, so things you don't think about. Like the 2 circles guys here, what they do, and doing that in a stadium like Lords, making sure everyone gets on the Wi-Fi. And
it was an interesting
chat.
Really good. Is that sort of an ongoing kind of initiative?
Yeah, I think they have a ongoing panel. As that one is out the middle of the bat. Welcome to finals day, Mehboob Ali, as he hits that one over cow corner, but in the nicest possible way over cow corner. You can see he's well outside the crease as well, and that was just a big swish of the bat.
Mullet is the way to describe that. It wasn't the worst of deliveries, actually, from Ajin Soman. He's probably thinking, with that sort of delivery, he's got me wickets in the past, but not against Mehboob. He crunches that away. 28 of the first 2 overs. And it's always nice, though, isn't it? Because I think sometimes when you're doing a job and you get into a job like we have, yeah, if you're not in a loop and if you're not talking to other people that are in different various roles, you don't get to appreciate just how much is involved to get the show on the road, if you like.
Absolutely. And of course, the first instance I had of being involved in ECN was as a player. As Mehboob just about scuttles through for one, not the most mobile yet, still needs to get a bit of lubrication into those limbs. And when I was here as a player, you think, oh, you just rock up, you play, you leave, and you don't think twice about everything that goes on behind the scenes. And when you start getting involved in it, of course, the commentary is one thing, but even just the scoring and the officiating and the production, I mean, the miles and miles of cabling that have to be set up at every event. It's a lot of people working very hard behind the scenes, and that's what makes something like ECN such a special event as well.
Yeah, and of course it's also behind the scenes. I know that we're blessed, really. Yes, well, that's not again. It's not the worst of deliveries from Mehboob. He's pretty pitched up. He's getting movement away, but Mehboob Ali, Lala. Well, maybe we're going to see a little bit of Lala land today, because that is just an exceptional shot. It's a big six over that leg side boundary to, again, a pretty decent delivery. We saw him do that to the last ball of Ajin Saman. Now Abhishek Mehboob bowls a decent ball. He gets whacked away. See what he does here. And he goes, again, pretty straight. This time to the fielder, no run. Yeah, but, you know, we've got a great team that works behind the scenes there. I know some are based in Germany, some based there in Switzerland. Hello to those that are tuning in. Of course, I know that in Switzerland from the HQ there, that I likes of Jay, Jenny. We got, who else we got there? Like, you got Alexis is out there. Probably got Nick in the office there as well. Maybe even Roger. Roger Finer, our CEO, is tuning in, and Judith. I know Judith. I'm not sure if Judith's returned from her break, but we've got a great team of people that work hard there. You know, little things like planning the year ahead. How difficult that must be, just planning where we're going to go, which tournament we're going to do when, getting the crew there and organising their flights. Chris, I haven't mentioned Chris, who does all of our flights, booking the hotels. I mean, it's an enormous task. A lot of organisation that has to happen. Talking about enormous, that's another hit from Mehboob Ali, and he has raced into the 40s in no time at all. Just 13 balls. He is looking dangerous.
We were teasing it all week, weren't we, that Mehboob Ali, he's a big game player, and there's no bigger time than finals day, and he's stepping up here, getting his side into a promising position. Still one ball left of the power play, and with a big hit here, they could actually pass that 50 mark at the end of the third over.
This is very similar to what we saw yesterday with Lala going big. The other partner at the other end is not having to do much, and that's just a glorious shot. It's lifted over the top for 6 more, and that brings up the 50 in the power play, 51. And Mehboob, look at him here now. He seems to be batting with all the time in the world. He's not rushing into playing those shots, is he? He's just taking his time, getting into position, and I love the way he just followed through in that one. Cracking shot, 51 without lost after 3.
Perfect start for the reigning champs, and you can see that steady acceleration as they just bring it up a few notches. Mohammed Ajmal, as you said, Rico, hasn't had to do very much at all apart from stand and admire, as we all have been. Mehboob Ali is certainly finding his form now. 47 off just 14. Yeah,
well, the captain, Mohammed Ajmal, he won't mind this at all. He's probably thinking, you know what, it's about time that I see one of my batters starting to perform, and Mehboob did it yesterday when he scored that 50. Don't forget, 50 and the 5 wickets, of course. We saw 2 5-wicket spells yesterday. Mehboob took 5 wickets, and a hat-trick was included within that, whereas Jaswinder Singh also picked up 5. There was a hat-trick also from Shakil Ahmed here, and there was one, of course, again in Belgium, the second one in Belgium, and 3 matches there, and all the teams were sort of in the action and shared in the points. But yeah, it was another hat-trick in Belgium as well. And Lee Tuck, well, Lee, where have you been? Lee has come along and he's decided that he will kind of free us from what we've been calling the commentator's cage is removing some of the netting that's been in front of us. That sometimes makes it a little bit awkward to always follow the play. So, there you go. How does that song go? I can see clearly now. Yep, we certainly can.
Gone. You know what's going to happen now, though,
Don't
Rico?
say it. I know exactly what you're thinking. Don't say it. As that's being played away, but straight to the fielder, and not the quickest in between the wickets are these two. You can see that where some players probably would be taking singles, Ajmal and Mehboob are quite happy just to sit on their haunches and wait. Right, can Johnny get a breakthrough? Well, the difference between what Johnny, I think, is doing, Tina, compared to the bowlers before him, he's not going at the stumps, is he? Especially to Lala. Every bowler went to the stumps to Lala, he was just hitting it over their heads, over extra cover, crunching it across the line, over mid-wicket. Keep it outside the off stump might be the way to go.
He's just dragging the length back as well, isn't he? Meaning that they can't just stand and deliver. They've got to move their feet a bit, and we know Mehboob Ali's not always the biggest fan of moving his feet, but we'll see what Johnny does to Mehboob now as Mohammad Ajmal facing a couple of dots, gets himself off strike.
Yeah, just checking his field. I like that. Jitin, he seems to be pretty focused. What's he got here? He's got a very straight kind of third, backward point, which we said seems to be a key position out here, but nobody on that extra cover boundary. Lala, I think that's where he was trying to go there, but much better line, short of a length, good bit of bounce. This pitch has got something in it. We have seen that. I mean, I've been wondering, now Lee's in front of me here. Lee's the man to ask, because nobody's really come up with the answer. Has some work been done on this pitch since the last time we've been here? Because it's definitely got some extra bounce to it. All right. Oh, what Lee's explaining there, which is probably quite true, that normally a lot of the times when we were here in November, we were here in February, it's during the winter months, so it is, and we know that it can be a little bit damp and wet, but now it's nice and dry, so there you go. Once this pitch is dry, it comes to life.
And Mehboob Ali has certainly come to life as well, hasn't he? But Jitin Johnny, he stemmed the bleeding a little there, just the 7 runs coming off his 4th over.
Ajmal, another swing and miss. I think he's going at run a ball 9. That's okay at the moment. We haven't got to that halfway point, as long as he stays there and Lala keeps doing the hitting. But when you consider there's some big hitters still to come, Mohammad Qasim, we've been told that Qasim's not been 100%. Now that's a nice looking shot. That will go all the way. And one thing about Mohammad Ajmal, and I've noticed this the number of times that I've been here in Malta, Tina, he's not one who gets going straight away. I've seen him come in, normally comes in a bit lower down, sometimes about 4 or 5, and he gets going straight away. But when he's at the top of the order, it takes him a little bit of time. But once he does go, I mean, he can hit the ball as big and hard as anybody else in the team. And that's a good start from him. And now he'll go down the ground as well. 6 more. There's going to be back-to-back 6s. It's just like that. Mohammad Ajmal has decided to click, and this is the danger now for Masita Warriors. I mean, it's bad enough when you got Mehboob Ali, who's plummeting the ball to all parts of the ground, but now the captain, Mohammad Ajmal, is starting to do the same.
Let's not forget Mohammad Ajmal, he's got a century to his name this year on the network. He scored 104 not out against Malta Day just a few months ago, so he's certainly no second fiddle to Mehboob Ali here. He can more than hold his own.
It's going to be a wide down the leg side. I want to remind everybody, big day today, you know. Brothers and Sisters Day it is today. It's a day that was inspired by a woman who realised how little she expressed her love and admiration for her brother before his death. Life is short and it's easy to become distracted by the minor inconveniences that may arise, but our focus and priority should remain with our loved ones. Yeah, Brother and Sister Day. There's that one. He's played away for another boundary in the over. So come on, don't forget, in between the innings, pick up the phone and ring up your brother or your sister and just tell them how much they mean to you and how much you love them.
I don't know if I've asked you, Rico, if you've got siblings.
I have an older brother.
Older brother? Same. I've got an older brother.
In the UK, and I have a younger sister who's sort of travels all over the place because her husband does work for an international agency, and she's in Uganda at the moment. Been there for a couple of years. Played away. They are taking this one on. And, well, a better throw maybe. Better throw might have had Mehboob in a bit of trouble. Can they get this breakthrough? And this is a guy, Sajith Sukhmaran, who, if he plays well and gets going in his day, he can be pretty useful. He looks pretty trim. Looks like he's lost a little bit of weight. Does Sajith? Saw that he was pretty key in their day 2 when they had to win 2 matches, and they got there by the skin of their teeth, didn't they, Masida? That's not a good delivery. It's a big full toss on the leg side, which Mehboob missed. Yeah, remember Gazira United were the team that lost out by 1 point. Masida, they won both their matches, the last 2 matches, by 4 points, doing exactly the same thing that Swieqi did yesterday. And Sajith Sukhmaran with ball on bat was pretty important. It's going down the leg side again, and it's well, that's a wild throw actually, but I think they know that these two are not going to be running 2s no matter what, so have a go. But he's missed out on a couple of full bungers there on the leg side. Mehboob will be disappointed with that. It's the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 78 without loss, as we welcome you into the commentary position. And, well, we have a nice, clear view now.
Yeah, I can see clearly now, and Lee should have come here on day 1. Suddenly we can see everything. Just need to make sure Mehboob doesn't go too big over long off, otherwise one of us is going to be running. And there's this cable here as well, so we're going to have a clothesline of ourselves if we try and catch that ball.
I think we'll be all right. We know the rules. We protect each other, no problems. Of course, we know that Danny did back there in France. He got one that hit his monitor, so he's 1 monitor short. As long as the equipment and not us. I know Vinny always says protect the equipment. I think we are more important than the equipment. You look dashing, by the way, in your peacock partner. I really like that. It's quite festive-y at the same time as being very peacockish. Very nice. This is also what will be starting today in Czechia. Talk about Denny Hudacek. It's the Czechia women taking on the women from Cyprus. 2 matches today, 2 tomorrow, and I think they then have 1 on day 3. So looking forward to following that action. And of course later tonight it will be Field G, as that, well, not only will it be 6, it might even be 7. We'll have a look at this side on. It's going to be 50 to Mehboob Ali, back-to-back 50s from him. But I know he's standing a long way out of his crease, but this was pretty high. But it's a Gundy ball. He doesn't miss out on this one. Missed out on 2 from Sukhmaran in the last one, but scheduled joy. No joy when you're going to be bowling that sort of stuff. It wasn't a good ball. It was Gundy, and it gets put away.
Bit of a loosener there from Scheduled Joy, and the exact kind of ball you want if you're on 57. Mehboob Ali doesn't need a second invitation. That one is a much better ball. Still gets squeezed away. That's the frustration when you bowl against someone like Mehboob with the power and the timing that he has, that even if he just completely edges it, still flies away to the rope.
Yeah, and Schedule, it looks like it's going to be very similar to the bowlers before him. We've already seen 2 magical overs, a 13, a 15, and then just a 7 there from Jason Johnny, which makes you wonder why they're not going back to Johnny actually. Bobbling away to the fielder who makes no mistakes. That's Divesh Kumar. He's going to have to be pretty key later on with the bat, and the man who's behind the stumps, Rocky Dinesh, the captain. Those 2 are very, very crucial to how far this team get, especially when it looks like they're going to be chasing something in that 160 range at the moment, unless they pick up a breakthrough pretty quickly. Ismail, he's now decided, quite rightly so, that he's got to go for a boundary every ball. There's so much batting to come. I mean, will they go for Jaspal Singh to come in at 3? He's been in good form. Will they go with Mohamed Qasim, who hasn't quite found his rhythm with the bat? And he's got so many options there, and Gurjeet Singh, of course, is there as well. It's a number of options to go for. So you don't want to be cautious now. You just got to play his shots. That's another one that's down the leg side to Mehboob. He hasn't really been able to catch on to those. I wonder if because he tends to lean quite forward when the ball's coming through to him, and he's not able to adjust quick enough. But he'll take the extra ball. There's no doubt about that.
He's just swinging his arms there as if to say, come on, what have you got, Shajor? Oh.
Well, they will take a single this time. It's another full delivery, and I think Mehboob's trying to hit this extra hard and just ends up slicing it onto himself, and then we'll get a single to his name. Yeah, I just realised I actually haven't seen any of the teams from Group A in action.
Yeah,
because, of course, wasn't here for the first day, and then Vinny did day 2 of the group. So it's the first time I'm seeing Masida, and I must say, I'm liking their kits as well. It's got the sort of kind of the two-tone effect.
Got slight RCB vibes about them, don't they? With the blue and the red. And the gold.
Blue, red, a bit of gold in there as well, and that's the end of the over. That's not the worst, actually, from Cyril Joy. Started with 2 boundaries, but then he did bring it back. 15 come off the over, and the score now moves into the 90s. 93 without loss. There's Ronnie Sparrogan is also in the chat. Who else have I noticed in there that's popped in there? I know Paul Kempin was in there a bit earlier as well. And Uridin, how are you as well? And Kenneth Burridge, a very good morning to you. Well, I should say good morning, good afternoon, or a good evening. But it's great to have you all with us on a splendid sunny day here in Malta. Temperature's going to get pretty warm today, around about 26 degrees. Didn't Johnny coming back. Well, that's a crazy leave, actually, from the captain, Ajmal. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking here. That's me saying that you've got to go for every ball here, and Ajmal has a bit of a sort of brain fade and just leaves that. He must be thinking it's going to be a big wide, but it's well inside that line. Dot ball. And he'll get a wide for that. It's a... Yeah, I feel for the bowler a little, but it's the rules that we play to, the regs. If the ball passes that leg stump and doesn't touch anything, it will be a wide. And though he goes right the way across, the ball only misses the leg stump by a fraction. He has to bowl it again. And now he'll get the wicket. And that's Ajmal gone. Now, I know that Masida Warriors, they'll be happy they've sent one back. I just wonder, Tina, whether Ajmal going and the next batter coming in could be a bad sign for the Masida Warriors, because Mohammad Ajmal, I mean, he scores some runs, but his strike rate wasn't exactly electrifying.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rico, that he was getting a bit scrappy towards the end, wasn't he? That weird leave outside and then missing that. It was a wide ball, but he could have just knocked it around the corner for 4, and then that one just lost his shape completely, so he does have to go for 28 off 18. Still a pretty decent opening partnership between him and Lala, worth 94. But Mohammad Kazim comes to the crease. He's someone who can go from the very first ball, and that's pretty much what he's got license to do here, with just about 3.5 overs left and batting still to come. That expected score at 149, but they're surely looking at 150 plus, especially with Lala still out there.
Okay, let's see how Kazim goes. He's probably one off the top 4 that hasn't shown any real signs at all. He had a brief not out yesterday. He's going for the big one straight away, and he should be taken. Oh, he's had 2 bites at the cherry, and he's put it down. Oh, it could have been the first baller for Kazim. The first effort, 2-handed, the ball goes flying in front of him. Then I thought for a moment he was going to get it second time around. Here we go. And he does get a hand to it, but only fingertips, and he can't keep the ball in the palm of his hand. It's going to be just a single to Kazim. They don't take the second.
That was a slow motion catch, wasn't it? I thought he had it on the second attempt, but he just couldn't get his right hand around it, and that's a bit of a dirty wide there from Johnny. So he could have got 2 wickets and 2 balls in the end. It's a single, and now he has to re-bowl this one as well. And even worse for him, Mehboob Ali is on strike. Yeah,
that's what the worry will be. And he's trying to... I think, actually, watching the way they're bowling here, is that one's going to be, again, just a single. I think they are trying to get the ball into the pads of the big man, Mehboob Ali. I think they're feeling that they can tuck him up there. And it kind of seems to be working. We've seen him miss out on a couple of juicy ones on the leg side. Plan to Kazim might be a bit different. No, it's the same, but Kazim, he whips that away quite nicely. There's going to be 4 runs. I think to Kazim, you're probably better off trying to keep him outside the off. He's only just gone out there. Goes, shuffles across and flicks that away. 4 more runs. The 100 now comes up on the board. 101 for 1. Still got, as we said, plenty of time to bat to try and get that 140, 150 score on the board.
What do you think Masida here would be happy to defend? Or not happy, but damage control maybe? I
think if they can get a few wickets here, well, this could be one of them. Doesn't carry, just dropped short. And Kasim has to scramble to get to the other end. I think 130. I think 130. They're a team that I think can achieve that. I'm not going to say I haven't seen too much of the Group A action, but I know, again, there weren't high scores in the groups, were they? Masida scored 103 in the very first match. They scored 119 in the second match. That was batting first. Southern Crusaders got to 141, but there haven't been too many big scores. So, I mean, I say 130, but that's why I say at a push, because I think it's about achievable, but anything more than that's going to be a struggle. We know that the sort of par kind of score has been about 106, I think we saw this morning. So it's not going to be easy already. That score is 102 for 1. This is what we're going to see in the day. So, of course, we've seen the Eliminator now. The loser is out. That's it. It's done. It's dusted. But the winner will be playing whoever loses out of that Qualifier 1 in the Qualifier 2. So that's the prize for getting through here. So Swieqi United, if they are going to do it, they're going to have to do it the hard way and make it 3 wins on a row. And not too many teams achieve that, it has to be said, on finals day.
Yeah, it's a long old day if you have to play the Eliminator in the morning. And then you've got to wait around to play that Qualifier 2 and then straight into the final as well. So it's grueling on the mind and the body, knowing that every single game is a do-or-die game. But it's interesting what you said, actually, about the fact that the scores have been quite low, because neither of these sides in their last 2 games really had to do much. So that one's gone high up in the air, and it's going to say hello to the archery range. It doesn't quite go over the net, but it goes way over the rope. The second 6 for Mohammed Kazim. Yeah. In those last 2 games, it was almost identical for both sides. They were both chasing in both of their games, and they were, I think, scores 90 or below, or 92, I think, the one for the Swieqi United. So they've never really had to push a big score early up, and this is exactly what Swieqi are threatening to do here. And already it feels like Masida are a bit on the back foot, having to chase this, and Win Predictor seems to agree as well.
Oh, that is a lovely shot. The footwork from Mohammed Kasim. He sees this ball early, gets himself dancing down the track, and he hits it beautifully. That will go all the way. Boom. Shakalagya. Genial que grande. 6 carreras más. And, well, Joy, he did his first over, starting very much the same way. With 2 boundaries, 6 and 4 it was on that occasion. This time it's 2 sixes, but he did come back well. Will he be able to come back from this? Slower. Nicely bowled. Well played away. And once again, Lala, he is slow, but not that slow. The umpire is just checking. He's not one to run hard and slide the bat in, Lala. Look at the bat. I mean, that's pretty poor running for a player of his ability, really. Sometimes I refer to some of the shots he plays like a caveman. Well, on that occasion, he was running like a caveman, wasn't he?
He got his feet over before he's got his bat over, which is not the usual sequence of events, but importantly for him, something was over the line. And that's what you have to do if you're bowling against Lala. You've got to try and choke the boundary somehow and force him to run, because that's not what he wants to do. Don't give him the balls that you can just swing at and not have to move a muscle. Like that one.
Yeah, well, the attempt is slow. Ball from Joy ends up being gift wrapped because it's a full toss, and Mehboob just leans into it and he does club it. And his lovely jubbly big 6 says more, and well, this over from Joy looks like it's going to be another biggie as Swieqi United cruising to a 150 kind of score here, and it's Lala time, everybody. And now he goes effortlessly over the offside. A little bit of play acting from Lala. He moves early to the left, to the right, and then boom! Ginna Sona, Shakalagya, 6 carreras más. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. And, well, Mehboob, maybe, Tina, maybe as he's in to the 70s, he also wants to get his name in the Hall of Fame again today. Yesterday he did it for a 5-wicket haul. He's on up 100 here. Oh, no ball. And, well, if you can't get him out, knock him out. That might be the answer, says Joy. Well, Joy, maybe a little bit of joy for his side, but a little bit of pain for Mehboob. I tell you what, Mehboob Ali is a gentle giant. And if a gentle giant can bat like this and hurt you, you don't want to make him angry. Mehboob, he's been hit. And now he's starting to turn green.
Well, he's got a chance here to get his name on the Hall of Fame for the third different reason in about, what would it be? About 20 hours, because he got the fifer, he got the hat-trick, and it has been given a no ball here, so he's got the chance to lift himself near to the 80s. As, well, just double checking that it was given a no ball. Can't believe that with Mehboob almost up in the air as it hit him that it wouldn't be a no ball, but the right decision is made in the end.
All right, he goes inside out. It is a free hit. They will get one and stay at one. Mehboob ain't coming back for two, that's for sure. He's probably saying, hey, I've got a bowl, you know, a bit later. You want me to run two? No, so he doesn't punish Joy for being hit in the body, but he will return back on strike. Joy will go for 42 of his 2 overs. And Swieqi United, with 12 balls to go, are 129 for 1. 27
off that 8th over. And certainly threatening here, Swieqi, to post the biggest score of the series so far. That was 1-4-1 by the Southern Crusaders in Game 3. That was enough to see them home against Gozo comfortably in the end by 28 runs. But we haven't seen too many big scores, and certainly with 12 balls left, they'll be eyeing up that 150 mark. It's pretty much been what the expected score has been throughout. Maybe based on Lala taking the most of these 12 balls as well and hitting them.
Yeah, well, that's a rare one, a dot ball. This is Jason Thomas coming to the bowling first. Hey, I've been bit.
I've been bitten as well.
Have you? Oh, no, there's mossies. Mossies in the tent. Well, how about, you see that? You'll take the cage away, take the mesh away, and the mossies come in. Yeah. All right, up, and it's over. And we'll go for 4 as well. They have patrolled the guy out there for a long period of time, but I understand why he's been moved. Not too many have been hit in that direction. So they have taken the backward point away, but they're not moving him back just now. The field at the moment, the boundary field, is, if you like, you've got a sweeper on the offside, long on, long off, and then you got the 2 on the leg side, the mid-wicket and square leg. The bowler just moves the inner fielders around a little. I don't mind that move, just trying to block that gap. Well, gets another one through. Lala has 2 swings, 2 misses, gets 1 away. Wasn't quite where he wanted the 4 to go, so not the worst of overs this. We normally say it all happens in the 9th, and at the moment Thomas is putting a good over in. Well, maybe he can get the wicket, Lala. He's on 77. Hits this hard, but finds the fielder, well fielded as well, and it's thrown in pretty hard as well. I like that. Attack the end Lala's running to. I mean, look, he doesn't. Look at the lizard going crosses now, by the way. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Can he eat some of the mosquitoes, please?
Yeah, come in here, lizard. Oh, look at him. Oh, he's a beauty, he was.
Yeah, glistening in the sun.
Yeah, lovely lizard just goes by us here. And Kasim, launched. That's going to hit the fence before it goes into the archery range. It's a good shot. Well, Mohamed Kasim, a few people have already mentioned he should have been gone first ball, golden duck. And here he is now doing some good damage. I said that at the time when Ajmal went. I think that may be a blessing for Swieqi and not really something that's too joyful for the Warriors, because Kasim has hit 25 of 7. He was due runs and you knew it would happen sooner or later. He's too good a player not to perform. Yeah, why? I mean, Mozzies.
Ugh.
For what? What do they do? You know, a lot of things you say, oh, they're good for this, they're good for the ecosystem. What are mosquitoes good for, apart from causing us discomfort and also sleepless nights? Everybody knows the
We've got one of those tennis rackets.
Oh, watch out.
Goes all the
Watch
way.
out. First of all from the bug, and then the grizzly just bounces before us.
Oh,
We're
dear.
unprotected here now. Unprotected from the mozzies and the grizzlies. And what was that, by the way? It was huge.
We're under fire here.
What was that?
We have one of these tennis rackets, you know, the electric ones where you can swish. That is the most satisfying thing.
Can we please, all right, Jay, if you're listening, can we please, every time now you pat the bag to send it somewhere, put one of those things in there, will you? You know what I mean? The old, the what you call it, the insecticide sort of tennis racket that just goes bzz, bzz. Yeah, we need one of them in here. Oh, that's really itching me. I'm trying not to itch it.
I've got one right on my Achilles heel. It's become my Achilles heel.
That was the end of the over. It went for 17, so in the end it was still a pretty good one, Swieqi. So the 150 will, you would imagine, come up pretty soon here. 146 for one.
It was not actually a bad over from Jason Thomas. He did manage to get a few past the bat of Mehboob, but still went for 17. Masita Warriors had a Tom Thomas as well. And you know what his nickname's got to be?
Tom.
Satnav.
Satnav, yeah. Tom, Satnav, yeah.
He's not playing, though, unfortunately, today. I wish I thought of that one earlier.
Oh, madre mia. Eso es una grande, una bomba. Well, when they hit that well, you just listen for a crash, bang, boom. And normally it's car trouble. That has ended up a long way in the car park, I'm telling you. It's a good day that there's nobody parked there at the moment. That was huge. And they bring up the 150 in style. And Mehboob Ali into the 80s now, everybody. 84. And will there be a commentator's curse or not? Come on, putting it to the test today. I called it when he just got into the 70s. And Mehboob, you know he's thinking about it. I know Mehboob. He's a player that thinks about breaking records and setting new ones. That's what he's looking to do here. And he's well, running out of time. He's got 4 balls. And he needs 16. Oh, well. 16 becomes 10 with a hit like that. You can't be putting the ball there to him. Every time you put it there, it is going to be mullered. He's hammered it. And it's la-la time, everybody. It's la-la time.
Oh, there was a sit-on lawnmower flying past in that region, and they might be running over a grizzly anytime soon. Well, he can do it with a 6 and a 4. I don't think 4 is in his vocabulary, though. He's got 3 balls left. Can he get to that magical figure?
Well, he doesn't get anything on it. That's lucky. So it will be a wide. Has to be bowled again. And yeah, you just feel that somebody from the Masita Warriors is going to have to put in a similar kind of knock and going to have to go a good rate. Otherwise, you can see them being eliminated here. Gone. Adios, Pelota. That is 6 more. And Mehboob Ali now moves to 96. And he's looking pretty calm, I can tell you. He's feeling it. He knows what he's on. And he also knows that he's got 2 balls to come. 96, we saw a century here yesterday from Priyan Pushpajan. And we started the day yesterday with a hat-trick with 5 wickets. We're going to start finals day maybe with a century from the champions of February. In comes the bowler, Suman. It's a slower delivery, it's played out, and that will be the century. Mehboob Ali. La-la time, everybody. Look at the smile. The gentle giant has done it again. 102 of 34 balls. What a knock, Tina.
What a knock, and what a player. He's come to the party today. He was slowly rumbling along through the group stages, and we kept on saying there's more to come, there's more to come. Well, there it is, 102 not out. He's still got 1 ball left as well.
Yeah, and you know what he wants to do with it? Well, he's hit 12 sixes. Will he make it 13? 12 sixes and 6 fours. And it's hit hard. It won't be 6, but it will be 4. It's the end of a real masterclass innings from Mehboob Ali. So we know he's a master blaster. He's shown us that before, but he's shown it again here. He's come good when his team needed it. He needed to be at his best yesterday, and he was. He got them the win. with 5 wickets and a 50. And then the very next day, he brings that form into finals day. And he just blasted the bowlers from the Masita Warriors to all parts of the ground. And he has set a very improbable 176 for victory for the Masita Warriors.
He's almost battered his side into that second qualifier already. It's still halfway stage, but given that before this game, the highest score of the week was 141, that was enough on this occasion. Well, at the halfway stage, you reckon 175 from Swieqi United might be enough to see them through. And it's thanks mostly to that man, Mehboob Ali, firmly in La La Land this morning, 106 off 35.
Yeah, it's a good night, and I'm just trying to think back. I know there was may have been a couple of miscues, but I don't think he gave a chance, really. We know that Kasim, he did give a chance on 0. He made 31 of 8. He played the ideal supporting role. I think when he was out there, it was a much better combination than when it was the captain Ajmal. But I think Ajmal did his job as well, just being the left-hander. He threw the bowlers a little bit. That was a chance. That was the one where Kasim went down on 0, and then Kasim after that scores a quick fire 31 of the 8 deliveries he faces. But of course, all eyes were on Mehboob Ali. You see, everybody, there's no such thing as a commentator's curse. I said he'd do it, and he did do it. Thank you very much to Rob Thompson, who gifts a membership. And that's always nice after that century from Mehboob. And of course, some lucky person on the chat will receive a free ECN membership, thanks and courtesy of Rob Thompson. But yeah, Mehboob, he just kept them banging and lashing the ball to all parts of the ground. And what I like about him is that, you know, he's not one of those batters that we sometimes see who every time the ball comes is going to be looking to crunch it over square leg and mid-wicket. He does play on the offside, and he did play some magnificent shots there. And what a lovely moment that is for him. He's a lovely guy as well. I've got a lot of time for Mehboob. We have a lot of chats. I know that he's had some family troubles back in Pakistan. That's why he went away and he's come back. And maybe that's why he looked a little bit rusty at the beginning of this series. But he's back, and he's back in form. And he's already sending out those danger vibes to the other teams. What a great knock. 106 off 35 with 12 sixes in there. And a very healthy 4 rate as well, 7 fours.
It was the opening partnership that almost batted Masita Warriors out of it, but even when Mohammad Ajmal got out, we thought at the time that's going to make matters worse, and that proved to be the case. As Masita Warriors, the 6 bowlers they used didn't really have any answer. Jitin Johnny, though, he proved himself. He went for just 16 runs and picked up that 1 and only wicket.
Yeah, great 2 overs from Johnny. And I think even Jason Thomas, I know he would only be able to get 1 over in because he bowled the night. It wasn't the worst of overs. He got a couple of dot balls in there. He did trouble the batters, but you know what it's like when you got batters who have just got the license to go for their shots and no pressure on them because you've already got, you would feel, enough runs on the board. It's going to be a very difficult task for the bowler. So Swieqi United, well, that's more like it, a lot of people will say, is the sort of scores that we know that Swieqi can post. 175 for 1. It was only Ajmal, the only batter, to depart for 28 of 18. So Swieqi, well, if they put in one of their normal bowling performances, you feel that they've got this in the bag. It looks like they will march on into that qualifier number 2. And, well, unless we see something spectacular from the Masita Warriors, we say goodbye to the Warriors. But they are the Warriors. They'll be up for a fight. Join us back in 10 minutes' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome back to the glorious Master Sports Complex, where we are halfway through the Eliminator and we've been given free tickets to La La Land as Mehboob Ali scored an unbeaten 106 not out to put his side firmly in the driver's seat. Swieqi United finished their 10 overs on 175 for 1. Mohammed Kazim, he came in towards the end of the innings. He hit 31 runs of just 8 deliveries, which made a tough task for Masita Warriors even tougher. But there's a reason that they're in this finals day, the Warriors. They won their last 2 group stage games by a big 8 points, 2 4-0 victories against Gozo CC and Bajiba Blasters. On both of those occasions, they were the chasing side, albeit chasing slightly more modest totals than the 176 they need for victory here. So it's certainly a tough task, and I imagine one of these openers has to go big in the same way that Lala did, and it looks like it's Rocky Danish, the wicket-keeper and the captain, leading from the front for the Warriors, and he is joined out in the middle by Divyas Kumar. They've got no time at all, really, the Warriors, to contemplate the task at hand. They've just got to go and go big. And Rocky Danish, well, he's more than capable, isn't he? He's nearing 2,500 runs on the network. Actually, one of those players who's never got a century, but probably deserves one at some point. So maybe he's taken a little bit of inspiration from Mehboob Ali in that first innings and wants to repeat the feat and try and keep his side in contention on finals day. Remember, this is the Eliminator, so we will be saying goodbye to whichever side loses this one, and the winner will go into Qualifier 2 to face up against either the Southern Crusaders or the Royal Strikers, who will be taking part in Qualifier number 1, which is in just over an hour's time. But for now, still plenty to be settled here as Ashok Bishnoi has ball in hand. It's a good first delivery. He's been blowing a bit hot and cold, has Ashok Bishnoi. When he gets it right, he's almost unplayable. He gets that big hooping swing, but it does mean at times, though, when the line is wrong, he's easy to hit away and has given away a few extras as well. And there is Lala, one of the superstars of the side. And I'm joined by a superstar in the commentary cage as well, in the form of Rico. And what a knock that was for Lala.
Yeah, it was a really good knock. I mean, Chancellor's, a lot of people in the chat, they said they enjoyed it, and the likes of John Hisham, who of course is at the ground, said that was a great knock to watch, pleasure to watch, he said, and it was really good knock. He didn't give a chance. He played from the moment he played those first few earlier shots. You could see that he was there to bat through the innings. He wanted to get a big score on the board. He wants to get his team back in the final, win the final. You can see that, and certainly the desire was there. And the desire's there for the chase on the field, but he won't get there. You're not going to chase too many down. And he keeps on running, just Jaspal, but that one will race along this very quick outfield. It's quick and smooth, like the Microlino is what I like to say, our mobility partner. Of course, the Microlino, lovely car as well, the electric little mini car. About 4 runs. Bishnoi comes again. This time, Bishnoi strays onto... Oh, it's almost an absolute humdinger of a catch there on the boundary from Gurjeet. This would have been a turn up for the books. It's going, and just there, Gurjeet gets hands to it. But all he can do is palm it over the boundary for 6. That's been the issue. I mean, you touched on this from Bishnoi. He bowled one cracking over yesterday, the first of his 2. And it was outstanding, outside the off. He was getting the ball to move around, picked up 2 wickets. But then he went back to just dragging onto the leg side. And there he goes again, 2 short, and that's going to be easy runs as well. So this is what you need. You need a fight back. And if you need a fight back, if you need a champion, well, you got to put your money on Rocky. And Rocky at the moment, he is swinging hard. And he's, well, let's just say, he's pulling off the sucker punches at the moment. That's going to be 6 more. He moves to 16, and so does the score. 16 with the ball to go in the first.
It's the exact start that the Warriors needed to keep themselves on this run rate. It's up at 18. So even with this big 16, they're still below it. But if you can hit this one to the rope as well, then I'd say that's more or less the perfect start for the Warriors.
And he's going to find the safe hands of guess who? Yep, Mehboob Ali. There's a little bit of a soft dismissal in the end for Rocky. After getting 16 off the over, he didn't kind of have to do that. And I can understand if they'd only got a couple off the over, he feels he's got to go for the big shot. But it's just kind of short of a length delivery. It's a little bit movement away, but there's very little foot movement there from Rocky. So Rocky, well, he gets knocked out. He's out for 16 off just 6 deliveries. So right at the end of that first over, it's the last thing the Masita Warriors needed. They lose one of their big batters, and the score is 16 for 1.
That's what scoreboard pressure does to you. He knows that every over that doesn't go for 18 or more is one that actually goes the way of Swieqi United. So he went for that one big hit too many on the final ball. Of course, it's fine margins. If that one flew over the rope, as I was saying before the ball was delivered, we'd say perfect first over. In the end, though, they lose their captain to the Warriors, and it's 16 for 1. And well, we are ticking along nicely through the non-golden ball games, already 12, which is less about the time since the last golden ball and more about just how many games are on the European Cricket Network. As well, we've got 4 here, more in the night series, and of course the women's T20s happening over in Czechia. Maybe Peacock Friday, Finals Friday. Could it be Golden Ball Friday? Well, that's going to start the second over with a 6. It's Divyesh Kumar who opened, but just watched everything unfold from the non-strikers in that first over. He gets his first opportunity and just pushes that for 6. It's a lovely hit. As Mehboob Ali comes into bowl, and, well, I don't blame him for doing 1 or 2 stretches. He's a big lad, and he's already done a big job for his side here. Can he do it with the ball?
Oh, that's a good delivery. It's an interesting one there. After it goes past the bat, it kind of deviates. It's almost like, you know, if they're going up for this, I'll probably be saying, yeah, it looks like an edge there, but nobody's gone up for it. I wonder if we could, maybe after this ball, we might be able to see it again. That's more like it. Butterflies coming in now. I don't mind the butterflies. It's the mosquitoes I don't want. Well, that's a wide. Umpire signals the wide, but yeah, Mehboob Ali just trying to keep that ball on that the off-stump corridor just inside that wide line. And they know they don't have to do anything too special here. This would have been an opportunity, ideal opportunity with 175 on the board, where you'd start with a spinner. And one thing that's a good shot, beautifully played. Divyesh Kumar executes a lovely cut shot, hits it on the up, and it keeps on going. That's a stylish shot from Divyesh. Really good shot.
He's got a similar stature to Rocky, doesn't he? He's not the tallest, but it just means when there's a bit of lift off the bowling of Mehboob Ali, who is a bit of a giant, then you can just help it on its way to the boundary, and that's exactly what Divyesh Kumar did here, as he's seen his captain fall at the other side. So he's trying to take on the responsibility here. He did get 41 in game 2. That was a loss against Swieqi United. Remember, Masita Warriors, they lost their first 2 games.
Goes in the same area, and it's going to be 6 more, I think. Well, 4's given, actually. So probably just drops before the rope. 4 is the signal, but I like this shot. Hit it on the up. And, yeah, just bounces just before that rope, before it goes into the long grass. So this is good. And they did the same in the first over. 16 came from it. In this over, it got 15, 2 balls to go. But you don't want to lose a wicket, especially not that of Divyesh Kumar. It's well bowled. And yeah, I don't mind that. You've got to sometimes, I know there is that scoreboard pressure that you mentioned, Tina, but I think when you're up against the good bowlers, if you've got 16 in the first, I think you can take that. Take the 16, take a single, make it 17 and say, you know what? We were just 1 short there. That's fine. We'll go with that. We can make that up if we keep the wickets in hand. I think that's what you've got to be thinking here. Ajin Saman, he batted well also on their last day. And is he going to find the hands of the fielder? No, he's going to find 6 runs, as that's been hit quite nicely down the ground. So that's a big win in the over. That means that they'll get 22 of that one, of Mehboob Ali, and that puts them right back on track.
Nice hit over, long off, all the way for 6. And I think for the Masita Warriors, they don't necessarily have Mehboob Ali who can just single-handedly clobber the runs. What they do have, though, is a fair few batters who can chip in with 40s and 30s. That's exactly what Ajin Soman has done so far. He scored twice in the 30s, and Rocky Dinesh, obviously he's out, but Divyesh Kumar, he got the 1 score in the 40s. They still have someone like Prabhu Jayadavan to come in. He's scored a few runs as well. So if they can just... Oh, I see he's actually not playing today, which obviously he can't score runs if he's not playing, but they still do have a couple of players who can chip in with runs. And if they
always scoring runs when I'm not playing. You can see some of my knocks in my dreams. The crowd are cheering my name as I come out there into the middle. And they're the good dreams. And they're the dreams when I'm playing and not commentating.
Yeah, well, when you're waking up in the middle of the night panicking because your co-commentator isn't saying anything and because it's actually your partner who's fast asleep. You're like, why are you saying anything? I've got to say everything now. It's like,
Well,
no.
is he fast asleep? He must be recording you, surely. I don't know what's worse. Anyway, yeah, look, I got to say, when you're doing this, it's that is probably the downside of the job. That's going to be safe, nobody there, and it will go all the way. Bowl it. As Ajin Saman, you know what he's got in his mind? 6s, because that's his second. 2 balls, 2 6s. Yeah, that's a downside. Well, I suppose it's the norm. When you're doing something practically every day of the week non-stop for sometimes, I don't know, it could be 6 weeks on the road, then even when you're sleeping, you're doing it in autopilot. I mean, I've literally done introductions in my sleep to the next day, talked about player stats and all sorts, and you wake up in the morning thinking, did I do that already, or was it just a dream? And quite often it's a dream. This is up in the air, gets it over the infield, and it will stop it going to the boundary, but the players do come back for 2. Yeah, it's very unusual for me to, if I remember, because that's the other thing, remembering a dream, but it's very unusual for me to remember a dream that's not had anything to do with cricket. It's always related to cricket.
I think we need to get our agents to negotiate better pay for our sleep commentating. I feel like it's words per minute. It's still, you know, if you're doing it 8 hours a day plus 8 hours at night, that racks up.
Oh, that'll do. A little bit of luck. A little bit of luck along the way. Well, if you're going to get this score, you're going to need a little. And this is a big slice of luck. It gets past the keeper. There's nothing really that Hari Krishnan could do about that. It gets past him. It goes to the boundary. It's 4 more runs. And you know what? They're staying on track. A little bit of suerte here this time for Saman. And let's see if they can once again. So what's that of the over? 13. Couple of balls still to go. And I'm liking what Saman is doing here. He's being super aggressive. He's scoring runs. And at the moment, they're taking this game to Swieqi. And in the air, and one hand from Wasim Abbas, but he can't hold on to it. And they're going to come back for 2. Very good, smart running. Well done. And they're hustling here. They're ready for a fight. I said at the break, they are the Warriors. They're not going to go down without a fight, that's for sure. They're ready for battle, and they're doing battle.
They're doing well. They're just putting the pressure a little bit back on Swieqi United, who came out into the field, rightly so, with a bit of swagger, knowing that they're in a pretty decent position here. But the Warriors just need to keep on chipping away. They don't need to go on the run rate every single over, but if they just stay there or thereabouts, and importantly keep wickets as well, and they try and force Swieqi into doing crazy things. Overthrow just there.
Good shot. Good shot. Once again, it's one of those deliveries that just strays slightly onto the pads. And Ajin Saman, he has peppered this to the boundary. That's the best way to describe it. And they win the over, you know. That's 21 off that one. So we've had a 22, a 21, and a 16. They are on 59 at the 3 over mark. And what if I told you that there are 8 runs ahead of where the opposition were? So you'll see that here on the graphic. But you still have some good bowlers to bowl, the likes of Wasim Abbas. And look at the way that the innings was finished there as well, Tina, by Swieqi United.
Yeah, it was, what, 73 runs in the final couple of overs, a handful of overs. And that's what you can do if you've got someone out there who's roaring towards a century. There's no pressure in that you're putting runs on the board, so every single run is just a bonus. So the Masida Warriors, they're doing exactly what they need to do to keep themselves in the game, but the good bowlers just keep on coming. Wasim Abbas, he almost pulled up a spectacular catch, that one-handed grab, Just managed to palm it into the air and onto the ground, but he's got the chance now. With the ball in hand, the man with 804 on his back. Was that what he had the previous day as well? I feel like he changes it around, but...
Yeah, or did he have 300? I don't know.
There was someone with 333.
Yeah, 333. No, that,
we have had 804.
Yeah, we have 804.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's setting his field here right first. But I still feel, I mean, I know Swieqi probably will just rely on their quicker bowlers. Mehboob will come back. I don't expect him to, once again, go for too many. Wasim should get a good tidy over in one of his two. He starts outside the off. It's a good start from him. But I just feel that maybe they missed the trick tonight, these Swieqi United. I mean, even something like Mohammed Qasim perhaps bowling the first over, a little bit of spin, taking the pace off. Even Amjad, the captain, left armour, something different. I think what they've done exactly what Masida expected, and Masida have dealt with it pretty well so far. It's going to be a wide, I feel. Yeah, a good call. I think Wasim can't have any complaints about that. I think umpire Aranga is right on the ball with that one. Actually, I don't know if that's umpire Aranga. I think that's Umair. Yeah, that's umpire Umair. Umair is out there with Aranga. I think Aranga looks like he's the man at square at the moment. Goes for it. Catching chance maybe? No. He's going to go all the way. Going to get over Mehboob. 6 runs. Divyesh Kumar hits back. These two so important to this cause. And liking that at the moment, they believe they're getting good support from the bench as well.
And that takes their partnership to 50 as well. 16 for 1 when these two got together in the middle. 66 now.
And that is going to be another boundary. So 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more as Divyesh Kumar. Nice shot. And Swieqi United. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say they're rattled, but I think they're getting more of a fight than they expected. I see this. It's another ECN kind of. I wouldn't call it a cube. What do you call that? That's going up there over there.
It's almost like it looks like a crab.
Yeah, it's not an igloo, is it? Is it an igloo without all the sides on? But that's probably going up there for the internationals, I guess. They're coming up, starting tomorrow. Don't forget the action continues here after finals day for the European Cricket Series. We've got ECIs, where a mixture of men and women going across the line. But once again, I feel a couple of things here. The height is always going to be an issue. It's a bouncy track and probably just straying down the leg side of Wasim.
We haven't seen Bilal Khan bowl much for Swieqi either. Wasn't he top wicket taker in the tournament a couple of years ago?
Different Bilal, Tina. Different Bilal, yeah. That Bilal Khan, I know who you're talking about, an exceptional player. That's Billy the Kid, who has moved to Italy. We saw him playing, of course, there for Roma in the European Cricket League. But yeah, Bilal Khan was his name. But this is a different Bilal Khan. I think Bilal, we saw him turn his arm over briefly once, but yeah, he's not the same fiery, quick, fast bowler of the Bilal that, yeah, you're right, Bilal. First time I saw Bilal here, is long hair, and he was hippie-looking chap, very young, of course, and he was very athletic in the field, but when he came on the bowl, I thought, yeah, this boy's got talent. He was a little bit wild, sprayed it around a little bit, but you just knew that with a little bit of work, he would become a quality world-class player, and he has done that. Bilal, who, of course, is now playing his cricket in Italy. That's not a bad over there from Wasim Abbas. They needed about 17 and over. With that one, they only get just the 13, even though there was 2 boundaries from there. So a few overs like this, and Swieqi will take that rate up to around 20 again. So you've got to see a fight back here from Masida Warriors. Looks like the helmet is coming on, so they're definitely going to be making some kind of change here. I wonder if Mohammed Qasim is going to have a bowl here. He seems to be a little reluctant at the moment. Seems to be some talk here between him and somebody, and about who's going to bowl. Everybody's saying to Qasim, come on, you bowl. He seems to be trying to get somebody else to be bowling. In the end, they all sort of gang up on him and saying, hey, you're bowling, that's it. Come on. The keeper's got the lid on. So they are going to go with some of the slow stuff here now.
I think that's a good move, just to switch it up a bit, try and break this partnership. Just going along nicely now. Both batters set. Soman 27 off just 8 deliveries, and Divyesh Kumar 26 off 10.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I'm the bowler, I'm thinking, well, umpire, what's wrong? Come on, what's wrong with that? You were ready, I was ready. I bowl and the batter pulls away. Yeah, I think now you can see the umpire saying to the batter, what's wrong? I don't know with that. I'd say, sorry, that's all right with me. You were ready. All right, in the air. Can anybody get there? And no is the answer. It was little ginger steps from the fielder. That is Bilal Khan. There he is. There you go, Tina. It's a different Bilal Khan.
He has got wickets on the network as well, that Bilal Khan. So I don't know if they're brothers or twins, but Bilal Khan has 39 wickets. He actually hasn't bowled since 2023, but he had a brilliant 2023. He picked up 27 wickets, I think. But clearly, I don't know if he doesn't bowl anymore.
Well, double teapot from the captain. He's thinking about a way to break a partnership here. A partnership that is flourishing very well at the moment. Remember, 16 was the score when the first wicket fell in that first over, right at the end of it, from Bishanai. Oh, Gandhi. And it will be also 6 perhaps. Now, what is the fielder saying here? That's been absolutely smashed. That's Arun Rumisan out there. He's another one who could turn his arm over. What happens here? And yeah, that's 6 runs. I think he's trying to stop the ball.
He also try and say 4 when it quite clearly lands the wrong side of the rope.
Also, his foot was on the rope when he touches it.
If you carry on going, it looks like he then decides to say 4. I don't know if he's maybe putting his hand up in apology. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
We'll give him, yeah, we will do. All right, Kasim. Let's have a look at the Hall of Fame here. Now, this is the highest run chases, and you can see that this one would be up there. We saw wide ball again from Kasim. He doesn't want to put the ball in that zone where Divyesh Kumar can once again put him over that leg side boundary. 13 off the over, only halfway through it. This one gets dragged. It should be fielded, and it's kind of fielded, bit of joint team fielding as Gurpreet guides it to Rumisan, who gets the throw in.
Yeah, it would just sneak into the top 10. So currently 175 gets you onto the Hall of Fame. This chase would be 176.
Hit hard. Fielder gathers it, keeps it to 1. So this is big delivery coming up here now, because that's 15 off the over. There's a ball to come. If it doesn't go to the boundary, it's going to be another minor victory for Swieqi, but it will go to the boundary in style. It's a lovely shot. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shakalagia, and Divyesh Kumar. Well, he's doing the job for his team at the moment as he moves into the 40s, 43 of 14. And the Messina Warriors, they're not giving up this fight. 93 for 1. And they actually, look, at this halfway point, the Swieqi United was 78. They got to 93 at the end of the 6th over, so they need a wicket here pretty quickly. As we also turn our attention to what's happening tonight in Belgium. And Royal Brussels are taking on the 12 Stars. And back-to-back this time, these two. 12 Stars also were in the action last night as well. So they've got another tough night coming up ahead of them. They did pick up a good win in the last one, where it was a comfortable win when they bowled out the opposition. And that was a match where we saw that hat-trick. Right, new bowler warming up, so they're not going to go back to any of the big guns just yet. And who are they going to try here now? Yeah, Jaspal, not a bad shout. Jaspal Singh going to start with just a single.
Yeah, the good thing for Swieqi is that they do have a lot of bowlers to turn to. It's just about trying to find the one that can break this partnership, which is threatening to etch its name into the Hall of Fame for record chases.
Up in the air, it's another one that's going to sail over for 6. I think they're just checking this boundary, and I think the umpire might get the message in a moment and say, put them up in the air like you just don't care, because I think this one does clear the boundary, yeah, quite comfortably. Manos arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 more.
Takes Divyas Kumar just one away from a half century, which he'd be able to achieve in 16 deliveries. And this is exactly what we were saying. They just need a couple of players to chip in with a 50 or a 60, and I'll get them there.
Lofted. Fielder can't do nothing about it. It's over him. It's 6 more, and it is 50 to Divyas Kumar. 50 of 16 deliveries. And these two at the moment holding the key to what could be a historic run chase for Meseta Warriors. Warriors, of course, they have been champions themselves. They were the team that won it in November. That's not a good ball. It's Gandhi. And this one will go into the archery range. It's a bit of a bullseye from Kumar as he races with that one hit into the 60s now. 61 of 17. Jaspal Singh getting the treatment. This one has gone for 19 with 2 balls to go. They're going to have to go back to Mehboob or Wasim Abbas pretty quickly to try and get a wicket or 2 here, because they are now falling way behind here. Meseta Warriors, they are in front 54% to 46, but of course you got to keep going, and they are keep going as Lala tries to do a bit of foot fielding here. He can't catch up with this one. It's another boundary. This over's gone magical.
This was a little flourish of the bat as well. A little helicopter flick. Take a look at this one, Rico. Here we go. He just punts it. Not much of a back lift, but yep, there we go.
Oh.
Flicks it. Style.
Adivar, beautiful. That's like, well, I call that the reverse chopper. Jaspal. It's in the hit me zone again. It's hit me balls. It's shakka time. Jaspal Singh the changi good pay. Changiya chapera jutiya paiya. As that one will go for 29. And Swieqi United, they now will be shaking. They have been rattled. 122 for 1 at the end of 6.
5 boundaries in a row there as Hajin Soman, he got a single off the first delivery, and then Divyas Kumar tucked into that bowling of Jaspal Singh. 28 runs coming off 5 deliveries. And we thought it'd be an uphill battle for Meseta Warriors, but they've got their hiking boots on and they're doing everything they can to stay in this finals day. They want to come back into qualifier 2. And they've turned back to the Centurion, have Swieqi try and break this partnership.
It gets a bit of an inside edge, and everything at the moment is going in the way for Meseta. Is not a bad delivery. Goes for the Yorker first up. That's Mehboob, and Ajin Suman gets this one away. Uses the inside edge of the bat. 50 came off the last 2 overs. That's 54 now in 13 deliveries. It's quite crazy what we're seeing here. It's a proper assault from the Warriors. Swieqi United, they are shaken. They are rattled. They go back to Mehboob. Can he make something happen for them? Catching chance, puts it down. Oh, could that have been the big moment? Caught and bowled opportunity. It's a bit of a full toss. It's straight back at Mehboob, but he can't hold the catch.
Yeah, he saw it all the way, didn't he? And he just put his hands out and just got a bit quick on him. Slapped it back out of his hands, and that could have been the moment. Those are the ones you need to hold on to just wrestle the momentum back.
Yeah, so Saman, remember, he was dropped on 18 by Wasim, that one-handed attempt, now that one. So 18 and 34. It's another inside edge. This one will be stopped. And are you thinking here, I mean, all right, Divyas Kumar goes back on strike here. Are you thinking, look, this is the threat, 3 balls, just see out these 3 balls?
I think you just keep going. Whatever you're doing at the moment, you keep doing it. And these two, their partnership's worth 111 now. Just keep on attacking.
It's a good full-length delivery from Mehboob. Gets a dot ball in here. Thing is, though, I mean, my feeling is even this, if this ends up being a good over, let's say it does go for, say, 12 or even less than 10, it still keeps Meseta Warriors firmly in control. And then you've dealt with Mehboob as well. Slightly shorter delivery, that's well bowled, good delivery. too close to play that uppercut shot this time. So another dot ball to Divish. So off the over 5, they're trying to take this rate back up to around the 16. They brought it down to around 13 at one point with that over game for 29. It's a big delivery here, Divish Kumar. They want his wicket still. That's what Mehboob's come back to do, to remove the wicket of Divish Kumar, who's the danger man. 71 of 21. Goes for it. Has he got it out the middle? Is it a chance? It will go through the fielder, who dives at it acrobatically. Can't stop it. And it's going to be 4 runs. You can see Mehboob saying, why didn't you just try and save the boundary? I think the fielder, you can't really give the fielder too much stick. He does try. He throws himself at it, Gurpreet, to try and save that boundary. It gets past him. It goes for 4. 9 come off the over. And there was that chance also. Mehboob dropped to Saman, the corner bowl chance. 131 for 1.
It was a good effort on the outfield, but well, maybe he could have stopped the boundary. But you need to break the partnership as well. Well, that's the game that we currently have. So if you are in any doubt who's playing in this game, there's the scorecard. And well, Mehboob Ali, he scored that century. He went for 31 runs in his 2 overs, as they have turned back to Wasim Abbas. The thing is, all of these bowlers, they've only got the 1 over left, and they keep on getting hit for runs.
Oh, well, that's an awful ball from Wasim. It was never going to go onto the target from the moment he let go of it. It's a wide ball to start. I mean, yeah, what are your options left here? I mean, do you go back to Kasim? Probably not. Do you go back to Jaspal? You wouldn't want to. He went for 29. There's Ramisan, but wouldn't you have tried Ramisan now rather than leave it later? I mean, I know they want the wicket. That's why they go to Wasim Abbas here. It's hit well. There is a fielder out there who does very well. That's Kasim. Patrols the boundary, keeps it to 1.
Feels like there's more pressure on throwing the ball to a new bowler to bowl the 9th or 10th overs. But going back to spinners who have been slapped for 21 and 29 is also a tough call. They've only used the 5 bowlers so far.
That's right. And it goes back to what I was saying. I think they missed the opportunity to start with the spin. It's nicely played. It should be just a single. So you can see what they're trying to do here, Swieqi. They're thinking, if we go with Mehboob and Wasim, if we get the wicket, great. That could be game, set and match. But if we don't get the wicket, we push the score back up to about that 16, 17 over mark. The problem is, the bowlers they're going to go back to are being whacked for 21 and 29. So it doesn't work in theory. Oh, that's a slower delivery, which gets an inside edge on it to Saman. He'll take another single. No need to. Well, actually, that's very good running. Excellent running. Look at Wasim Abbas. He's filthy that they managed to come back here. Really good running, good hustle. And yeah, excellently done. So they get 2.
Yeah, it was halfway through going to that first single. They were just jogging it through, and then they realised actually the ball just landed in a little gap on that leg side because the 2 men were riding the boundary here. So it's a big old gap. And they put the afterburners on, and it was a nice, well-run 2.
Oh, well bowled. Beautiful delivery. Beautiful ball. Ajin Saman, he will finally depart. He had a couple of chances, but that is so well bowled. Because he's moved so early here, Wasim Abbas has seen him move, and he says, yep, full straight, but he takes all the pace of it. It's a really good delivery. If you can see it from the other end as well, Chris Taps, it shows you the quality of this ball. That is just an absolute peach of a ball. And, well, good bit of cricket like that can win your matches, you know.
Yeah, well bowled. And the good news for Masida is Divish is still out there. He was the senior of the 2 players, but a great knock from Ajin Soman, striking a good rate as well, 223. And that big partnership between these 2, it was worth 120, which is, well, the 2nd highest score we've actually seen before this game across the whole 10 overs. So it's been a great knock from them. Certainly still kept them in contention as Jitin Johnny comes out. Surely his role here is to get Divish back on strike.
It's been a match of partnerships. We saw a partnership of 94 and 81 from Swieqi. That one 120. need another partnership here. All right. What a start this is from Jitin Johnny. As Wasim goes for the full delivery. Doesn't quite get the Yorker right. And Johnny, oh, he's unleashed a marvellous hit. That goes for 6. And if Swieqi United thought getting the wicket of Ajin Saman was going to slow the Warriors down, think again.
Here's Johnny. He hits that one into the car park almost. We haven't seen too many cars damaged on that first day, actually. I think I was on my own, and there was a triple hit in the car park as the ball bounced around, but that one was a big hit there from Johnny.
Yeah, goes back to the slower delivery. Thought that was going to be the case. Slow and wide. Johnny swings and misses. So, well, it's still game very much on for Masita Warriors. Divyesh Kumar still there. He'll be on strike now. 76 of 23. 11 coming off that over. So the last few overs got 9 and 11, just short of what they needed, but it still keeps that rate to around 17. So 34 in 12 balls.
Big 9th over coming up, and who's going to bowl it as well? That's the question. Who's going to step up and say, I'll take my side into qualifier number 2? It's all on the line here, and what a start to finals day as well. We haven't had too many big scores. We saw that average at the start of this game. Both of these scores have smashed through that, as the previous high score was 141. Both sides have now surpassed that, and it looks like they've turned to Gurjeet Singh to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, Gurjeet to bowl. They've got no square leg back. Mid wicket, long on, long off, and they've got 2 on the offside, extra cover and backward point. In comes Gurjeet. And he starts with a short one. We'll start with a dot ball. That's well bowled. That's one thing we haven't, considering how lively this pitch is, the one thing we haven't seen too much of is that kind of delivery. You know, shorter delivery outside the off, around about chest high. It's got the right field set for it as well. Gurjeet just doesn't get this out the middle. It will only be a single. And if Divyesh Kumar is hitting singles, you take that. Now, this could be interesting here. I know Johnny, when it was pitched up to him, hit one down the ground. And Gurjeet surely is thinking here, right, don't pitch it up. Short of a length outside the off. I wonder if you would like to have your third back as well, just in case. Hasn't got the options though, but that's the ball. He's backing away as well. Just have a look at Johnny. So when the ball is shorter, he backs away. He wants to give himself some room. And you'll see it here. He backs away, takes himself away from the ball. Needs to be going to the ball. Gurjeet, that's the line he's got to keep.
Do you think you go for a scoop here? There's no one behind the keeper.
If he's got the shot, definitely. Yeah. Short at him again. Clever bowling from Gurjeet. Really good. I think you're at a point here, Tina, where Divyesh Kumar, he's running here. I know it seems risky, but that rate's going up. You've got to run here. Yep. He's got to get to the other end, and he's got to have a few hits in this over. I mean, there's 2 balls to go, though. Got to get one out of the middle here, Johnny. And he will play that away nicely. He'll get 4. There's nobody back there. That's not the ball to go for. He pitches up. You don't pitch up, and then he strays it onto the leg side as well. So Johnny gets it away. It's 4. I suppose it's only a 4, not a 6. That's probably okay, right? Strange thing to say. Only 5 off the over. You can bet he'll be going for that shorter ball again here.
And this one needs to go to the boundary. There's a big difference between chasing 29, 28 and chasing 23 in that final over.
Short outside off. Well, that's the short. It's in the air. And the thing is, you don't want a single. They don't take it. Yeah, it's the right move. You can't be taking a single there. What a great over there from Gurjeet Singh. Bowls the perfect over. Just the one boundary from it. 4 runs and the single. And the single is what's probably cost him, actually, because then it went dot, dot, 4, dot. 29 off the last is not impossible. Remember, Jaspal, over number 6, did go for 29. We're going to have a cracking finish here. Masita Warriors, are they going to fall short at the last hurdle after being in control of this run chase? But it just goes to show just how much is required to try and keep up with the pace. And it's going to be the captain himself, Ajmal, who's going to take responsibility of the last over.
Big move, isn't it? Well, I suppose the two options were both bowlers that have been hit for magical overs. I quite like this though. The captain steps up and says, if we're going to do it, I'll lead from the front. Here we go.
Got to be a boundary first ball, and it's not. It's going to be a swing and a miss. And that kind of settles it for me, really, because now you know what's required. Everyone has to sail over the rope.
Even if Masita Warriors fall here, what a run chase it's been. It's not often you probably pass the 150 mark and end up comfortably short.
Well, that's one. It ain't over yet, people. That's a delightful shot from Divyesh Kumar. Holds his position perfectly straight until the last moment and then executes a delightful shot for 6.
4 more. Can he do it? If you get 1 or 2, then suddenly there's a few nerves again back in the Swieqi United camp. Captain here's just got to hold his nerve.
That's, I think, a good delivery. That's a very good delivery. Not sure what that is from the umpire. The umpire's just
stretching.
Yes.
No ball. Is he giving a no ball?
No, surely not. I think that's right over the line. I think that's a perfect call.
What's he signalling then?
I don't know. I think he's just telling the bowler. Just telling the bowler to wait. But
he did that very early though, didn't he? He did it almost as soon as Ajmal had bowled.
Slow ball, and that will be really it. And Swieqi United, they needed every one of those 175 runs. They were on the back foot because Masita Warriors, the Warriors, boy, did they fight. Boy, did they make them sweat. And in the last moment, it was Gurjeet Singh who held his nerve in that 9th over, just 5 from it. And that kind of settled it. And Ajmal just going through the paces here now of booking his team spot in the next phase, which is going to be the qualifier number 2 for them. But Masita Warriors, we say goodbye to a very good team. They didn't have the best of starts, did they, on day 1, but the way they finished in day 2 and the way they fought here, it could have been so different, but they are going to go out, and they're going to go out with just a single here, 155 to 175. What a game of cricket we just had. But it will be Swieqi United, thanks to that man's century, Mehboob Ali. That will book their place in the qualifier. Their dream to get another trophy under their belt continues. They did it in February. They're looking to do it again here again. And there's the two men, Mehboob Ali and Gurjeet. Don't forget that one over he bowled. How important was that? And Bilal, well, we're still waiting to see him turn his arm over again. It's been a couple of years since we've seen him in action with the ball. So maybe he'll surprise us by bowling in the next one. Wasim Abbas, he got a good over in there as well. He only went for 11. Remember, picked up that big wicket and a good wicket of Ajin Soman at the right time. And you've got to mention Mehboob Ali. I know he didn't pick up too many wickets this time round, but that over number 7 only went for 9. So Mehboob, 9 from that over, 11 from Wasim. But Gurjeet Singh, that over number 9 was absolute crucial, just the 5 runs. And Swieqi, they end up winning, but Masita Warriors gave them a huge scare.
They absolutely did, and it was really down to that century and that big total of 175 that Swieqi United do end up in that qualifier number 2. And who they face remains to be seen. That will be the loser of qualifier number 1 that's coming up just about 20-25 minutes time. But before that, let's go back and take a look at the highlights. And well, it certainly was a highlight reel at the start of the run chase as the 2 openers for Masita Warriors put their foot down at the halfway stage. Actually, they were more than ahead of the total.
They were well ahead. I mean, they were 93 for 1. Their opponents was 78 at that point. And even if you go up to the 8th over Swieqi 129, and they were 131 for 1, so they were well ahead. But yeah, a few people saying in the chat, the last 3 over, in fact the last 4 overs, really well bowled. It was a really good finish from Swieqi. They were tested, they were put under pressure. And what they showed there is that they can respond when they are in that position. And I think the combination of Mehboob, Wasim and Gurjeet bowled really well. And then the captain, in the end, just finishing things off.
Yeah, well, it was the 7 bowlers used from Swieqi. And each of them came in, and even someone like Mohammad Kazim, Jaspal Singh, they're usually such reliable performers. When they get hit, then they've got to turn to bowlers number 6 and 7, and Gurjeet Singh and Mohammad Ajmal did the business then towards the back end. But we've got to have a word as well for Divyesh Kumar and Ajin Soman, who even put Masida Warriors in contention with that second wicket partnership, which was worth 120. So, brilliant hitting, and well, almost chanceless until that delivery from Wasim Abbas, which was good enough to get rid of most batters. In this case, it was Ajin Soman who had to fall. But Divyesh Kumar, he remained unbeaten on 84, and he just needed someone to come in and fire. And Jitin Johnny did on the first ball, but after that, just couldn't find the middle, and that's why they ended up 21 runs short.
Yeah, and you can see the big two there. Mehboob Ali, and then of course Gurjeet, who bowled that fantastic 9th over. Plenty to talk about there, plenty of discussions. But yeah, it's an interesting one, because if you think about that 9th over, Divyesh Kumar just couldn't get on strike, could he? And there's no reason for him not to have taken that single. He just saw the new batter hit the first ball for 6, so you can understand why he's thinking, yeah, I don't mind if you go back on strike, but he just wasn't able to do it again. Jitin Johnny finishes 10 of 8, and remember, one of those balls was planted with 6, but still, we had a fantastic eliminator. And if that is the way that finals day is going to go, well, I'm ready for it. I did feel that we were going to start to see big runs on finals day, and certainly match number 1, the eliminator, did not disappoint. 175 to 154, but what a good knock that is. You're absolutely right from Divyesh Kumar. 84 of 29. Here's the bowlers, and as you mentioned, a number of bowlers were used here. But there was Ashok Bishnoi. I don't really know what's happening with him. And the other thing, when you look at the bowlers that are being used, they still didn't even use Ramisan. Now, Arun Ramisan, when I've seen him bowl, he's bowled very well. And I just think here, for me, Swieqi United and the captain just got it a little bit wrong at the beginning. He could have used the likes of Gurjeet and maybe even Ramisan at the beginning, and held back the likes of Mehboob Ali and Wasim Abbas, and even if you wanted to Bishnoi. But, well, in the end, he went with what his gut feeling was, and it kind of worked, but they were given a massive scare there by the Warriors. We're going to leave you with the match summary. Remember, the next match coming up in just under 20 minutes' time, and of course, it will be the big one. It's the qualifier. One of these two teams, the Southern Crusaders or the Royal Strikers, will be booking their place in the final. The other, well, they'll have a smaller matter of Swieqi United to try and get past. Join us back in around about 15 minutes when we get ready for the qualifier number 1.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to finals day. It's Peacock Friday and it's a glorious morning here at the Malta Sports Complex, and we're already in to qualifier number 1, and that sees the Southern Crusaders up against the Royal Strikers. Remember, both of these sides have 2 chances to get through to finals day. Whoever wins this one goes straight through to the final, and whoever loses it will go into qualifier 2. So they still have the chance to make it to that all-important final. Both of these sides actually go into this game unbeaten. Someone is going to keep up that record and someone is going to suffer their first defeat of this ECS Malta. Before we talk about the teams, let's go out to the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Royal Strikers to call.
Okay.
Head is a call, and it's a tails. The Crusaders will have a ball.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. Strikers have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Well, for them, you can only really talk about one guy, and that's Priyan Pushparajan. He didn't play in the opening 2 games. They still managed to win both of those games, did the Strikers, but Pushparajan came in. He's got international quality, and boy, did he show it. He scored 100 not out. He manufactured it in such a way that he could get his side over the line with a 6 to win the game and get himself into that Hall of Fame. But there's 2 teams in this game, and the Southern Crusaders as well will surely want to get that win and get themselves straight into finals day. For them, they've got a superstar as well in the form of Jagath Purna. He's a teammate of Pushparajan for Malta. He's already scored 2 50s and he's been ably supported by Ryan Bastians, who also scored a half-century on that second day. So there's a few big superstars to look out for, and there's also another superstar up in the commentary box who'll be talking you through this one. Rico, take it away.
Thank you very much to Tina. Tina, you're too kind. And looking forward to this match. Southern Crusaders taking the Royal Strikers. Now, Tina quite rightly mentioned 2 very key names there, Priyan Pushparajan, but you'll notice that he's not in the side for this match. Now, whether he'll be playing, of course, when they play again, and whether that will be in the final, in qualifier number 2, we'll have to wait and see. And it's the same for the Southern Crusaders. They're missing a big player as well. There's no Ryan Bastian. So 2 players that showed good form the last time that they played not in the side. And you can see a number of new players coming into the side for the Southern Crusaders that we didn't see last time. Gufras Masi, very good bowler. Got the wicket-keeper Italy Chandriyam in there, and Vinath Vudushan, and Mehboob Rahman, and Tilka Vishka. They're the ones in for the Southern Crusaders. And the same, they're really for the Royal Strikers. Arjun Prakash. Jason Jerome, he's a very good bowler. And I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. I mean, what is that? Is just that is that just the alphabet that's been put together? His first name is Ashik, and we're going to go with Ashik. What was that? I've never seen anything like it. That has got to be the record. And I don't even think it's his full name. I reckon it doesn't fit on the sheet. Well, Tina can have a go at that one. I'm going to keep staring at it. And you know me, that is a proper tongue twister. Ashik Kuti, we'll just go with that. I don't know what that is about. Anyway, we are getting ready for this qualifier number 1. It's a big match. You can book your place in the final and take the rest of the afternoon off and take it nice and easy. Have some lunch, have a few ice creams and have a siesta. Or you can play a very tricky encounter against Swieqi. That's going to be leg buys. I thought for a moment that it could have been a minimo to start, but slightly down the leg from the bowler. Catches a little bit of pad on the way through. And that's going to be 4 leg buys. It's a good way to start. And let's just talk about these two teams a little bit, because once again, the Crusaders didn't really see too much of them myself. But as Tina quite rightly said, Ryan Bastian's got them a win against Swieqi United when they chased 124. But then, of course, they needed the golden ball to beat the Pajiba Blasters, 83-83 at worst. But no batters really got going. And I think that's one thing you can say about both these two teams, actually, that until Priyan, of course, came into the side yesterday, they did struggle with runs. So his Southern Crusaders, we saw them struggling, scoring runs. And the Royal Strikers, they chased the 109 that they needed against the Malta Super Kings. Priyan Pushpajan scored 100 there. 100 of that 115. It's quite crazy. And they didn't win like with stat loads of balls to go. It was only 9 balls to go. So they really relied on him. And then they scored 121 when they beat the Titans by 35 runs. Titans finished on 86. So neither team has scored big runs. So I get the feeling that after seeing the high scoring epic, I think the umpire might go to the camera here because he was not in the right position to see it himself. So let's have a look at this. It's a direct hit. What do you think? It takes a long route down, and I think he does make it in. You can see he's, again, not good running. He should be running in a straight line, sliding the bat down and getting in comfortably. Takes the long route. He avoids the tolls, as they say, and then holds his bat in the air, but he does put the foot down before the ball hits the stumps. Welcome back to everybody as well. I know Dave's had a coffee. I think he's had an egg in the hole as well. And he's had 1 egg in the hole and 3 coffees. Thanks for the update, Dave. This one gets whipped away onto the leg side. It's going to be 4 runs. There's Gulfras Marcy just having a few control issues here at the moment. And of course, one was fired down the leg side, which went for 4 leg buys. This also is a little too leg side-ish. It gets clipped away quite nicely by Ashwin Raju. What a big part Ashwin Raju has got to play here today. I mean, he's got, not only is there no Priyan Pushpajan, we know how key he is, but also no Chanjal Sudasanan. So 2 batters that have been in form and scoring runs absent. That's going to make it very difficult, I think, for the Royal Strikers to get a good score on the board. The only way I think they're going to do that is if Ashwin Raju does score a score in around the 60s or 70s. That's what he's going to be looking to do and bat through the innings. He has got Prakash there with him at the moment, who is going to get a wide ball for this one down the leg side. This is Arjun Prakash. I like the left and right combination. You saw it work pretty well there for Swieqi United in that last match, where Mehboob Ali partnered up with Ajmal first up. They put a good partnership together, didn't they? That one was worth about 94, and then 81 with Kasim. Good delivery, Yorker length, gets dug out, should be looking for a single. He's late going here, and that's going to be really close. I mean, the bails take a bit of a while to come off, but I reckon this is close, you know. I mean, he's late going. Here comes the throw. Let's see. He makes it. He does make it, but again, he does like to run wide, doesn't he? You see the ball hits the stumps, hits the base, doesn't it? And that's why it takes a while for those bails to come off, but one bail finally does come off, but the batter does get himself in. That's the end of the first over. 13 come from it as Tina Goff joins me back in our commentary position. It's a much brighter and a much sunnier place to be today because the netting from in front of us has been removed on this beautiful Peacock Friday.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day, and we're kind of feeling a bit like fugitives in a boat that we were like hiding underneath the netting, but now we're free and free to watch that one fly for 5 wides as Rohana Dehragoda has come on to bowl, and Well, he'll have to start that one all over again with 5 wides already to his name as he gives the keeper there, Hurdley Chandaram, absolutely no chance. Interesting that there's changes for both sides. Eardley, he's come in, he's got the gloves, couldn't do anything about that, but I mean, it's always the way as well when you big up players before the game and then you look at the team sheet and you say, oh, they're not playing. And I think a lot of people, that one is going to go for another 5 wides. That's 10. And Eardley just chilling like he's on a sun lounger, looking back saying, well, I might as well be on a sun lounger if you keep on bowling meters down the wrong side.
Who needs pre-arm push bajan when you have extras? Especially when you have 2 lots of minimos here. And, you know, these extras are going to be so important, especially for the Royal Strikers. And you can say the same for the Southern Crusaders. I know that they've got Jagat Puna, who's been in great form, but the extra runs could make a huge difference in this match because there's some quality players from both sides missing. That's another one down the leg side, but the keeper does well. And, well, what's that got to... He's got to be thinking about this. I mean, when you get 1 or 2 down there leg side, you make a change. Well, he's not been able to make that change here at the moment as Delagota. Now, he's going to try coming from around the wicket.
Yes, that left-hand, right-hand opening pairing always wreaks havoc with the bowlers. This time he does get it on the spot. Rahana got a 2-for in that game 12 win against Gazira, 2 for 15 on that occasion. But it will certainly be the case for both sides, as you were saying, Rico, with a few star name players out. And I'm sure a lot of people are a bit disappointed not to see Priyan in the lineup. The other players will then have to step up. Don't have Bastians who can score runs as well. Jagath Purna, luckily, is still there for the Southern Crusaders. But the Royal Strikers can't just rely on extras, as that is the better delivery then from Rahana. He seems more comfortable getting it across that right-hander.
Yeah, when I've seen him before, I'm pretty sure he has always bowled around the wicket, and this is what he does. He goes right across, gets that ball to go right across the right-hander. So it was a little bit surprised to see him starting over the wicket, but he seems to be back in his, well, just as I say that, even this one, he doesn't get the swivel in the action. He ends up going straight. It's another wide.
Just struggling here, the Southern Crusaders, to find their rhythm. Remember, they're unbeaten so far, as are the Royal Strikers. Southern Crusaders, though, have had an extra day off. Maybe that's why they're just a little bit rusty. And, well, the final game that they did play in the group stages was that golden ball win. Wasn't exactly the most impressive of performances. They were only chasing down 84 for the win. Managed to limp along, get those 3 runs needed on the final ball to tie at 83. They had 8 wickets down, though. As that one is played away, and the bat is found, and so is the boundary, as this is a long and expensive over so far from Rahana. 18 runs. There's only been 3 legal deliveries so far. The Southern Crusaders, yeah, they're unbeaten, so hats off for that. But that final win against Pajiva Blasters, who were winless, and if the Blasters get you 83 for 8, you just about sneak over the line. It suggests you're not quite firing yet, but maybe they're keeping their best performances for this final day. So far, though, Rahana hasn't found his line. That's a better line. It's hit into the covers. And it will be a precious dot ball, the first one, actually, of the entire game. Yeah. Oh, there was one earlier, but Rahana, he's gone for 18.
Looks like the captain there in action, Michael Guntlicker, wearing his trademark shades as he makes a stop. So it was pretty well hit either side of him. It probably would have been a boundary. And speaking of boundaries, that will be one. It's nicely clipped away. Ashwin Raju, so key to the cause for the Royal Strikers in this match. And it's I'm going to say it's a pretty decent start here. There's 4 more with the ball to go in this, the second over, and the Royal Strikers, this is thanks to a lot of extras, it has to be said, it's a very impressive start.
Yeah, more than half of the runs have been through extras. 18 coming off extras, 35 is the total. Ashwin Raju hasn't really had to do much so far, the Strikers captain. He's got the final ball of the second to face here. He just works that one away. There is a boundary rider. One of the 2 is out there at backward point. And the other one is at fine leg. And again, not taken cleanly there by The keeper, Erdly Chandaram, but they do get to the end of the second over. A marathon over there from Rahana. It goes magical. 23 runs coming off it. Not the start that the Royal Southern Crusaders would have liked. Royal Strikers, though, they're more than happy. As well, the reason that the Southern Crusaders are in this qualifying number 1 with the double chance is because they won 4 out of 4 in Group A. But you can see, Rico, even the run rate, 1.6, just under 1.7, they didn't exactly romp through the group.
No, they didn't. And that golden ball victory, how important was that to them? And Gezira, you got to feel for them. Gezira, of course, does mean island out here in Malta. So Gezira, that's actually where we're staying. And near Salima. And they'll be disappointed that they didn't make it through this time. They played some good cricket along the way, but in the end they were just pipped to it by these two teams, both of whom were unbeaten in the group stages, but both had to come through playing some good cricket as well.
That's Vinith Vidoshan, who's come on to bowl the third over, so they're already turning to their third bowler. Gulfraz, his first over went just for the 9, but maybe they know they need to keep their frontline bowler back. That one swatted away, it's hit hard. There is a fielder out there, he does well to cut that one off. As the left-handed Prakash just knocks that one for a single. You probably hear it in the background here. I think it sounds like a swarm of bees, but I'm pretty sure it's some kind of lawnmower or leaf blower that's accompanying.
They're doing a lot.
There you go, there's the leaf blower man. I'm traumatized by leaf blowers, I must say, as that one gets hit to backward point, because I live in quite a leafy suburban area and there's armies of leaf blowers that go up and down our neighborhood. And in Germany, I think it's from 7 a.m. you're allowed to use machinery, and it's right underneath the bedroom window.
7 a.m. That's
brutal.
Shouldn't be allowed. That's too early.
It's too early, and if the Germans have the right to do something, they're going to claim the right to do something. So the leaf blowers are out, and I don't mind the consistent hum of a lawnmower. It's the up and down of a leaf blower that really grinds my gears. So this is like slow torture for me, Rico, but I'll soldier on.
The thing is, it makes it all pretty dusty as well. We were just talking about that earlier. I mean, it's now that the ground's pretty hard and we're sort of walking backwards and forwards here, and we're creating a bit of a dust storm ourselves. And with all the other work that's being done around us, the grass being cut, leaf blowers, it's a little dusty, and we're getting a bit croaky, aren't we?
Yeah, my eyes are kind of going. I've had to blow my nose. I think it's a combination. There's a bit of hay fever around as well.
What if I came tomorrow with my Swiss knife, as that one's going to go all the way? That's 6 runs. Good hit.
You're going to threaten the leaf blower, man?
Well, no, I'm not going to go to that level, but I was just thinking maybe just make a few holes here for windows.
Like
I can make some, or make a little Wendy house.
Like the little bolt holes in a submarine. So we get to the end.
That would let a bit of air. You see this? Look, this is blowing this way because that's air.
Yeah.
But this is blocking it. If I did that, we get a bit of air in here. That might help. Okay, 45 without loss. And what would help the Southern Crusaders is to take a wicket. Now, I'm quite surprised we haven't seen Puna come on to bowl as yet. He doesn't bowl in the power play, probably because he likes to have a bit more support in the field, and he's not going to come on yet, as this is going to be Mohammed Salman Khan who's bowling, and he checks his field. He does have 2 men straight. He has an additional 2 on the leg side, as well as the long one, and a backward point. And let's see how he starts.
That's a good power play for the strikers. 45 runs coming off it. Still all 10 wickets to play with. So that one's just knocked into the offside. This is the first time we've seen Mohammed Salman Khan bowl in this series. We've seen that both sides did have to ring the changes, and Mohammed's come on here to bowl the 4th. It'll be interesting to see who they turn to as their 5th and possibly 6th bowler. Of course, as you said, they do have Jagath Purna, who I'm sure will bowl his 2 overs. And that's going to be a no ball. If it wasn't a no ball, it would have been a wide.
Yeah, no ball it's got to be. I mean, come on, umpire, just call it. I mean, what are you waiting for? It's at his head. Yeah, I like, yeah, that's the way I like to see it. There's no doubt about that. That's umpire Ranga who calls it. But I suppose the only issue perhaps is Prakash would like to have got something off that, hit a 4, becomes 5, and then the free hit. He's checking his guard here for some reason. All right, ready to go. Salman Khan, and not the Bollywood actor, the bowler with the ball. If this was Salman Khan, the Bollywood actor, he's been deflated somewhat. The normal Salman Khan is he's a kind of muscular chap, let's just put it that way. He looks pretty puny, does Salman Khan.
Go and say that to his face, Rico.
It's like, Salman Khan out there, I'd say it to him. He's having nothing off him, come on. It's like he's had all the air taken out of him. He needs the leaf blower.
Well, you managed to escape with not too much damage off the free hit, a half-hearted appeal there, but it's a good over so far despite that full bugger. And in fact, after that wild second over from Rahana that went for 23 runs, the third from Vinith only went for 9. This one's gone for 3 halfway through the fourth. But the Royal Strikers still be happy with this start, and especially when they're lacking some of the firepower. And that one is an appeal, and they seem pretty convinced of that one. The umpire, though, says no. And again, it's just going to fly through. Dot ball is just as valuable almost at this point, as neither of these batters are really getting away. But when you don't have Priyan Pushparajan or the runs of Chanjal Siddhasanan, someone else has to step up. And it's worth mentioning Chanjal actually, because he was the one that got runs on that first day when Priyan wasn't there. Of course, Priyan stole the show yesterday with his 100 not out and then 34 off 11 in the next game. So that's going to be 6 runs. It's a full toss. It's not quite as full as that previous no ball. It gets the treatment nonetheless, as it just gets pushed away to the leg side, and that will be the 50 up as well for the Royal Strikers. 54 for no loss. So Ashwin Raja goes into the 20s, and there's still 1 ball left of this 4th over. Yeah,
they needed that boundary, just like you said, after a good start, mainly because of a lot of extras. But the last couple of overs being better for the Crusaders, so you'd expect Royal Strikers to try and lash out here, and well, that's played well, and there he is. There's the Shusha, as we call him, and he's going to get a run out here. Very well fielded. You don't take his arm now. This is when you really see poor cricket. Vidusha Ramishka, we call him the Shusha. He hasn't bowled yet either, by the way, which is quite surprising, but he's already done some great fielding from there, and he's got a good arm. You're not, I mean, look at that fielder. The batter has ran as the ball is literally coming in. It's quite crazy. And what a way to lose your first partnership. Just have a look at this, and there's no way that run should be on. And Ashwin Raju, the key batter, is going to run himself out on 25. And yeah, I mean, you take nothing away from Ramishka, but just have a look. I mean, where is he looking? Oh, that's terrible. He turns the wrong way, Rico. So when you've got someone on the boundary with a gun arm like he does, you've got to look where the ball's coming. And he turns the wrong way. He's looking towards the archery range. And by the time he's called through, he's in no man's land. And we saw on that side replay as well, wasn't even in the frame when the bails were whipped off. Brilliant throw from Vidusha Rashmika, and a bit of a tame end to that solid opening partnership, which was worth 55 runs. But it is broken, and it's the captain who has to depart, Ashwin Raju. The new batter is Jamshed. As that was the end of the 4th as well. Vinith comes back on to bowl his 2nd. He bowled a decent opening over, taking just the 9 runs off it. That's a big swing and came off something there. I think it may have done a bit of bat, a bit of pad. Luckily for the batter, it didn't actually hit onto the stumps. Yeah, I think it's Jamshed. Jamshed is at the non-strikers, so it should be Arjun on striker. Yeah, it is. And it's worth mentioning as well, I was saying about Chanjal Siddhasanan missing. He's also missing behind the stumps. And Arjun Prakash, who's out there in the middle, who swung and missed at that one, he's listed as the wicket-keeper, so it'll be interesting to see if he's a worthy replacement for Chanjal, who scored a lot of runs as well. 41 in that first game, 34 in the second, and then 48 in the 18th game. So there's a lot of runs left on the table there with him and Priyan both not playing.
Yeah, very much so. So
with Roshan, the bowler. No, he's trying to hit it so hard, isn't he? Arjun Prakash. I reckon he's just a little bit frustrated with that run out. I still can't believe that run out. The thing I don't understand about it is both batters, they run the first, but both of them stopped and looked. Yeah. And they would have seen that Ramishka has the ball in his hands, and we've already seen him throw some great throws in from the boundary, and they still took it on. It was really crazy.
It was unnecessary as well, wasn't it?
Big time.
It was the final ball of the over. Okay, the over hadn't gone big, but just stay there and wait until the next one. Big appeal again, and this time the batter, well, he's not got much of a poker face as he slams his bat into his pad. He knows he's made contact with that one as it flies through to the keeper, and that is the second wicket to fall for the Royal Strikers, and it's Jamshed who was actually facing his first delivery, just nicks one through to the grateful hands of Erdly Chandiram, who's involved in his second wicket. Royal Strikers now 56 for 2.
Yes, soft dismissal, but clever bowling. I have to say, from Roshan, he just bangs it in short, right at the batter. He doesn't like the short stuff, that's Jamshed, and he just guides it straight to the wicketkeeper. No problems from Erdly Chandiram. And the second wicket now goes down. And remember, they haven't got too much depth in their batting, and that's why that run out of the captain was even more crucial.
Vishnu Sudhakaran, the new batter, and he'll just continue swinging outside the off stump. And this is actually what we saw from the Royal Strikers in those first two games. They were not very challenged in their chases. They won actually the first two games by 9 wickets. That speaks, I think, actually more for their bowling than their batting. And here, maybe a bit of their lack of depth has been exposed, especially with 2 key players out. That one is knocked into the offside, should be cut off, and will eventually be cut off by the second fielder out there, as that's mopped up, and it will just be a couple of runs to finish the over as you join us in the commentary cage, which is looking a bit brighter. We still need to make some home improvements maybe to our cage, but it's a lovely view on this lovely sports ground.
It's a lovely view on a beautiful day. I mean, look at that. You cannot see a cloud anywhere. A lovely sunny weather, and we're certainly enjoying some great action.
We are, and we've still got the bigger games to come. We saw the Eliminator this morning, Swieqi United. Well, I don't say they squeaked past, but they certainly put some runs on the board. But it was a good fight from the Warriors, and I'm excited to see Swieqi, because I'd probably even put them as favourites against whoever loses this game. Yeah,
the thing what Swieqi have shown, they've shown those championship qualities, haven't they? They weren't at their best. Top batters, the top 3 weren't performing in the group stages. But yesterday we started to see them shine when it mattered, and that's what good teams do. And they did the same here. And then, even though they put a big score on the board, they were seriously challenged by Masida. And again, they came good. It was like the captain knew who to bring on to get them the win. And you know, he himself, as well as Gujit, came on, bowled those important overs and got the win. And you just see, from what we saw from them, especially when you have a look at, say, here, what we're seeing here from the Royal Strikers and their batting, maybe even from the Southern Crusaders, that, you know, they've got the depth that we don't see in some of the other sides. You know, we're seeing, for example, the Royal Strikers have lost a couple of batters here now. We know that they will struggle. You could say the same with Southern Crusaders when they're out there. That's not going to go to the boundary. I think it should be stopped. It will be. Whereas Swieqi, the depth is there, and they, on this occasion, they show the depth there in the bowling as well. So, yeah, they're definitely the team to beat.
I think these two sides here, well, one of them will go through to the final and will go through unbeaten as well. So certainly a tough task for whoever gets through that qualifier too. Swieqi will certainly think that they're hitting form at the right time. They still need to do it the hard way, of course, after only finishing second in their group. They had to get through the Eliminator. That's a tick in the box. They've still got to get through qualifier 2, and then, of course, win the big final, and anything can happen in the final, as we know. And it's Jagath Purna who has come on now to bowl the 6th over. I imagine we'll see him trying to tie up the 6th and 8th overs, as he's a consistent performer, and he's certainly a star man, and I'm sure he will be a key wicket to pick up for the Strikers when the Crusaders have a bat as well.
Yeah, I think definitely he will be. I think he probably will open up with Michael Guntalika. Michael normally likes to Clip the ball about. That's hit straight to the fielder who doesn't take the catch. It's a big opportunity. And speaking of Michael, well, he's not wearing his shades this time. Maybe that's the problem. Michael Guntaleka, normally he's got good safe hands. Drops the catch. I suppose the one good thing he does do, he doesn't allow that ball to go past the boundary. So at least they're really keeping the pressure on in terms of keeping the opponents from hitting boundaries. But that's an opportunity that needed to be taken. Prakash gets a life.
It's a good delivery from Jagath Purna as Vishnu can only stab down on that one. I suppose Prakash almost deserved the opportunity because he hit it nicely, didn't he? It was a firm sweep. Maybe came to Michael a bit quicker than what he would have hoped for. And it went into the hands and straight back out of the hands. He did at least stop the boundary. The amount of times we see the drops on the boundary sail over the rope as well. But this has been a good over from Jagath Purna. We'll finish with just a single, so just the 4 singles coming off that over. And actually it's been a brilliant couple of overs for the Crusaders. The last 3 overs have gone for just 16 runs and they've picked up the 2 wickets as well. So really put the brakes on the momentum that the strikers had built up with that opening partnership. And it's a bit of friendly fire, isn't it? Because it all came about because of that run out, which was just a suicidal run between the 2 openers. And Ashwin Raju, the captain, he was the one that suffered the consequences.
Yeah, we said at the time, especially with no Sudasanan in the side, I mean, that's going to make a big difference. There's no Priyan in the side, so his role was huge. And everything was going so well. They were getting wides and 2 lots of 5 wides. They made a perfect start, 45 in the power play. And then, yeah, that run, it just makes no sense at all. And, of course, I'm pretty sure he's still dwelling on it. That's a good-looking shot. It's going to go all the way. 6 runs. He plays his shot really well, does Vishnu Sudhakaran. If you pitch the ball up to him, I like the way he plays it. Doesn't rush. He doesn't swing across the line. He hits through the ball. That's a nice shot.
Lovely hit as Mehboob Rahman comes on to bowl. So they're keeping pace off through the middle overs, trying to slow things down for the strikers. But there was no stopping that one as Vishnu just hit it beautifully through the line. That's a change of angle as a result as Mehboob, the left arm spinner, now comes around the wicket to the right-handed Vishnu.
I get the feeling that 110, I mean 112 was the expected there. 110 could be a good score here. I just feel that Southern Crusaders themselves, they've struggled. We saw that the last time we saw them with the bat themselves. And I think if Jagath Purna doesn't go well, if they get him early, it really could be interesting. We saw a high scoring contest. This could be a real low scoring tug of war between these two.
I think it will be a case of which side bowls better, because the batting, you'd say now, well, Jagath Purna, he probably holds the key for the Crusaders, but both of these sides have really impressed with their bowling so far. And, well, that's an impressive hit off the bat as that one flies towards the Qatari. They say meow as the Grizzly comes to say hello. And we haven't seen the car park in danger too many times, but when the left-handers are in and Arjun Prakash, he's certainly middling it, then we might hear some car alarms in the foreseeable future.
Well, how about that for a shot? I mean, he's skinnier than Ravi Panchal, and still he hits that a long, long way. Look at him, there's nothing of him, but he absolutely smashes it. What a shot that is from him. Wow, good hit. And Prakash looking to carry his bat through the innings. A few more shots like that will help the course of his side.
It was there to hit again. This time he goes straight, and there is a man at long off as it's mopped up there by Rahana, who I imagine we might not see for his second over after his first over went for 23, including several big sets of wides. But apart from that, actually, the bowling's been relatively tight. This is already the 6th over that the 6th bowler that the Crusaders have used going into the 7th over. So Vinith Vidashan, he's bowled out. He went for just 12. And at the end of the 7th, the strikers move on to 77 for 2 as we take a look at the calendar. And there's so many things going on. Liberation Series, looking forward to being in Jersey for the first time. I'm looking forward to going to Sweden. And I know you're going to enjoy your little Eastern European adventure as well.
Yeah. You'll be in there at the blue pitch at Landskrona. I'll be in Estonia, Tallinn again. Looking forward to that. And then Romania. Then I'll again have a little break before I return for Czechia. I'll do Czechia, Bulgaria. I won't be doing Finland, but of course Finland on the cards for the first time this year. And as we were saying yesterday, I mean, we've seen that already on a day like today. We're both here. I know that Vinny Sandu, Danny Hudicek are talking through that women's T20s that have started today. That's an interesting match happening there at the moment as we speak. And Phil G is there doing the night series in Belgium. We will have some cricket for you there as well. So plenty of cricket. That one is going to get in the gap. The chase is on, but they can't stop it. Quattro mas as Prakash just starting to pick up some valuable boundaries here as Jagat Puna goes for his first boundary.
Yeah, that was still a decent delivery from Jagath. Just a big swing from Arjun Prakash, who's probably swung himself into a bit of luck after that massive 6 in the previous over. It's a left-hander to a left-hander here, which we don't see too often, as he does go to that leg side and he does go for a flat 6. Not quite the legs on that previous 6, but 6 nonetheless. And the Royal Strikers keep ticking along here. And this partnership is now worth a decent 33 as the Strikers move to 89 for 2. Still 3 balls left of the 8th.
Yeah, I like what I'm saying. The Siddharth Karan, he has played one lovely shot for 6, but he's stroking the ball around, and the left-hander doesn't quite get that one away, really. It was there for the hit, wasn't it? But he'll just take the single because Prakash, the lefty, he's getting a few good shots in here as well. So he's doing his job. Of course, he was involved in that crazy run out, but at least he stuck around and he's got some important runs on the board for his team. Right, Siddharth Karan, he'll love to have one that he can just walk into, hit straight down the ground. We're in the golden Goldilocks zone as well.
He doesn't quite get that freebie that he was after from Jagath Purna, but they do run through for the single.
He plays that shot well. We've seen him play it about 5 times, but I'd like to see him just go a little bit more aggressive on it. He's got the time, he guides it to the fielder. Just get underneath it and get a bit more power into it, and I think he will clear the fielders as well. I like this. They're bowling it there for him because they know he's only going to just get the single.
This one's up in the air, and there's 2 fielders going underneath it. One of them should take it, and it is comfortably taken by the man there running back from the covers. And it's Sanjay, it's Gulfraz Masir, the opening bowler, who's still got 1 over left, who takes the catch despite the best efforts of Rohana Deharagoda there to put him off. But it was a nice catch up high to his left. And it's bad news for the Royal Strikers, as that is the end of Arjun Prakash, the man with 1 on his shirt, and he's top of the pile at the moment for the Royal Strikers, 32 off 21. It's also the end of the over, so Jagath Purna finishes his spell by picking up a wicket. He goes for 17 in his 2. At the end of the 8th, the Royal Strikers 91 for 3, so they're in a decent position to try and push on, but you've got Vishnu Sudhakaran at the crease, who's not exactly firing along. He's 14 off 11. He's joined now in the middle by Sanjay Siddharthan.
Yeah, and Salman Khan is going to greet them with the ball. I maintain if they get to that 110, that'll be a good score. He's got to either leave those or hit it to the boundary. There's nobody from the fine man on the sort of 45 to square leg, nobody in that zone. If you get a ball in that area, you've got to put it away. Vishnu Sudhakaran, we've seen him stroke the ball around quite pleasantly outside the off, but now we've got to see him get a bit of muscle power into those shots. He spoils what would have been a wide ball there.
Yeah, he's quite a classic player, isn't he? And when it's into the 9th over of a qualifier on finals day, at some point you just need to get down and dirty. You need to stop knocking it into the gap. It might look nice, but what will look even better is having another 20 runs on the board from here for the Strikers. But he gets off strike. Sanjay facing his first ball here, and he goes for the big swing. I suppose if you go big, you still need to make contact with the ball. Doesn't manage to do it on that occasion. I'm sure we'll see Sanjay with the ball as well. He was called Sanjay earlier in the week. Yeah, he was. I remember that. But he remembered he has a second name as well. That one's just drifted the wrong side. It's actually We haven't seen too many wides in this innings, apart from with that one slightly disastrous over from Rahana. Otherwise, just the third wide bowled.
There was something like 13 in that over, wasn't there? 2 lots of 5 wides and 3 others, I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't the best. Well, that's one of the best, as clean bowled Sanjay Siddharthan, who, well, he was going big. He had one idea in his mind, but Mohammad Salman Khan had a different idea entirely, and he cleans up middle stump and picks up his first wicket of the day and the 4th wicket for the Royal Strikers, as they are now 93 for 4. As that one just clipped the top of middle stump.
Yeah, a little bit of Bollywood delight from Salman Khan. He knocks down the stumps. And, well, it's going to be the old Derek for the better. A bit of the old... Well, we're still calling them Dereks. I don't care. They're still Dereks until we see Dudley appear on the screens. That's what I'm saying. So it's going to be a duck. And just... They don't want to... One thing you don't want to be doing here is swinging and missing and dot balls. You've got to still get bat on ball. And, well, that's one way to do it. Just leave the bat hanging there. It don't matter. It's bat on ball, it's a single. It's much better than swinging and missing.
Sebin Thomas on that occasion just gives it a forward push and at least gets the single. It's a great over so far, though, from Salman Khan. Just the 3 runs coming off it and the wicket. Final ball coming up. And that one again zips through to the keeper, and that's exactly right, Rico. They've just lost a bit of their momentum, a bit of their shape, have the Royal Strikers as they get to the end of the 9th. It didn't all happen for them on that occasion. They still need to at least get to that 100 mark now. 94 for 4 at the end of the 9th. They've got 6 balls left here to try and boost themselves up to at least something around par. We saw that the par score earlier today, well, it would have been boosted after that big hitting game just now, but it's probably around the 110 as we go into the final, and I'm assuming it's Gulfraz who's going to bowl in. It is the number 11 who steps up for the Crusaders, and he steps up with a wicket. First ball, and he dismisses Sebin Thomas, as that was just too good a delivery for the Strikers batter, and that's an early wicket in the 10th over. And this Royal Strikers innings is just petering out a little, as there was a swing and absolutely no contact there from Thomas as he departs, and the Strikers now 94 for 5.
Full and straight is what you got to do at this at the end of an innings. You know the batter's going to be going for the big shots, full and straight, and knock the stumps over. With a new batter coming out, you'd imagine that Gulfraz Masi will be looking to do exactly the same thing. And the Royal Strikers are still, for me, some 15 runs short of where they want to be here. Can they find a way to get a boundary or so? That's out. If he doesn't get back on this, that's plump. Yeah, it's full, it's straight. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Full, straight, on the money. Another one bites the dust. It's some more action as Tahir is going to go. First ball, golden duck.
Yeah, as soon as he missed that one on the full, there was pretty much no doubt about it. Gulfraz Masir liked it, and the umpire put up the finger of doom. So that's 2 and 2 for Gulfraz. He's got an opportunity here to put himself in the Hall of Fame. We've had 100, and can he put himself into the hat-trick Hall of Fame? And what a day we had yesterday, Rico. 3 hat-tricks. We had 2 here in Malta, and then a sneaky one in the evening by Ravi Tapthalal as he got himself in. And we go for the hat-trick here, and it's a big appeal, but I think it's probably going down legs. Oh, it's been given. It's been given, and that will be the hat-trick for Gulfraz Masir as he gets his 3rd wicket. It's Clinto Paul who played around that one. There was certainly no bat involved, and the umpire, he decided it was going on to hit the stumps. Gulfraz Masir, well, we had 3 hat-tricks yesterday, and we've got 1 early on here. So we take a look at this, Rico.
Oh, well, let's have a look at that. That's oh dear. Oof. I tell you what, buy him a drink. That's all I'm saying. Buy him a drink later, because you owe him one. That's a terrible call. It's a really bad call. I'm sorry. You've got to feel for Clinton Paul. And Clinton Paul will be doing the bowling later. We'll be saying to the umpire, hey, if you're giving those, you better give mine when I'm appealing. That's not a good one. And he's got a hat-trick to his name. Well, you never know. It could be a double hat-trick because they're just swinging and missing. All 3 balls have been wicket so far. What an over.
Can he get another one to add to the collection? Well, this time, I'm sure if it hit the pad...
That's middle stump gone, isn't it? going by the last one.
I think he would have appealed. It's just as well for the new batter, Jace Matthew, that he didn't get anything on it because he might have been in trouble there. I'm glad my eyes aren't deceiving me because I thought from here I was surely going down leg side, but the finger went up, and that's all that matters in the eyes of Gulfraz Massey as he is in the Hall of Fame. Doesn't manage to get 4 in 4. And that one certainly down the leg side as they will run through as well. It's good running actually from Jace Matthew to get anything they can on the board. It's a wide as well, so slowly inching up to the 100 mark, 97 now.
Yeah, hustle, gotta hustle. So 2 balls to go. Jace Matthew, we've seen him play, of course, at the national side as well. Can he get one away here? Massey with the ball. Oh, it's an ugly shot. You've got to run, keep going. And they might as well go again. Come on, go again. Yeah, that's the way to do it. It's the ECM, baby. That's the way we do it. And again, come on, do it. Under the Iba. Yeah, that's the way. Come on. He said, why not again? All right, are we ready to cue the music? Come on, bring it on. Well, I don't know why the bowler's out of breath. It's the batters that need the oxygen. Let's have a look at this. They get 3 from here. It
hits the stumps.
Boom, boom. And one more time for good luck. There we go. And that brings the 100 up, by the way. And go again. You might as well. This time we can keep since I'm not throwing it. Here comes the throw. And they're still going to mess it up. Go again. Why not? And he's going to be out this time. Oh, madre mia. What a finish. They'll finish on 101 for 8.
Wow. Well, I'm glad someone's paying attention. I hope the scorers have got all that noted down. On that one where they ran 3, it hit the stump. So the poor bowler, he's like, I've done my job. And somehow they've still run through for an extra run. And that time, I'm not sure why the keeper didn't just take the bails off at the striker's end because it would have been a run out. He gets all the way to the stumps, decides not to, throws the ball down to the non-striker's end, who then misses. And they decide then, the non-striker, he's going to run anyway, even though the ball was in hand. And, well, we'll make sure there's enough runs on the board there.
I got to ask you this question. So, that last over, okay, 6 runs came from it. All of those were extras. Is that a treble wicket made to the bowler? It has to be, doesn't it? He has... How about that? It was 7. 7 came off the over, but none of them off the bat. Well, that one always took out some of the local wildlife. But yeah, this was that crazy run out. That was just crazy. Until that point, they were going so well. They had the 50 on the board. They were rocking and rolling. Then Ashwin Raju runs himself out when both the batters just got it wrong. And then from there on, really it went downhill. Quite surprised actually that Vidusha Ramishka doesn't actually bowl. I mean, we've seen him bowling for Malta. So unless he's got an injury, that's the only thing that would explain why he doesn't bowl. But look, they fall for me 10 runs short where they need to be. But with the bowling chat that they have got, so they've got Jace Matthew, who's in the side. Clinton Paul has been bowling really well as well. You've got Vishnu Sudhakaran. They've got a good bowling attack. But I think we both agree there's one man that stands in the way, and that probably is Jagat Pune. If they can get him out early, it's definitely game on here for the Royal Strikers.
Yeah, you think that the game could go either way just in the power play. If Jagat Pune, he comes out, he opens, he gets off to a big start, then they're already going to be a significant way there to the score. But if they can get him out early, then someone else will have to step up for the Crusaders. Well, it was Gulfraz Massey who stepped up in this final over. That one, no doubt about that one. That one, maybe a bit more doubt about it, but the umpire's finger went up. And
you're too kind.
That's why Gulfraz will be in the Hall of Fame in the most ECN of final overs, as here they go 1. And look at this, Rico. Gulfraz gets the ball, hits the stumps, and then he's pointing to no one in particular. They go for another run, and that wasn't the end of the craziness, as then they go again. And, well, that was the penultimate ball, and even the final ball, they managed to go through for a single somehow. And in the end, as the scorers just about pick up their brains off the floor. It is 101 on the board for the Royal Strikers. They lost 8 wickets. 3 of them were in that final over. There's a bit of chaos all around. It was such a good start, wasn't it, for the Strikers, as Raju and Prakash, they put on...
I'm so glad number 11 didn't come out to bat. I hope he's not going to bowl.
Oh.
That is an incredible name, by the way.
It's a great...
Incredible name. I wanted you to say that name. God, you rehearsed it.
I would say it's a great Scrabble score, but I don't think there's that many Ks in the Scrabble box. Anyway, the bowlers, well, there were 6 of them used, and Rahana, he had a bit of a nightmare over 23 runs, most of them coming in wides. But otherwise, Mohammed Salman Khan, I'd probably say he was the pick. Gulfrez Masir, yes, he got 3 wickets, but they were a bit assisted by that one call, but he did bowl on the spot in that final over, and he had a good opening over as well. So at the end of that pretty chaotic innings in Qualifier 1, the Royal Strikers got 101 on the board, probably just about below par, but it all rests on whether the Southern Crusaders can fire, and when someone like Jagath Purna is on the form he's in, say, well, they're looking and licking their lips at the prospect of getting straight through to the final this afternoon. But it's 102 runs they need. Can they do it? You don't have too long to wait and find out, as you can join us back here in just about 5 to 10 minutes time for the run chase in this Qualifier 1. Remember, we're in the spring series here in Malta. It's a beautiful sunny day, so don't go away as you come back to join us on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Malta Spring Series 2025 here on the European Cricket Network, where we are halfway through Qualifier 1 and the Royal Strikers have posted 101 runs on the board, meaning that the Crusaders, if they want to make it straight through to the final, they need to get one better. 102 is what they need. Both of these sides going into this game unbeaten. One side will continue that and will go into the final with a 5-0 record. As for the other side, well, because of the fact that both of these teams top their groups, they have the double chance to get through to the final, so they will be facing the winner of that eliminator, which was Swieqi United. So it's not last chance saloon for either of these sides, but they certainly will want to get through to the final, put their feet up this afternoon and come back refreshed and recharged for the final game, which is at 5:30 local time. As it looks like it's the opening partnership that we expected to see out there for the Southern Crusaders, with Jagath Purna at the non-striker's end and the man with the yellow helmet, Michael Gunteleke, the captain of the Southern Crusaders, leading the charge from the front. As he will face up the first ball, and with ball in hand for the Royal Strikers, it's Sanjay, formerly known as, now Sanjay Siddharthan. As he's shown skill throughout the series so far. Picked up 2 wickets in their win against the power hitters and another 2, that time just 2 for 5, when the Strikers beat the MMA Titans by 35 runs. That was in the final group stage game for the Strikers, which gave them this unbeaten record and allowed them to top the table. As that one starts outside off stump, and the right side of the wide line as far as the umpire is concerned. Remember, we had another Hall of Fame entry in that first innings, as there was a hat-trick picked up by Gulfraz Masih. It was in the final over. There was a bit of luck involved in it as well, as the LBW decision went his way, but he won't mind one jot, as Gulfraz, he finished with figures of 3 for 11, and the final over had it all. Well, it didn't have any runs off the bat, but it had the 3 wickets, the hat-trick to start with. And then we had an all-run 3 byes, which I don't think the ball ever went more than about 2 meters from the pitch, but somehow they managed to scamper through and get over that 100 mark. This is a good start to the innings from Sanjay. Right on the money, straight away. Doesn't allow Michael any sort of width. He does get his bat down on that one. Works it away for a single, and that brings the danger man, Jagath Purna, to the crease. Scored back-to-back half-centuries on day 1 of this series. 54 off just 18 deliveries in game 1. Followed that up with 57 off 22 in game 3. Both of those were, of course, wins for the Crusaders. And then 32 off 15 in their final game, which was, in fact, that golden ball as well. He crunches that one. First up, a bit of width on offer from Sanjay, but Jagath Purna just dismisses it to the boundary. You could probably hear the crack of the bat there through the effects mic, as Jagath Purna, he's a man in some form, and he's shown it off the very first delivery here. Worth taking a look at that one. So quick, it was tough for the camera crew to catch hold of that one. Sanjay just needs to straighten up here against Jagath. Can't give him any sort of width. There's just a bit of width on offer there, and Jagath goes straighter this time. 1 bounce 4. And this man, he is on a hot streak, and he wants to get his Crusaders into the final. And remember, he's also pretty handy with the ball, as he picked up a wicket as well. His 2 overs just went for 17, and he really is the star man for the Southern Crusaders. We remember as well that the Royal Strikers, they have star performers of their own, but well, the 2 main ones, Priyan Pushparajan, he'd say he's the big one. He's not playing in this game. Jagath, though, is playing for the Crusaders. We got a chance to run out here, direct hit, and Michael would have gone. He'd given up the ghost, had the man with the yellow helmet, but luckily for him, the throw came in from Vidusha Rashmika, and it was slightly wayward, and Michael lives to see the end of the over as the Southern Crusaders. Still a good over from Sanjay, just the 9 runs coming off it, and that's unlucky for some, unlucky for us as well. 13 matches since a golden ball. And while as Rico joins me back in the box, this feels like a kind of total that has GB territory.
I was about to say, you know, I just want to... Match number 13 was the golden ball match. So this is 13 matches since that golden ball. I wonder. And Southern Crusaders are playing it as well. So it could be. And certainly the way it started with some lovely shots there from Jagath. But Michael Gunteleka. That's nicely played, but to the field and no run. And Marcus, more the correct kind of plays. A little bit like what we saw from Vishnu Sudhakaran. It does like to play nice straight shots. He's very good on the pull shot actually. If you bowl badly to him on the leg side, he gets that away. But outside the off, you can contain him, and I think that's what they're looking to do. This is Vishnu Sudhakaran, who I just mentioned, that's similar to him. It's that short one, and he's going to get that away. And that's his go-to shot. You don't want to be giving him too many short deliveries, because that's when Michael will score runs.
He doesn't get all of it, does he, Rico? But he certainly gets enough. As just a bit too short there from Vishnu. I think Michael knows his role here is just to stick around and support Jagath Purna and almost take a bit of the pressure off Jagath. If he can be at the striker's end for a fair bit of this and just get runs on the board, then it doesn't feel like for Jagath that the whole hopes of the Crusaders rest on his shoulders. On that occasion, though, Michael's a bit more of an ugly swing. There's nothing ugly about his gloves. It's the yellow combination. Don't see it too often. I think he pulls it off, though.
He pulls it off, yeah, that bright yellow lid. I mean, I must admit, there was a time when I was playing, if a player came on with a bright colour lid, you thought, right, boys, we know what we're aiming at.
Well, it's certainly a big target, isn't it, for Vishnu Sudhakaran? As he does dig that one in short, and that's a well-executed bounce.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. The yellow lid is glowing like the sun. And the Grizzly, well, it's attracted to it.
Almost steps onto his own stumps there, does Michael. As Vishnu, he's not the tallest of bowlers, but he gets it to zip through. And well, as Lee Tuck confirmed earlier as well, there's nothing changed to the pitch, but just because we're going through a dry spell into the summer here in Malta, it just dries up a bit, no moisture around, and it pings off, and that's pinged off the bat. It's gone into the hands of the fielder, but straight over the rope as well. It's a good effort there, actually, from Clinto Paul there on the boundary. As he was running away to his right, he did get to it. I think he got both his hands to it, but it just pops out and pops over the boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah, it's fingertips, isn't it? Fingertips, and over it goes for 6. So that's 2 boundaries in the over, but also 3 dot balls, so still can finish the over well. And, well, he will get away with it. It's that shorter delivery again. I wonder, yeah, the umpires are happy with that, because don't forget, the one that was short did go over the shoulder, and they decided that that one wasn't short enough. It's the end of the over. So 2 boundary shots from it, 10 from it, score 19 after 2. So still very much in the balance this match.
That hit Michael right on the shoulder, but it was a well-executed slow ball, 2 in the over for Vishnu Sudhakaran. As the reason the Southern Crusaders are in this, I wouldn't say comfortable, but nice position of having the double chance to get to the final is that they did finish sitting pretty at the top of Group B, the only side actually to not suffer a defeat. It's quite an aesthetically pleasing table, isn't it? 4, 3, 2, 1 in the wins, and then 0 and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the losses. And it's good for the old maths brain that all adds up. And of course, they did pick up a few bonus points as well, which is why they, even if they lose this one, they're not out of it. But I don't think either side out there in the middle is particularly relishing the prospect of coming up against a Swieqi United that is, it's a rumbling machine that's just about getting into gear now, especially with Mehboob Ali in the runs this morning. As Jace Matthew will bowl the 3rd over for the Royal Strikers. That one's a bit short, it's cut away by Jagath Purna for a single. Jace Matthews is going to be a key player, isn't he, for the Strikers? His 2 overs, he's always someone that the Strikers can rely on, especially in the absence of Priyan Pushparajan, who you'd imagine would have bowled 2 overs possibly, or probably actually, and Chanjal, of course, he would have had the gloves on. So in the absence of those 2 big names, Jace Matthews is certainly one that will have to stand up and be counted with the ball.
They're making a change in the field here. I like this to Michael. I'm not sure it's quite right though. I'll touch on it after this delivery. And that's exactly what I was going to go to. So with when Jagat Pune is on strike, they had 2 men out the offside because he does like to play outside the offside. And once they switched strike, one of those came in and they pushed third back. I get the feeling they need to, because he does like to play the pull shot, they need to go with the mid-wicket back. Now I wonder if they'll make any adjustments, still keeping him up. So it's an interesting choice of field here to Michael. He'll relish the opportunity to go over the top of the leg side field.
He's going to go again. This time it's along the ground, but it's not good bowling again from Jace Matthew, as that one's played away behind square for a 6 and a 4. And yeah, it's just not right from Matthew, especially with this field, as you said, Rico. If he's going to have 2 boundary riders on the offside, then you not only need to bowl on middle and off stump, you need to bowl probably 4th or 5th or 6th stump.
Yeah, and he's at his best when we've seen him captaining the likes of the Edix Knights. He's at his best when he's charging in and he gets that ball to swing in. He's got to be starting outside off, and Yorker length delivery, that's his go-to ball. Let's see if he gets it right this time.
It's a better delivery, probably would have been a wide actually, but they run through for a single. I'd rather he's bowling wides outside off stump than anything straight, because as you saw with those previous 2 deliveries, Michael's just going to eat those up. That time though, he just puts his bat on it, and rather than taking the wide, gets the single instead, gets Jagath Purna back on strike. But this has been a good start from the Crusaders.
Got to be careful here. That third has remembered to come back up. He was still on the boundary for a moment. So the 2 now go back as on the offside.
Still 2 balls left in the power play. So miscue gone straight into the ground. And well, for the Crusaders, they're exactly on the run rate here. They need just about 10 and over to see them into the finals. And Jagath Purna actually hasn't been firing from the very off, but this is exactly what I was saying. If Michael can take on a bit of the boundary hitting responsibility and Jagath can just almost sneak through a few overs, then he can go big if the Crusaders need him to in the latter stages. Final ball of the power play. He crunches that. That's such a powerful shot for him. And there's 2 fielders out there and neither of them have any chance of getting that ball. I think the closest fielder probably only about 5 meters from it, but he hits it with such power. And actually Ashwin Raju, the captain out there, had absolutely no chance. That is the end of the 3rd end of the power play. Crusaders 35 for no loss.
Yeah, cracking shot. That's the second immaculate hit that he's played for the cut. This time right in between those 2 fielders. But you're right, only a few meters away, but he's hit that so well. You're not cutting that off. So 35 in the power play, but you can see the difference. They are 10 behind of where their opponents were, but of course we know then came that crazy run out in that 4th over and everything changed. So the Royal strikers, they need to find a wicket from somewhere. I think that's a disappointing over really there from Jace Matthew. With him getting the ball in his hand, you expected him to cause a few issues for the batters, but he didn't seem to. It dealt with him pretty easily. And let's see how they deal with Clinton Paul, who's bowling now his first over.
And they've got to break this partnership, as both these batters now looking relatively settled. As 35 runs off the power play. The strikers were actually 45 off the power play, also for no loss. But that more actually tells you how much their innings fell away, doesn't it? At the halfway stage, 58 for 2. Even then we were thinking, well, they can get to 120, 130. They're certainly putting themselves in contention. Just kept on losing wickets. 5 wickets lost in the last 3 overs. That's why they only just managed to squeak over the 100 mark, finishing 101 for 8. That one drifts down the leg side, and extras is certainly something that the strikers can't afford to give away too many of. That is the first one actually though of the innings, which is pretty impressive going into the 4th over, but they have gone hard with their bowlers straight up, haven't they? They've gone to Sanjay, Vishnu and Jace, probably the 3 frontline bowlers. And again, it's just too straight from Clinto Paul. Jagath Purna doesn't need a second invitation to just pivot away on that one. He gives himself all the time in the world, and he's never a player that looks rushed, is he? He just spins on that one. I think it does land just shy of the boundary, so it will be 4 runs. Oh, has it gone for 6? I think it's just short. Or does it hit the rope?
I think just.
Oh, I think it's the shadow, isn't it? Yeah.
I think it's 4 runs.
My instinct was
just before.
Yeah, exactly. 4
but
runs.
Again, you're right. Not good bowling here. Paul, similarly to Giles Matthew in the last one, just dropping the ball a little bit too short, bowling in the wrong areas. You've got to be looking to go. I know he likes to cut the ball, but you've got a field set for that. So keep that ball outside the off. That's too wide. It's going to be another wide call there by the umpire. So we say hi to the likes of Wayne Ghulam and Dave. I know that we've got our boys from Australia in the chat as well, the ECS Supporters Club in Australia. I hope you're all wearing your Peacock Friday shirts, of course. Helix was in the chat as well. Nice to have you all with us, of course. The start of the weekend as well, a long weekend for a lot of people with May Day celebrations yesterday. There's the cut shot, and once again it's in the gap. I say in the gap, probably the fielder who's on the 30-yard circle should have made the stop.
Said it was Paolo who made the stop. Good fielding there by the man in white, the blue crew man. He waits for it to come off the wall and bowls it back. Rico, they have 2 fielders out there, and the ball's gone straight through them twice. I feel like one of them needs to move across. They know exactly what Jagath Purna wants to do. And there you go. They have now moved the 3rd man out. As I don't think Purna is one to hit it this straight. He always just rocks back on that back foot and cuts it through that cover region. Exactly there. And that one does go a tiny bit straighter. But again, he doesn't quite get hold of all of it.
Let's see the change they're making the field here. It'll be interesting to see this. So we saw them put 4 on the offside on the boundary. He sort of had the long off, 2 extra cover, and the sweeper at point. So they'll still keep 2 out there. I don't think this is the field to Michael. Michael doesn't. He might play the cut shot, so point back is a good idea. But having the extra cover back to Michael, I don't think that is a good idea, and that's well bowled. Better delivery. First time I think we've seen a ball that's pitched right up there. So that's nicely bowled by Clinton Paul. Clinton Paul, 12 of the over so far. You can have a look at the over rate. They've taken it to below 9. And head straight to the fielder. They are running, and the fielder does make the stop but cannot stop the single. End of the over. Michael Guntalika will stay on strike. He's actually ahead of Purna on the run department. He's got 1 more to his name, but having said that, he has faced more deliveries. He moves to 24. Purna is on 22. 48 without loss. Got to break this partnership. I still maintain that with the Southern Crusaders missing Ryan Bastians from their side, if they can get the wicket and get it now with 54 runs still required, then there's a way back in this for the Royal Strikers, playing for a spot in the final.
Well, the Crusaders are cruising at the moment into that final. Still a long way to go though, as this one goes high up in the air. There's fielders converging underneath it, but it will drop safely, and they manage to run through for the 1.
Gets played away. Now, you just brought my attention to something. This is something that I was talking to you about yesterday.
So we've got the word through on the commentator hotline from over in Czechia. It is a T20, so it's not a T10.
All right.
But
still.
T20 figures coming up after this over, or this ball. It's whipped away by Purna for no run. Samanthi Dunakedenia has put herself on the Hall of Fame as she's picked up figures, and it must have been to end the innings as well, because she's done it in 3.5 overs. Figures of 7 for 15. And maybe Rico, you can call up the score card and give us a bit more information. So it's not going to go on the T10 Hall of Fame. So Stefan Gooch, he's saying thank you very much. What are you talking about? Someone's cut away. There is a fielder out there. There's 2 fielders out there, and neither of them can do the fielding. And well, Jagath Purna is saying you can probably put your whole side out there and I'll still get it through. Such as the power in that cut shot. There's 2 of them there, and it's a bit of a comedy act there as Purna crunches that one away.
Yeah.
This Crusaders move, this partnership moves beyond the 50 mark, 53 for no loss now. Tell me about that sevenfer.
Unbelievable. So Samanthi Dunakadenia for 3.5 overs. One maiden in there as well, which I'm guessing's got it. Oh, well, it has to be a wicket maiden because she took 7. And 7 wickets. There was a no ball in there as well. There was also 4 wides in there, but 7 for 15.
So have Cyprus already won that game?
Yeah, that game's done. They were bowled out in 7.5 overs to Czechia women. So what a win that is.
Big win for Cyprus. That's 114 runs, the winning margin. Reminder, that is a T20, not a T10, but it's in the Hall of Fame nevertheless. And someone who finds himself in the Hall of Fame at the moment is Jagath Purna. He was in the Hall of Fame last year with his 118. Don't think he's going to get there on this occasion, but this could be a match-winning knock as he hits that one into the bushes in front of the archery range. Just too short from Vishnu Sudhakaran. Someone like Jagath Purna is not going to be troubled by the bounce on that and just hooks it away. The Crusaders now needing 43 in 31 deliveries. Still 1 ball left of the 5th. And the Royal Strikers here don't really seem to have too many ideas. The double teapot is out from the bowler. He needs to at least unteapot one of his arms to bowl this delivery. But it's already gone for 11, and that's more than enough for the Crusaders. The run rate required is just around 8.3. Big appeal, but there was a lot of bat involved in that one. And I think that's exactly what Vishnu realised after a couple of seconds of violent appealing. In the end, though, just a single, and there we go. 59 on the board for the Crusaders, and this is the action that's happening over in Czechia, and what a first game. Clearly, this has already been a bit of a history-making game for Cyprus, but Czechia, they're the hosts, and they're going to want to do themselves justice in that game too. And as a reminder, that's happening over the next 3 days as well. That's T20 action, as well as, of course, the international action that's starting here over the weekend.
Yeah, and just to confirm that, Cyprus women are winning the first match, 151 for 1 to 37 all out. The Czechia women, so a big margin of 114 runs and a 7-wicket haul in there as well. So returning our attention back to this one, and some interference coming through. Hopefully, it's not gonna persist. I think we're okay here now. So can they get this breakthrough? Turning our attention back to this match. So they're going to go another bowler here, Jason Jerome. Is it kind of the same? You know, every bowler is coming to bowl, but it's the same old thing. Right arm over the wicket. There's nothing different. It's Simon. They haven't got a left armer in there. They need something different. They need a spinner maybe. To try something different, to try and get this wicket. Somebody's got to be thinking outside the box, maybe a little bit smarter, because otherwise the Crusaders, they're just cruising to a spot in the final here.
The Crusaders don't need to do anything differently. They just are knocking it around. Even a couple of overs that don't go for the required rate won't be a trouble for them, because they know they can accelerate if they need to. As that one's cut away, there is a fielder out there. Just going back to those figures, I think, I've just done a very quick look. I think it's only the second time ever in T20Is that 7 wickets have been taken by one bowler.
Oh,
So
what is that? It got to be up there as the best bowling figure.
well, the best bowling figures, 7 for 8.
This is a match I think I mentioned before.
Malaysia against China.
That's right, yeah.
That was a couple of years ago.
That's a 90. Was it a 90? Oh, chance gets dropped. And that now, well, that catch goes down. That was so important. Michael Guntalika plays out. They've got the short mid-wicket in. Catching opportunity, but down it goes. And you got to feel with that catch going down is Semin Thomas. That puts it down. That may be the chances of the Strikers getting a win here. Go down with it.
Well hit down the ground by Purna. That's equally well defended by Sanjay Siddharthan. So it was China against Malaysia, and China were bowled out for 23.
Yeah.
And Syazrul Idris got 7 for 8, and all 7 were bowled. And then Malaysia actually lost 2 wickets, and they did manage to win in the 5th over, 24 for 2, so they won by 8 wickets. I'll give you one guess who was man of the match, but I assume in that game over in
Man of the
Czechia.
match. Man of the match.
Well, he was a man. Player of the match. Samantha, I'm sure, was woman of the match,
Yeah,
player of the match,
player,
as she picked
yeah.
up 7 for 15, and only the second player in history in T20 eyes to pick up a 7 for.
How
so
about that? What and on the European Cricket Network. It's fair to say, though, I know it's not T10, but considering that the innings didn't last more than 10 overs, we could say that we've had a first 7-wicket haul. But I suppose all of those stats probably go onto a different Hall of Fame. We must have one for the T20 internationals as well, for men and maybe for women, as that one's another one that gets away. So after putting the catch down, Michael Gunzlicker is now thinking, well, you know what? It's going to be my day. I'm just going to open up and get us to a victory pretty early. And, well, I suppose it is a warm day. It's not that warm, though, as the batters take on a bit of fluid. Well, it's nice that Michael's arranging that he's getting a drink of water. And maybe he'll have a banana and an orange at the same time. And I know he does that for us as well. So, yeah, look, I don't know what your thought on this is. I played a lot of cricket. And if I'm out there just 6 overs, I don't think I need a drink of water. It's not 30+ degrees. And maybe it's the orange. Wear a different colour helmet, Michael. The orange helmet attracts the sun and it makes your head boil. That's what I'm going to say to that.
it probably attracts the bugs as well.
I bet it does.
Maybe we don't mind it because it's taking them away from the cage here. But yeah, I think when you only need 31 runs, you can do it in 1 over, Michael. Come on.
Yeah.
As well, yeah, the Strikers now in big trouble as the Crusaders 71 for no loss. And just cruising are the Crusaders at this point. The Royal Strikers need something to happen, and it's got to happen quick as they throw the ball back to one of the key bowlers, Sanjay Siddharthan. Bowled a good opening over, went for just 9 runs. But you can see the Southern Crusaders have battered themselves into a position where they don't really need to hit with any kind of urgency. As that previous over from Jason Jerome, it was a low-risk over. Still, the 2 boundaries at the end of it meant that they were well above the run rate, which has now dropped to below 8. They just need 2 boundary balls every over, and the rest they can have more drinks if they want and just have a nice time. 30 now needed for the Crusaders. Michael has even quenched by that water drink. Well, he runs one, so maybe his argument is that he's still having to run out there, and these two on a bit of a chase themselves. Who might finish with the highest score? It was 35s apiece. With that single, Michael takes himself to 36. But clearly everything's happening in that Czechia game as well, so it's certainly multi-screen territory, isn't it?
It definitely is. Just looking at how things went on finals day when we were here in February, and of course it was this one was a Gundy ball. That's a full toss, and it needed to be put away, and it was put away. You can't be bowling that to a good batter, as Jagat Puna now gets into the 40s, eyeing up his 3rd 50 in this tournament. Yeah, Humron Stallions, they beat the Innings Knights in the first semi-final, and we then saw the Southern Crusaders take on Swieqi United in semi-final number 2, and they only managed 87, and Swieqi United knocked the runs off quite comfortably, winning by 10 wickets. Swieqi United then would beat the Stallions in the final, and that's another shot. Speaking of finals, you can see that Jagat Puna has got his eyes fixed on playing in the final this time. He's not going to lose out getting there, as that's another big 6. They're just 17 runs away now, and he's 3 away from another half-century.
That'll be his 3rd half-century of this series, and certainly, well, with 1.5 feet in the final now, he's putting his hat in the ring for MVP as well, but it depends on what happens in that final, as that one gets big on him. I think it hits him on the helmet. They're going to run through the head buys in the end. As the chase was on there for the keeper, Arjun Prakash. He needs a yellow one. I think the yellow ones provide more protection.
I love the concern there of Michael saying, doesn't matter, you've been hit on the lid, come on, run. We want the leg by. And I like the way Jagat Puna gets to the other end, and he gives the thumbs up, first of all, to the umpire, the fielders, and even to us here, even to the camera. He says, I'm fine. And he has to run hard. You see, he gets here, takes his helmet off, and then he's given the okay. He said, "I'm okay." Enter the camera. And, they will just check the lid. It's another. Well, now it's his turn. Well, he's allowed to have a bit of water, I suppose. He did get hit on the lid, and I think the medic along with. Well, I like this. And Johnny saying, "Oh, just look at me, will you? Can Merial de udan na dekhiya? Merial de kinni ungliyan? Ek ke do? And ek do ten." I like the way that the umpire does it. The medic just said, "All right, then I'll just stand here and watch you do it."
Was that a bit of a mansplaining medical check there?
Wasn't it just? I mean, Johnny tried to collar him earlier and couldn't, and then he says he's okay, takes have some water, and Johnny said, "You're going nowhere until I do the test." Anyway, better be safe than sorry. I like that. And well, Sanjay Siddharthan got a ball to go here. Can they even get a wicket here? The way things are going here, they're really struggling to cause any concerns for the batters. Michael just plays that away, wants a single, won't get it this time. I like the fact that they have tightened up that cordon. They've done it a little bit too late for me though. End of the over, it's 86 at the end of the 7th.
As we take a look at the equation on finals day so far, and we can't quite put the Southern Crusaders name in there, but we can slowly start putting it in pencil at least, as I imagine it will be the Southern Crusaders going through to the final. Of course, it's not game over for the Royal Strikers, as they will go into qualifier 2 up against Swieqi United, which will be coming after a bit of a longer break as well. Of course, only the 4 games coming to you from Malta here on finals day. So both the Royal Strikers and Swieqi, of course, have had a longer break. They'll have time then, the Strikers, assuming that they don't manage to defend these 16 runs, just to compose themselves. Slower ball bowled by Jason Jerome, who's come back for his second over. The chase is on. It's a good piece of fielding. Diving away to his right was Vishnu. Manages to stop the boundary there. Good commitment as well, given that it's late in the game and it's dry on that outfield as well. A bit of a knee grazer, but he manages to stop the... I think they only ran the 1 in the end, so it was a 1 instead of a 4.
It was a good save. And this one is not going to carry. It's the throw, and ouch, it's hit the bowler, I think, on the foot. So another single. And this Michael gets Jagat Puna back on strike. He's on 48 and getting ready to probably celebrate another half century. So being a very good, consistent performer. Big question is going into, of course, that second qualifier. Are we going to see Chanjal or Priyan? Because you just feel that the Royal Strikers, with just the one real batter, Ashwin Raju, the captain, in the side, they're not going to test Swieqi enough. And the bowling, as we're seeing here, it's in the air, and it's going to be 6 runs. And that is going to be a half century for Jagat Puna. Well batted, and he'll move into the 50s now. 54 of 22 deliveries. So it also means that the number of runs required now is just 8 for victory. But yeah, I just can't see. I mean, and also with this bowling, Priyan brings something different with the ball. You know, he bowls slower, but he darts the ball in Yorker length. They just haven't been able to do that. There's been no variation in this attack. Well, this one should be out, and it will be. So they will get a wicket. 94. Here's the partnership that they put together. The wicket will fall. It will be Jagat Puna who will go. But they've got the wicket they wanted, but they've got it far too late, with only 8 runs required from 14 balls for victory.
It's the captain, Ashwin Raju, who takes the comfortable catch in the outfield, but you can see by the lack of his celebration that he knows this game is more or less wrapped up, and that's thanks to the 2 batters out there, one of whom now does have to depart, Jagat Puna, not before he notches, though, his 3rd half century.
We're not going to know who's who now. Look at the 2 batters.
Oh dear.
Look at this. Both have the yellow lids and the yellow gloves. Well, Abdul Rahman, of course, is the new batter, so he's on strike.
He's literally trying to curry favour with his captain by stealing his style, as he knocks it into the leg side, and get more favour with his captain by allowing him to face the final ball of the 8th. So now just 7 runs needed. for the win for the Crusaders, and wow, what a player Jagath Purna is. He'll be full of confidence going into that final later this afternoon with 3 half-centuries to his name in this series. Michael, well, he probably won't get there himself now. The maths is against him, but he'll keep the strike for the 9th over, with the Southern Crusaders now just needing the 6 runs for victory, and now looking almost certain that the Royal Strikers will have to compete in that qualifier 2 against Swieqi United, and only one of those 2 will go through to the final, where they will face up against the Southern Crusaders, who are looking like a strong team, aren't they, Rico? They don't have the superstars as much, but they have great players throughout.
I think what Southern Crusaders, if you look at the way that they played all the way through this series, and maybe even in the past, I think they're a team who will try to contain a team to a score under that 110, and then they'll get there. One way they'll get there. They won't do it. They won't, sail through. Well, that's well bowled. It's a wicket. It's going to be the end of Michael. So both the openers will go here. Michael Guntaleka will go for 38. He plays the wrong shot for this one. 38 of 25. That's well bowled. And Clinton Paul comes into the attack. And bowling his second over. It gets a wicket straight away. So, well, is there going to be a twist in this still? 2 new batters now are out there. So they're still needing the 6 runs. But yeah, just going back to that, I think they're relying on containing a team to a low score. We've seen that all the way through the results. Even remember the golden ball match, 83 to 83 against the Bajiba Blasters. If a team scores big against them, so we were saying with the Royal Strikers, we feel they finished 15 short, but they were on for about that 130 at one stage, and I said if they got to that, it will be a very good score. And I think the Southern Crusaders against a big score, I don't think, especially without Ryan Bastians in their side, they don't have the power to, I think, score those big runs. Oh, that's a little bit of hard luck, really. And that basically seals their fate. They're going to have to take on Swieqi United in the next match, because only 2 now required from 10 deliveries. It's a good delivery, Yorker length, but the batter, this is Vinod Vidrashan, somehow manages to get a bit of a bottom of the bat onto it, and it goes for 4. So Southern Crusaders, they're going to book their players, they're going to take it nice and easy, and they get into a final. They've had a lot of issues trying to get there. We know that I think they got into a final, was it at some point last year, or was it a semi-final, and they had a terrible time when they got blown away. Yeah,
and that was by, guess who, Swieqi United. That was the 2025, so just a few months ago, as they will get the 2 runs needed here for the victory. They go 1 better than the Southern Crusaders, as they do go to the final, and they avoid, at least for now, Swieqi United, who they lost to by 10 wickets in that semi-final just a few months ago. Of course, Swieqi were the eventual winners of the ECS on that occasion, and Southern Crusaders, they've put themselves firmly in contention to lift that trophy as they cruise into the final, winning this one comfortably in the end by 8 wickets. And who will they face up to? Well, it will be the winner of either the Royal Strikers or Swieqi United in that qualifier 2. And the Royal Strikers, well, they certainly want to face up against a resurgent Swieqi United.
Yeah, and look, they want, and like I said, the big question, of course, we won't know that until we start to see what the squads are a little bit later on, because there's some time, of course, before that match is scheduled. But are we going to see Priyan in the side? Is Chanjal also going to be in that side? They need batters, and they know that. So it's going to be interesting. Swieqi United, well, many people will say they are starting to click. We saw, once again, another century from Mehboob Ali, Mohammed Kasim, and their captain, Ajmal, also in the runs. And with the ball, they've got depth. And when they needed those bowlers to step up, they were able to do so. So they certainly probably are still the favourites, I would guess, even though if they're going to do it this time around, they're going to have to do it the hard way and win 3 matches in a row. But we're just having a look at some of the hitting here. It was clinical, really. Well hit, well struck. But just played really, really well. That one, well, that was a bit of a surprise. A bit of a knock-knock upstairs for Jagath Purna. But he was all right in the end. It took time to check him out. And then there was this shot down the ground. Another run-out opportunity, maybe. It came off the foot, off the bowler. But they would lose another wicket. First of all was that one of Pune, who went kind of one-handed at that shot. It was well held by the captain, Ashwin Raju, and then that was the end of Michael. But just when I thought, well, maybe there could be a twist, that happens. A little bit of mal suerte for the bowler. An inside edge, I went to the boundary for 4, and then that would be the winning runs. It would be done and dusted as they comfortably come back for the 2. So the Southern Crusaders, see a bit of a fist bump there from the batter out in the middle, have booked their place in the final, and they will be now playing the waiting game to see who they'll play in that final. The next match will be the all-important qualifier, where the Royal Strikers are going to have to pick themselves up as they take on the might of Swieqi United.
Southern Crusaders, meanwhile, they've been the nearly men on a few occasions, losing that semi-final in 2025. I know they've lost finals in the past. Well, they've put themselves in contention again here as they get themselves into that big championship game, and it's thanks to those 2 opening batters, Michael and Jagath. They did almost all the heavy lifting there. It was 94 runs on the board before Jagath fell, but not before as well. He got his 3rd half century of the series, and then it was down to the captain, Michael, and before he fell then, Abdul Rahman and Vinith finished it off for the Crusaders. As for the Strikers, they just didn't really fire with the ball. It was not a bad bowling performance in terms of extras, actually only 2 wides. They just weren't bowling in the right spots, and for Jagath and Michael, it was all too easy to just dispatch those shorter balls over the rope, and in the end, Royal Strikers had no answers to those 2 opening batters for the Crusaders. But they've got time now to pose some questions to Swieqi United and also come up with some answers. Of course, they'll be coming up against some big batters as well, no more so than Mehboob Ali, who just got his full century Hall of Fame on about a couple of hours ago, so he's going to be in blistering form. So certainly the Royal Strikers, they'll have to regroup, and they've got just over 90 minutes to do so, so they've at least got some time to get together and see what their game plan is against the reigning champs, Swieqi United, who are looking to go for 2 wins in 2 ECSs. So there you have it, the end of qualifier number 1, the Southern Crusaders. They cruise home to the win against the Strikers by 8 wickets, so we will be seeing them in the final at the end of today. But before then, we have the qualifier number 2, as the Royal Strikers, they have at least the benefit of the second chance, and that second chance will be up against Swieqi United in a big game. Luckily though, you've got a bit of time to put your feet up. I know it's also the innings break, or it's the break between the 2 T20s over in Czechia and Cyprus, so take these 90 minutes, have a spot of lunch, enjoy the glorious sunshine, which I hope is beating down on you wherever you are, and join me, Tina Goff and Rico for qualifier number 2 in just over 90 minutes time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Master Sports Complex, where we're into Qualifier 2 on this finals day, Peacock Friday, and it's the final chance for both of these sides to make their way into the final, where they will face the Southern Crusaders. Will it be the Royal Strikers or will it be Swieqi United that book their place into the final? Before we talk about the teams, let's go into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Swieqi to call. Ooh. Tails is a call. And it's a heads. They're going to have a bowl.
So there you have it. The Royal Strikers, they have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Well, it's been all change for them, hasn't it, as they lost that game to the Southern Crusaders, which means they do find themselves in this Qualifier 2. And they've been without Priyan Pushparajan and Chanjal with the gloves, and they're two big misses, and I think they'll be missing for this game as well. So the question is for the Strikers, where will the runs come from? They've certainly got some wicket-taking options. Jace Matthew, he didn't have the best of games just then, but he will come back strongly, I'm sure. And they need to be strong, and they need to have all of their bowling weapons out if they're going to stop Swieqi United, a resurgent Swieqi United, who of course had to win that Eliminator this morning to give themselves a chance of reclaiming that title, the ECS crown that they won just a few months ago back in February. And there's one man that the Strikers will have to stop, and that is Mehboob Ali. He got into the Hall of Fame earlier today with a big 100, and he looks like he's hitting form just at the right time. And Swieqi United are certainly ones to watch. If they get into the final, I'd even maybe put them as favourites, but that's a big if. They still need to get past the Royal Strikers in this Qualifier 2. Of course, it's do or die. It's last chance saloon for both of these sides. Who is going to make it through to the final? Well, someone who's certainly going to be in the final is Rico Full, as he is in the commentary cage waiting to talk you through this game. Rico, take it away.
Thank you very much to Tina Goff, doing a wonderful job out there in the middle. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I hope you've all had a nice break as we get set for the afternoon session. And of course, we will start with this qualifier number 2. Swieqi United taking on the Royal Strikers. And well, Tina, as you heard her reflect on, would they be playing in this match or not? No, you can see there is no Priyan Pushparajan, and Chanjan Siddhasanan is not in the side either. Jitu Johnny does come into the side. So once again, Ashwin Raju, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders when it comes to the batting, and Arjun Prakash, the left-hander, will once again have to buckle down and try and score some valuable runs. First thing that they've got to do is try to contain the hard hitters of Swieqi United. Mehboob Ali is only just behind Poonam now in the runs. He scored over 200 runs in the series, and he's got the likes of Mohammad Qasim, Mohammad Ajmal, and also Jaspal Singh that are all finding their form. And we know that there are other hitters in there as well. Arif Ahmed, he's also a pretty big gun with the bat as well. And if required upon, Gurjit Singh and Wasim Abbas can also play their part as well. So they are a strong side. They showed the qualities and their depth, really, when it came not just to the batting in the group stages, but also probably in that last eliminator in their bowling as well, when they came up good against the firepower of the Masita Warriors, winning that one 175 to 154 to book their place in this qualifier. Number 2, the umpires are out there. It's going to be umpire Jani and Umar are going to be the 2 umpires on the field, and of course got Aranga. He is the 3rd umpire, and the umpires have been really well led by Mr. Horns himself, Tyrone Peters. I hope you've all had a nice little break. What have you been up to? I know that we around the grounds certainly have. We've had a chance to just have a nice chat about things in life in general. I had a nice little conversation with John Heasham as well, threw a few cricket balls around, and now ready to go for the afternoon session. Once again, you can see there no change in the weather here. It is hot out there in the middle, and myself and Tina, we're blessed that at this time of day we are sort of in quite a nice shaded part of the ground, and that helps to keep us slightly cooler. In fact, I've actually put my jacket on because, don't tell the others, it's actually a bit cool in here. So, ready to go. Mehboob Ali, these last 2 knocks have been good and scored a half century and a century, and he's looking to do it again. Remember, he was 106 and not out in this one, and yesterday he was 65 he scored, and also took 5 for 3. So here's the first, and that's hit pretty well, but just drops before, and oh, that could be really close. They're going to go upstairs to check. I think Mehboob only just gets there because he gets a little bit accelerated. Look, he's ball watching. He thinks he's going to be caught, and then let's see if he gets the bat down in time. He does, only just, but you can see he was made to work hard, and that looked a little bit uncomfortable for him actually to get there, but he only just managed to do it. You can see the captain there, Mohammed Ajmal, saying to him, "What were you doing? Why didn't you run straight away?" Anyway, they do make it. That was a close call, good moment, good pick up and throw there from the fielder. That was the captain, Ashwin Raju. And the bowler still wants to keep Raju in that mid-on position to the left-hander. That's got to make sense because they have got a fielder on the boundary in between the mid-off and square leg. That's way down the leg side. A little bit of extra pace here from Sanjay Siddhanathan. They know they've got to try and, I think they will probably feel, I mean, with most teams you think get a couple of wickets and you can probably contain and slow them down. But with Swieqi, I think you're talking at least 4 wickets. You've got to have them down when you start to think you might have them in trouble. Well, that's really close. It's a good delivery. It beats Mohammed Ajmal. All ends up as he swings in hope. But fortunately for him, A, it misses the pegs, and secondly, it doesn't catch any off the bat as it goes through to the keeper. That's Arjun Prakash, who's behind the stumps. And that one's right on the line, but it gets called wide. That's not a. It's a tough call on the umpire, but I don't think that is a wide. We've had a few of those, haven't we? No, that's hit hard, and that's going to be flat 6, I think. They're going to have a boundary check on this, but I think, yeah, it does. There's umpire Jani. He's giving it his little swag. A signal for 6. I like it. Jani goes, bowl it, bowl it, bowl it, and it does go all the way. And that gets absolutely mullered. And nice to have everybody back in the chat. Some people are not behaving themselves. And Well, I'm going to let Tina loose in a moment. Purple Heart, you better be ready to run. Here comes the next. And that's played well. It just strays this time into the pads, and it's almost like Ajmal knows this is coming. And that's flicked away as well. And Paul Cameron, don't worry. Tina's just had a look at me and said, don't worry. I'm thick skin, I can look after myself. And I assure you, she certainly can. But yeah, come on, we are a family here. We all have to be nice to each other. There's no place for people not to be nice. We know that. We all look out for each other on the chat. And I've got John Hisham here as well. And if you don't behave yourself, John will sort you out. Looking spectacular in his Peacock Friday shirt. Yeah, happy Peacock Friday to everyone. So, few people got Zubaya saying that Ajmal will go big in this match, and he's got a close scare, didn't he, with one got through him, but he's bounced back pretty well. Today, by the way, if you are thinking about having lunch and stuff, it is World Tuna Day today, is observed throughout the coastal zone of the planet. The date was an achievement of fishing community scientists and environmentalists who came together to protect tuna schools around the world and help create a sustainable fishing model. And the big question is, why is tuna so important? Well, because tuna is one of the most vigorous and important fish in the seas, and it's certainly amongst the most fascinating when it comes to the size, strength, agility and speed. In addition, it's one of the most important animals of the human economy and nutrition system. So World Tuna Day being celebrated today, as well as, of course, Brothers and Sisters Day. And we are all brothers and sisters in the chat, so come on, let's all be nice to each other as we have a look at today's schedule, and a good time to welcome Tina back into the commentary cage, as we call it.
Oh yeah, I'm in cage fighting mood now, Rico, but it's all love, isn't it? We had World Love Day the other day, Brothers and Sisters Day today, so we're all one big family, and the family's looking forward to a final gathering in just a few hours' time. One of these two sides will be joining the Crusaders, who are on their crusade to lift up that beautiful ECS trophy. And well, Swieqi have got off to a start which we're used to seeing from them. A couple of boundaries in the first over, and Jace Matthew, I mentioned him in the intros, he's got to get his bowling boots on here. He does start off with a wide. He wasn't at his fluid best in that defeat to the Southern Crusaders, and when you're missing some of the superstars like the strikers are in the form of Push Parajan and Chanjal, they need someone else to step up. And Jace Matthews certainly got experience, but he's coming up against Mohammed Ajmal, who has pasted that one into the car park, and the Cats have been woken from their afternoon slumber as that one goes flying in to say hello.
Well, I thought we were having a fight in the chat. Now we've got a cat fight as well. This one is just such a beautiful pickup. It's a lovely shot. Mohammed Ajmal, we saw him playing and batting like this a fair bit in February, and we were saying that some of these guys are coming good when it matters. That certainly could be the case here for Swieqi. That's another blistering shot for 6 from the captain, Mohammed Ajmal of Swieqi.
Jace Matthew tries to hide it outside off stump on that occasion. He knows if he gets anywhere near the hitting arc of Mohammed Ajmal, then he's going to have another one through a car window. That one, though, a bit too wide. Almost threatening to be a no ball, actually. It was pushed so far across Ajmal.
Isn't it fascinating? So much. I don't think I've seen it swinging hardly at all today. Look at Jace Matthew. Normally he does get that ball to move around a little bit, but even that one, that's better directed. He gets that one right, it goes right across the line, but it just doesn't seem to be doing anything today.
Well, we were having questions, weren't we, about the ball and whether it's a 4-piece ball, and
that's correct.
I can confirm it most certainly is. And yeah, it's just weird, isn't it, how conditions, they certainly haven't changed by the looks of it. Jace Matthew comes in, that one's clubbed down the ground, should just be a single. A clean pick up and throw might have actually had Mohammed Ajmal in trouble. Yeah, it's just been wall-to-wall blue skies the last few days. Nothing that we can really say has changed. Today's actually maybe been a bit more windy, which you'd suggest might lend itself to a bit more swing, but haven't really seen much at all today. Maybe it's also different bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All the teams we've seen, I mean, we know that Lala, he normally gets a bit of swing. He was basically straightforward up and down today. Ashok, Vishanai, very much the same. Wasim Ahmed. So it's just not happening. And it's just funny, you know, nobody can really sort of turn around and say, well, this is why it happens. We all think we know. But on a day where you think the ball isn't going to swing, it does. And yesterday could have been one of those days. Today's very similar to yesterday, a little bit warmer. But it doesn't seem to be too much movement there at all. I mean, it's not the best of shots there from Mehboob. It's one that normally you would put away. I wonder if he's feeling it a little bit. Mehboob Ali, and I know he loves to bat, he loves to play, but he's had to work hard for his team to get them here. And of course, he's got 2 big knocks behind him, but he'll want to just keep going. And just drops the bat on that one in the gap. Will take the single. And at the moment, it's Ajmal who's doing a lot of the hitting.
Yeah, well, that's not bad signs actually for Swieqi. They've got Mehboob Ali, but they want the others to chip in with runs as well. And remember, Mehboob, he's bowling pretty much 2 overs every single game as well. He picked up that hat-trick. He got the fifer. We thought maybe he'd be threatening that all-time Hall of Fame. So he's been doing it all this week so far for Swieqi. Mohammad Ajmal has been doing most of the heavy lifting here. It's the final ball of the second over, bowled by Jace Matthew.
Yeah,
it would have been a wide, and it's going to be a wicket as Mohammad Ajmal, he fishes after it. He should have left it well alone, Rico. It would have been a wide. In the end, he has to depart, and you can see he doesn't want to go, almost dragging himself off the pitch as that one just threw his hand at it, and you can see his bottom hand came off the bat, and look how wide that would have been. In the end, though, it lands in the grateful hands of Point.
well, I suppose Jace Matthew knew what he was trying to do. He bowled a couple of big wides in that area already, but he just had a feeling that he could get Ajmal to chase it, and Ajmal did. And I suppose the difference between him and maybe Cinderella, well, Cinderella didn't know when to leave the ball, well, Ajmal certainly didn't. That was going to be a big wide. He plays at it and he hands over. I mean, it's not the easiest of catches. It still had to be taken, but Jason Jerome was up to the task and removes the captain for 18 of 9 balls. So well done to Jerome.
Suddenly what was looking like a dream opening 2 overs for Swieqi has a bit of a nightmare end to it. A wicket off the very final ball of the second, and exactly what Royal Strikers needed to break what was looking like already quite a threatening opening partnership, especially that one that was deposited into the car park by the captain of Swieqi. But he does have to depart, and it's Mohammed Kazim who comes in at 3. So the big hitters keep on coming, but it's Mehboob Ali who's on strike here as Vishnu Sudhakaran comes in for his first over. That one's clubbed hard. It's a great tumbling dive there by Ashwin Raju, the captain, to avoid what would have been a certain boundary. And in fact,
Don't run.
Mehboob Ali says, no, I'm going 4s or 6s. Don't make me run to the other end.
Now, we've seen this before, and because you don't run, you don't rotate the strike, and the next ball you get out. Will it be one of those situations here? So close to being. Mehboob, I know he ran quite uncomfortably to get himself in that first over, and he didn't look that healthy running. And whether he just decided, look, I don't feel great if I have to run. I want to try and save myself for a bit of bowling, might have to do, so I'm just going to try and club it.
Can he make it 3rd time lucky? Yes, as that one gets slashed away into that exact same spot that actually Mohammad Ajmal targeted just a few balls ago, and the 2 girls there from 2 circles, they know what's what. It's Elsa and Maggie doing the job of the men in black. 6 runs, thank you girls.
Well, I'd love to see Elsa and Maggie out there doing the umpiring as well. I think they know all the rules. Well, they know that's 6. Look at them, there they are. Elsa and Maggie, put them up in the air, girls. Put them up like you just don't care. That's 6 runs. Yeah, nicely done. Good hit as well from Mehboob, and that's taken a while to come back. But yeah, Mehboob, he was letting Ajmal do all the hitting early on. That's his first boundary, so he's got one out the middle, and that's always a bad sign.
He goes again. This time it's nowhere near out of the middle, but it goes straight through the middle of mid-wicket. And you can see Mehboob's in the mood because usually people's feet start moving when they're getting into form. His feet stop moving. He just plants, watch this one, plants about a centimetre to his left outside the leg stump and just swipes it. That's all he needs to do though.
Yeah, he likes to bat a long way outside of his crease as well, doesn't he? And he's got a big reach, we know that.
That's a better delivery actually. Makes Mehboob do something, tries to get his feet in the right place, but he still gets his bat down on it. It's another 4 runs. It's not a bad ball, it's Rico from Vishnu. You can see what he's trying to do, but Mehboob just leans onto it and hits it away for the 3rd boundary in a row.
It's quite a cracking shot actually, because you're right, he tucks him right up, but Mehboob somehow manages to get that leg out of the way, wheels the bat round and hits it for 4. Comeback
ball. And it's up in the air. There's calls of catch it. There's a man out there and it will be taken. And that's a massive wicket for the Royal Strikers. And you can see just how much it means to them as he takes the catch, boots the ball up in the air. And the Royal Strikers get their man at the very end of the power play. Mehboob Ali falls and Swieqi lose their 2nd wicket, 38 for 2.
Yeah, and Mehboob loses his wicket, but you can see there's the joy. Now let's see the frustration of Mehboob Ali, because I don't know if we got this on camera, we must have, but watch him when he gets out. Watch the bat here. Here we go. Oh, well, and then he knows he's done wrong, the big man. Well, we call him the gentle giant, but he gets out and he is furious with himself. And Mehboob Ali, he will definitely, Tyrone Peters is a very sensitive guy. He's played a lot of cricket himself, and of course he's an excellent professional coach. He'll know what Mehboob is going through. He'll take his time, but he will have a chat with Mehboob Ali. You can't be doing that, and not when the camera's around. But there's a big wicket. 2 wickets have fallen at the end of overs, and big ones. Mohammad Kasim has been joined now by Jaspal Singh with the score 38 for 2.
And I think you'd say with that wicket, the Royal Strikers probably have won the power play. As you see, well, the run rate is not really an issue. Still 14 runs coming off that, but all 14 of those were off the bat of Mehboob Ali, who then on the final ball of the over did depart. And it was a nice catch out there by Sanjay Siddharthan, who bowled a decent-ish first over. But first and foremost, he got that wicket. That's a big wicket to fall. As we go into the 4th with Jitu Johnny, who's into the team and into the bowling here, the left arm round bowler, and that's crunched away into covers. And that was Tyrone, who you were just talking about, taking some evasive action there. That's the fastest I've seen him move all week.
Oh, well, I think Tyrone was probably on his way to have a chat with Mehboob Ali, and then he ends up getting into the action, trying to stop that one. That gets past him.
I'm not sure he was trying to stop that, Rico. I think he was trying to get out of the way of it. Evasive action. Well, only Tyrone will know if he was trying to stop it or trying to save his life. Either way, goes flying to the boundary. Mohammad Kasim straight into the runs. 2 brand new batters at the crease. Jaspal Singh came in at the end of that power play after the wicket of Mehboob Ali. That one called a wide?
Yeah,
it should have been.
Yeah, it was down leg side wide call, but he's also running right in front of the umpire here as well. So I think the umpire here, Umpire Umair, will have to probably have a word with the bowler as well. Can't be running right in front of him. That's one of those who quite easily can get something on it, but if the umpire can't see it, can't give it. This is interesting. They've got 2 wickets. I was saying that they really need to get a couple more, and this is why, as Mohammad Kasim plays this one away, almost bounces in to our commentary position. I was ready for it, Tina, ready for it, but it just hits the post actually, hits the post and goes to the side. But a lovely shot from Kasim. Remember Kasim, he put a good partnership together with Mehboob, a partnership that was worth, I think, 81, and he scored 31 of 8. So he's in good form as well. They need another couple of wickets. I mean, it's good that the Strikers have got a couple of the big fish already, but they know there's still batters out there that are dangerous.
Just kind of jumps forward there, does Kasim, but he doesn't want to allow that ball to swing in on that angle as well from Johnny going left arm around. So he just jumps forward, plods it into the offside, gets himself off strike and gets Jaspal Singh on strike, who hasn't faced a ball yet.
Oh, here's Jaspal. He's sort of gone up and down the order, hasn't he? He certainly was instrumental when the rest of the batting wasn't clicking. And he's going to start with a little risky edge. As it's poquito de suerte por Jaspal Singh. Tienes 4, pero con suerte. 4 runs. A little bit of luck going the way of Jaspal.
So both of these batters scored 4s off their very first deliveries. Again, not quite where Jaspal would have wanted it to go. But he's already scored a few runs this tournament. 2 lots of 30s. That was in game 7, in game 19. Remember, Swieqi actually lost that opening game against this very side, the Royal Strikers, by 9 wickets. So it was a comprehensive dismantling by the Strikers on that occasion. But we even then said the Swieqi team weren't really at the races, but we knew that they had several gears to go into because they showed that in February. They went unbeaten on that occasion, and since that opening game defeat to the Royal Strikers, they've gone unbeaten here as well.
That's right, they've beaten everybody since then. And of course, the big issue for the Strikers is, and I know that we're dwelling on it a bit, but they are 2 of the key batters down. I know on that day when they won, as that's too short and will be deposited to the behind square boundary. I think that's, well, they're giving it 6. I was going to say we might need to check the boundary on this, but 6 runs is being called by the umpires as he gets the swivel on this. So this time they won't lose a wicket at the end of the over, and that over from Jithu Johnny will go magical. 23 will come from it, and no wickets down either. That means that the score moves into the 60s, 61 then for 2 at the end of 4 overs. So you can see the scoring at a healthy rate, and with no Chanjal in the side. Priyam Pushpajan didn't play that day anyway, but Chanjal did score majority of the runs. If my memory serves me right, I just quickly look at my notes. He scored 41 of 27, and Ashwin Raju scored the 37. That's where those runs came from when they chased the 103 for victory. But they've only got Ashwin Raju in the side today. The others have to buckle down, and you just feel, I'm going to stick by what I said, that if Swieqi can get past that 120 mark, and at the moment they're looking like they will, then it's going to be hard work for the Royal Strikers. And
we've been saying all along the Royal Strikers have got through the series on just little contributions from a fair few batters, apart from, of course, that one big 100 from Priyam Pushparajan of just 31 deliveries. Everyone else, I don't think we've even had a half century from anyone else, but it's just been 30s and 40s, just getting them over the line. And Chanjal was actually the closest to a half century. He got 48. So with those 2 missing, it needs to have a couple of players just chipping in. They certainly don't want to be facing a big total, but they've been doing well in this last couple of balls, although Clinto Paul, the reason it's not been flying to the boundary is because he's not quite found his line. He started off with a couple of wides, but a better one on that occasion. I think, though, it's what we've said before. Lisi is trying to keep that ball outside the off, and it works. I mean, just take a look at what the dismissal of Mohammad Ajmal. It was a wide ball from Dice Matthew, but he chased it, got an edge, and got the wicket. So you're far better off trying to go for that approach than trying to go short. We saw that certainly didn't work in the last over from Jithu Johnny. So I like this from Clinton Paul. All right, he might have started with 2 wides, but he knows exactly which areas he's trying to get that ball in. That's a better area. It can just be clubbed into the leg side by Jaspal Singh. Hi to Vinny, who's popped up in the chat, doing his perfect parallel commentary, chatting, watching. I'm sure he's doing some production in the background as well. As, of course, he's over in Czechia, where Czechia are currently playing against Cyprus. That's women's T20I internationals. Cyprus batting first on that occasion again, as that one's hit hard through the covers. 1 bounce 4, and Mohammad Kazim, he's only faced 5 balls so far, but he's been hitting them and hitting them hard, Rico. He's my definition of Mohammad Kasim over the last few years. He's small but mighty. He can hit a ball, this guy. I don't think he's ever gone on and scored a big score. I'm sure he's not scored 100 on the network, but when he gets going, he looks destined to do so. You think he's going to go all the way, and then he'll do something like play at a big wide and put it into the hands of backward point or something, or a ball that's going down the leg side, he'll put it into the keeper's gloves. He'll always find a way to get out, but he's a good striker of the ball, and he tends to score at a pretty quick rate. His high score on the network was this year actually 79 in that earlier series against Malta Day, and he's well on his way here. So he just pivots on that one. That one goes all the way for 6 again. He moves to 27 off just 6 deliveries. And Clinto Paul, when he gets it right, he's a dangerous bowler, but when he gets it wrong, he's the easiest bowler in the world to deposit over the boundary, and that's exactly what Kazim did on that occasion.
Yeah, what a lovely shot that is. He almost gets the bullseye there as he rocks back, and a little bit of the and also I think that one is close to being our 1x bet shot of the day. What a lovely shot that was. Really good shot. It goes back in his crease and gets low and gets a swivel in. Here we go. 1x bet shot of the day maybe. What a lovely shot, and a bullseye to go with it as well. The new balls, please. They have come out. Oh, now that is pretty close, and the umpire says it's more than close. It's out. And Mohammed Kasim will go also right at the end of the over. 75 at the halfway point, but they lose their 3rd wicket. And Kasim, he'll go for 27 of just 7 deliveries. And this one, I mean, impact, I think, yeah, I don't see that missing. That's probably going to go and cannon on to the off stump. It's a good call, I think, from the umpire. And well done to Clinto Paul. He has the habit of picking up big wickets when it matters. He takes another, and a fine time to welcome you into our commentary position. It's been our home for the past few days and will continue to be. And not just for the completion of course, this final stuff, but of course for the international action that starts here tomorrow. Yeah, very much looking forward to the internationals. We've got 5 games tomorrow, 5 games the day after, and a mix of men's and women's games as well. So we've got Estonia visiting on the men's side, we've got Croatia visiting for the women. It's an absolute European party here in Malta. It certainly is, and I'm loving the fact that we're going to see, again, players that we know, new players as well. And I think it's going to be really exciting, and of course, following on from that, we then also have some T20 action as well. So plenty of cricket still to come from here in Malta, and plenty still to come, of course, in this finals day. So key moment. I said they need 4 wickets, really, the Royal Strikers, and they can start to really press on Swieqi. Well, they've taken 3 now. So they need just 1 more to pick up, I feel, and then they can really start to contain them. But they have got 75 on the board already at the halfway point. There's a big swing down the ground here, and Long On was interested, but now he'll only have to chase the Grizzly into the wall there. There's a big swing off the bat of Jaspal Singh, and he gets it all the way to the boundary. So 6 to start off the 6th over, and he's joined out in the middle by Gurjeet Singh. It's the second time actually that Swieqi have lost a wicket on the final ball of the over. It's always a bit frustrating, isn't it? That previous over from Clinto Paul, it went for 14. There was actually no reason for Mohammed Kasim to go for that one big swing again, and he did. It was a bit of an ugly swipe across the line. It was a good call. Yeah, it was a good call, and it was good delivery as well. And that's up in the air, but he's going to get a little bit lucky. Well, he'll say he played for it. He said, I knew exactly where the fielder was. Got it over him, got it away. All I'm seeing out there, Tina, no, we can't see out in the field, but a lot of shadows of, I wonder how I can describe it as big birds flying around. I wonder if there's, have they got any birds of prey out here? Because normally the birds that we see here are the little, small birds, like sparrows type size, but I think there's some big ones out there as well. Just keep an eye out some of the shadows out there. It's not the big bird from Sesame Street, although Michael with his yellow helmet kind of looked a bit like Big Bird. Good shout from you, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of nature around here. We had the lizard earlier. We had that mysterious flying beetle, which I'm glad we only saw for a fleeting second because I didn't want to equate myself with that. That was, that looked a nasty piece of work, actually, whatever that was, but it went out of here pretty quickly, thankfully. And nice butterflies. We had a weird creepy crawly in front of the clubhouse the other morning as one goes through to the keeper. That's right, and yeah. One of the local groundskeepers came and put it in a bottle and took it away. And he was telling us it was poisonous. And I wasn't sure if he was winding us up, but I was absolutely not going to find out if he was telling the truth or not. Those ones were the one. You may not know because I know that you've not been coming here for so many years, but there was a point as that's, wide ball? All right, well, I'll go with the umpire. It didn't look that wide to me, but I must admit, I didn't see it full on first time. I just was watching the way the Yeah, I think that's catching the line. But anyway, but those things are the ones that eat the grass. So you know when you'll see little clusters of the grass that's disappearing? Well, they're the ones responsible. They're underground and they eat the roots from underneath, and they cause all sorts of destruction. And apparently they've come over many years ago when the grass was brought over here from wherever. I can't remember. I think it was somewhere in Asia, and they came along with them, and they've been destroying the grass ever since. So that's why the groundsman, everyone around here, loves the fact that the birds are here, because the birds, when you see the birds on the ground, that's what they're digging for.
Ah, okay, so they're not poisonous to humans, but poisonous to the grass.
Yeah.
That's why the groundskeeper was so upset, presumably.
I think the bit that you heard, nobody tell Ravi, is that's, again, a good delivery, but I think it's outside the off-peg. But everybody was telling Ravi, yeah, Ravi, they're poisonous, they're like leeches, they'll do this. Because Ravi, you just have to say boo and he gets scared. So I think that's why everybody said that. So Ravi, when you see him walking around, he's always very careful where he's treading as we get to the end of the 6 over. The score, 88 for 3.
That was a good recovery, actually, from Jason Jerome. He went for 10 off his first 2 deliveries. Did throw down a couple of wides, but otherwise just went for that one single. Jaspal Singh maybe could be accused of trying to hit the ball a bit too hard. It's been serving Swieqi well for a good few years now, hasn't it? And well, at the end of the 6th, at 88 for 3, pretty well positioned here to go big in the final 4 overs. Gurjeet Singh, though, he hasn't scored a run yet. He'll have a chance here. As it looks like it will be Clinto Paul to come back for his second over after he picked up a wicket on the final delivery of the last, but first delivery of the next. And he's flicked away to the boundary, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, right into our Let's Play Cricket banner. Yeah, let's all play cricket. That's what we want. We want the whole world, the whole globe to be playing cricket. And we're certainly doing our bit to get Europe playing and travelling all over the place and to a lot of new destinations this year as well. Like Jersey, which of course is coming up on our schedule pretty soon. Finland as well. It's going to be an absolute cracking year.
Passing, steps across the stubs, tries to hit that one down the ground, misses out. Yeah,
interesting. Sorry, Tina. Interesting one about Jaspal.
Yeah,
he does play really well out in the offside, but I don't know why he's either not picking this. There's something wrong. So this is the ideal opportunity for him to cut or play into that third area, but he's trying to hit straight down the ground where this fielder's waiting.
Yeah, there's a long on and a long off. He's persisting going down the ground. That goes into the hands and out of the hands of Jace Matthew there, I think.
Yep.
It is, as well, not only pops through his hands, but it runs away to the rope, and that might be a costly drop as Jaspal Singh moves on to 25. And Swieqi United inching closer to that 100 mark. It was one of those ones where either sticks or it doesn't. It just bursts through his hands, and as soon as it's gone past him, there's no chance of him stopping the ball either. Jaspal Singh gets a life. Can he make the most of it? He's just swiping at the ball a little. He just needs to keep his shape at the crease. And he does on that occasion. That's exactly what the doctor ordered. And that goes into the archery range. The archers don't seem to be out on this bright Friday afternoon. And had they been, they might have had a grizzly for tea.
There's been a few in there. This one, again, the fence stops going over. But, yeah, how many times? You know what I'm going to say, people? I know everybody in the chat knows what I'm going to say. You drop a catch, it goes to the boundary. The next ball, it's also going to the boundary. It's just written, isn't it? It's written. And that's exactly what Jaspal does, and he sends it for a big 6. 31 of 12. The 100 has come up as well.
He goes again. Doesn't get a hold of all of this one. There's a fielder out there. Vishnu, does he take the catch?
Oh,
no, he does not. The cap goes to the ground. So does the ball. So does the fielder. And they give Jaspal Singh another life there as they just run through for a single, but you can't keep dropping these big batters. The Royal Strikers again rue their sloppy fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, well, dropped on 21, now 31. That one is more straightforward one. You've got to be holding those. And, well, if you can't get players to take the catches off you, the best thing you can do is knock the stumps over. The only problem is Gurjeet Singh that will go. And to be fair, it's not the first time we've said there's Gurjeet departing, could be a good thing for Swieqi United, because that was the 4th ball that he faced, and I think he just knew he had to have a swipe at this and get out of the way and let somebody else get in there and do the business, and that's exactly what he will do. But Jaspal is still there. It's another wicket that falls at the end of the over. I think that's going to be, what, 4 now?
I think Swieqi will be writing to the MCC petitioning for 5 ball overs, because that's the only way they're going to stop losing the wickets. Luckily for them, though, that over still did go for 15. And as you said, Rico, Jaspal Singh is still out there. He'll have the strike. He's joined at the non-strikers end by Arif Mohammed. So we take a look at the still pretty distant future. At the end of September, we have the ECC for the men, the Challenger division, with the winners of those 2 groups and the playoff winners going to the finals day in the middle of October. So much cricket to come between now and then, as this one's hit away into the offside. There's a man out there, and it's the 3rd drop in about 7 balls, as this time it pops into the hands of Sanjay out there, and he looked like he was well set. It just died on him a little, which meant that he was trying to take that a bit lower than he should have done. And Jaspal Singh, well, he's a cat with 9 lives at the moment. That's 3 by my count, and he lives to keep on batting, and the Royal Strikers just keep on dropping.
Well, Jaspal, पता नहीं केड़ा आज पार करके आया होना है ना, कर दो पार किता ताल कितने चांस मिल जाते हैं. Surely his luck is going to run out eventually. There's Arif Mohammed, probably does the right thing, just gets a bit of bat on ball and takes a very cool and a leisurely stroll to the other end and says to Jaspal, there you go, son, keep on going, it's your day here today. Yeah. You're having all the luck, make it count.
I think Jaspal's going to go out and buy a lottery ticket at the end of this, because everything's going his way at the moment. Can he go big again here? He tries and goes down the ground. Does it have the legs on it? It absolutely does. Ashwin Raju, the captain of the Strikers, was interested for a moment or two, but could only watch that soar over his head, and the Royal Strikers really being punished for their mistakes now as Swieqi go to 111.
That bat, you know, there's definitely not right. I mean, all right, he's hitting 6s from it, but there's a crack in that bat. You can hear it.
It's a bit clunky, isn't it?
It just doesn't sound right. I did see him have a look at it, but he's sticking with it. But this one just played along the ground, and well, Jaspal is running quickly, but he's already halfway back for the second, and Arif has only just got in his crease. So 112, they're still on course for that 140. I get the feeling that 120 could be hard work for the Royal Strikers. And that's probably what the win predictor is thinking here as well. How does that come off the bat?
I think that must come off the very toe of the bat, because it just hits something and dies an absolute death. And the poor wicketkeeper there, Arjun Prakash, couldn't really do much about that. I think he's a bit of a standing keeper anyway, as Chanjal was keeping the rest of the series. But take a look at this one, just grubs off the toe.
He does very well, the keeper, actually.
Sticks out a right boot and manages to get on the end of it as well. Final ball of the 8th. It'll be final ball of the 8th, take 2, as that one goes down the wrong side of the pitch. Jaspal Singh, does he take a single hit, get himself on strike?
Nah, I think he'll be looking to whack it to the boundary. I think that's the way. But it's the last ball of the over, so there's a very good chance we could see a wicket here.
Will we have a 3rd wicket on the final ball of the over? Will Jaspal Singh get dropped again? Well, it could be a wicket, and he will be dropped again. Since Ashwin Raju, probably the toughest of all the chances. I think calling it a full drop is a little harsh, but certainly he got both hands on it. You could hear the slap of the Grizzly into the hands, and he only manages it to push it over the bar for 6 runs. And you're talking about the 120, Rico. That is indeed the 120 up, which is good news for Swieqi, and even better news for them. They've still got 2 overs here to do the damage, and Jaspal Singh 46 off 17. Yeah,
we have seen in the past with teams at this stage, it looked like they're going to put a good big finish in, and they end up stumbling. I just don't think Swieqi are going to do that. They've got Arif Mohammed, who seems to be set. He knows what he's doing. He knows that Jaspal is at the other end. He wants to try and probably give him as much strike as he can. Jaspal is playing pretty well. Key bowler to come back here, though. Sanjay, all right, that's in the air. That could and should be a wicket. Well, it's not Jaspal, and the fielder puts a lot of mayonnaise on that one, but he will hold on to it. It's well held there by Sebin Thomas. So Arif Mohammed will depart, and on this occasion, he goes for the big shot. I think he should have stuck to his plan of just getting Jaspal Singh back on strike. So it's a farewell to Arif Mohammed. So that is now the 5th wicket down. I wonder if they will get a stumble in the end.
Well, certainly someone was stumbling there. It was Sebin Thomas. Well, he took the catch, went into a bit of a yoga pose as well. He's all zen. Well, Arif, he's got a bit of time to think about that hit. Probably wasn't the best decision. It just got a little bit big on him. And when you've got someone like Jaspal Singh at the other end, probably would have been better advised to just knock it into a gap and take a 1. And that'll be the task at hand here for Aaron Ramasan, who comes in at number 7. They've got 11 balls left. Swieqi, Jaspal Singh itching to get down to the striker's end. And Sanjay's come back on. By the way, he picked up his first wicket of the game. And Aaron does work it away for a single and happily jogs to the other end and passes it back over to Jaspal Singh, who, well, first needs to get his gloves back on. I never understand this, Rico. I see it so often now. I don't know if it's just because the pros do it. Why are they taking their gloves off at the end of when they get to the non-strikers end?
You see it a lot, though. You're right. You see it a lot. And also, I mean, if that is an issue, if you have got sweaty palms, well, wear some inners.
Yeah, I always wear inners. And surely you can't be sweating for facing 17 balls. And there is the half-century for Jaspal Singh. He brings it up in style with a big 6 over mid-wicket. That takes him to 52 not out off 18 deliveries. And Swieqi here posting a score which is getting bigger and bigger for the Royal Strikers.
बधाइयाँ आपने जसपाल सिंह ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली देखिया मेरे ख्याल है ना साग दे नाल मक्कियां दी रोटियां खा के आया because he certainly got some power in him today. And Jaspal, as I said, they've got the depth. They've got what some of the other teams don't have. And can he keep on going? And he plays that nicely. Will get a single. And it gets Arun Ramisan on strike. Ramisan, by the way, played a very nice shot to get off the mark. It's a lovely cut shot. It got him a single, but probably deserved more. I saw him just having a little look at the leg side boundary, Arun. And whether he feels that he could step across and try and work one over that way. It'd be a cracking shot if you can. Definitely one worth trying because they've got nobody on the boundary apart from log on the leg side.
There's 2 balls left as well, so it's almost 2 free hits. Well, Jaspal's keen to go for the second here, but it'll be a bit of an ambitious one. He certainly doesn't want to give away his wicket with still an over to play after this one. So he'll have the final ball of the 9th, Jaspal. Again, question stands, does he go for the single, get himself back on strike for the 10th? Can he avoid the final ball wicket curse? Well, he avoided it in some style. Previous over, he hit that one for 6. 1 ball left of the 9th.
Well, I think they're just checking if this is actually on the pitch or not. The umpire wants to see just where this ball has pitched before he makes a decision. So it's it's just going to be a wide. So not sure what the umpire is checking. Definitely a wide ball. That's what would be the call. Will have to be bowled again. That takes the score to 130 with still 7 balls to go. So the play here would be mash a boundary and then get that 140 to 150 score. And that's exactly what he will do as he gets delivered a Gandhi ball. Ball sigi Gandhi, but ke chapeet mari, chakka lag gaya, say smash. And Jaspal Singh keeps on rocking and rolling. He moves to 59 of just 20 balls, and Swieqi United at the end of that, the 9th over, are 136 for 5.
Grizzlies certainly gone for a play in the woods as Jaspal Singh just needed to hold his bat there and let the ball do the talking as Sanjay Siddharthan dishes up a pretty tasty final ball there. He finishes with figures of 1 for 30. Does pick up that wicket at the start of the over, but still went for 16 runs after that. Swieqi now certainly eyeing up that 150. Aaron Ramasan's on strike. He just needs to get Jaspal Singh to the danger end, preferably on the first ball of this final over, which will be bowled by Jitu Johnny.
Well, here comes the final over, and what an important over this could be. It's just going to drop in front of the fielder, and Arun Ramasan does the right thing, takes a single. I think the runs in this over could be the difference of winning this match, and not so, because 130s, you feel the Royal Strikers. I was asked the question, I think Tina asked me earlier, and I said around the 130, I think the Royal Strikers, if they really pushed hard, with the squad they got could get. So this is 130-ish, but if Swieqi United take it to 145, 150, then it could make a big difference, and that is going to fly away to the boundary. It's not the first time Jaspal Singh has got his boundary there. I think that is how he started his innings, if my memory serves me right, and it's very much the same. This time an acrobatic attempt from Jais Matthew, who, remember, was one of the 4 players that put him down. And he's made the most of his life, says Jaspal, and he's cashing in now.
Well, it'll be a matter of what could have been for Royal Strikers, won't it, as Jaspal Singh, 63 off 21 deliveries, threatening to do even more damage here for Swieqi, inching ever closer to that 150 mark, currently 141, still 4 balls left to play. He steps across his stumps, this one goes high up in the air and is coming to say hello to us in front of the commentary cage as Jaspal Singh goes 4 and 6. And he's ready to hit some more. Goes deep in his crease there. He knew from the start that he wanted to hit that straight back down the ground, and that's exactly what he achieved.
Yeah, well, here we go. Now you're getting into a territory which is going to be tough for the Royal Strikers. Just imagine how well he could bat if he had a bat that weren't busted. I mean, that bat sounds horrible. It's going. He ain't complaining. Fair dues to him. He's probably thinking, it's working. It's scoring me runs. It's not going on the barbecue just yet.
3 away from that 150 and 3 balls left. Jitu Johnny, does he have a comeback ball in him? That was a nice delivery, actually, right on that wide line. They're pushing for 2. They want to get the 2, and they might even get the 4. There's a fumble there in the outfield by Jason Jerome, but they do manage to scamper through to keep Jaspal Singh on strike, importantly, and 1 short of that 150 mark. So at the very minimum, Royal Strikers will be chasing 150, and that's a psychological barrier that they'll have to overcome, as well as a physical barrier of a whole lot of runs on the board for Swieqi United, of course, with a spot in the final up for grabs. It's just a bit too straight, and Jaspal Singh doesn't need another invitation to lift that one over. Let's play cricket. Well, Jaspal Singh is playing some incredible cricket here as he moves to 77 off 24, and it's getting a bit ugly for Royal Strikers. 155 now, 1 ball left. They could even get into the 160s.
They can even get to the 160. Jaspal Singh, and seen him playing since 21. His highest score on the network has been achieved here today. Previously, it was 53 against Gozo Zalmi back in 2023. So it's a nice landmark for him, and can you believe it? He was bound to do it today because he is dropped again for the 6th time. That's right, you heard me right. I think he's been dropped on 6 occasions and gets dropped there on 77 as well. We'll finish on 78, and he will get Swieqi to a big score of 156 for 5.
Well, you can tell by the Royal Strikers' body language there that they know that wasn't the best fielding performance from them. If one player gets to 78 runs and you've dropped him, was it 6 times? I suppose the final ball just summed up the innings there for the Royal Strikers. They didn't actually bowl particularly badly, okay, 12 wides, but it was just a case of coming up against such a fearsome top order for Swieqi, even when the likes of Mehboob and Mohammad Ajmal don't fire on this occasion. Mohammad Kazim came in at 3, Jaspal Singh at 4, and that's really what put the total up past 150. And that's what's made Swieqi the reigning champs in the ECS just a couple of months ago. And, well, that was the first drop by Sanjay Siddhartha, and it certainly wasn't the last, as that one was held by Jason Jerome there. That was the end of the captain, Mohammad Ajmal. And this was Mehboob Ali threatening, and, well, the girls there were loving that one. Mehboob, he's just got so much power, flicks that one off his legs for 4. But then he did fall, he mishit that one, caught in the hands of Sanjay Siddhartha, and the big celebrations by the strikers there suggested that they thought they were well into this batting lineup as the bat went flying from Mehboob. But it was Mohammad Kazim and Jaspal Singh that were then sending the Grizzlies flying. Yeah,
well, now we know what happened to Jaspal's bat anyway. That's why it's not sounding so good. Maybe it was Mehboob Ali when he threw it to the ground. He certainly will be spoken about that. I think Tyrone will deal with it in the right manner and just say, look, you can't be doing that. If you do it again, you'll be in trouble. That was plumb. Kasim was looking pretty good, played some nice shots, 27, and he scored those 27 of just 7 deliveries, or 6 actually. It was ball number 7 that got him out. But we kept on saying, Tina, didn't we, the difference between Swieqi United and some of the other teams could be the fact that they do have the depth. They've shown it to us before with the bat, and we saw earlier that depth from them with the ball when they got that win against the Masita Warriors. And again, that depth comes into play in helping them get to this score in this match. It ain't over yet, but the Royal Strikers are going to have to really bat sensationally well. And one of their own batters is going to have to go on and put a big score on the board. And I just feel that that's probably going to have to be their captain, Ashwin Raju.
Well, that's what we were talking about before the game, wasn't it? Where those runs come from, because when you look at the Swieqi United batting lineup, the runs are coming from everywhere. It's that yoga pose. Well, that was really the only moment of zen that the Strikers had as the Grizzlies were flying all over the place, mostly from the bat of Jaspal Singh. He found the rope on 13 occasions. 8 of those were Maximos. He remained not out, thanks in no small part to the Royal Strikers and their drops. But he made his own luck, did Jaspal, because he batted incredibly well as well. And there you have it. It's a nice looking batting card for Swieqi United, as even when Mehboob and Mohammad Ajmal, the 2 openers, they don't fire from the very start, but you've got the middle order that can really put the opposition to the sword, and that's what Swieqi United did on that occasion. And as for the Royal Strikers, well, it wasn't the worst bowling performance, but they were certainly not helped by their fielders, who just didn't manage to hold on to the catches. And when you take away the 50-odd runs that Jaspal Singh contributed after he was dropped for the first time, then you're looking at chasing 100-odd potentially. Then again, Swieqi do have batting throughout, so maybe it's all a bit of an academic point. There we take a look at the bowlers, and no one really escaped without any harm. Jace Matthew, he only bowled the 1 over, went for 10. Clinto Paul, he at least picked up the 2 wickets, but the best economy there was from Matthew, who only bowled the 1 over. But it really doesn't reflect the whole performance from the Strikers, where you can't forget those mishaps in the field, which does mean at the halfway stage in this qualifier number 2, with a spot in the final on the line, Swieqi United have certainly done their part with the bat. They've put on 156 runs thanks to the big hitting of Jaspal Singh. He finishes 78 not out. So the Royal Strikers, they're up against it, but they will have to throw everything at this if they want to go into the final and face up against the Southern Crusaders. It's a quick turnaround, so join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall back here in 5 minutes time on the European Cricket Network for the Run Chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground on a lovely glorious day here of course in Malta, and where, as we've told you before, they seem to drive on the wrong side of the road. It always gets me every morning when I'm getting into the car. And Malta, of course, a very popular place, and it's a well-known fact there are 3 times more tourists than there are residents and on the Maltese islands. In total there are 7 islands of course, and food and drink exclusive to Malta includes pan-fried rabbit, which is a delicious dish, and you have to drink it down with a kinney, which is the national soda made from bitter oranges. And we of course are at this Master Club, which was inaugurated in 1902, and of course it boosts so many sporting facilities such as golf, tennis, squash. It's got a swimming pool as well. There's a of course this iconic cricket ground. Also now paddle is very popular. We've got paddle happening here as well, and very popular location for a lot of touring sides as well that like to come here and venture. And you can understand why, because apart from of course this brilliant complex, there is so much around the island to do. And of course you've seen my journey around the islands, getting on the boat trip, going across to Valletta, going to some of the ports, and learning a little bit more about the culture there. And of course also taking a trip to the Malta Aquarium. That is absolutely fantastic, by the way. If you ever get a chance, you've got to do it. And of course a lot of movies shot here. I mean, we know it's stunning because of the architectural sites and it's great diving locations, but it's a backdrop to a lot of movies. The Gladiator, Troy has been shot here, and the Pirates of the Caribbean, the beaches around Malta were used for that, and of course for certain parts of the Game of Thrones as well, as we go back to the cricket. So, well, we talked about some movies there. Well, this would be a movie blockbuster, won't it, if the Royal Strikers can bring up a victory here. Ashwin Raju, we've mentioned already just how important he is, and he'll be hoping for a good partnership again with Arjun Prakash. He chases a wide one here. Don't want to chase those. We've already seen a few occasions how chasing wide balls get you into trouble. Just asked the captain. And Ajmal, he chased a wide one and got himself out. This is Ashok Bishanai, who still for me, probably in all the overseas bowl, only on one occasion has he looked the bowler that I remember. This time he goes shorter. They are taking on the single. In comes the throw. It's oh no. Let's just call this 5. That's going to be 5 runs. The throw comes in. You've got to have the throw. There's no question about that. And it has to be backed up. And I don't know who the fielder is. I'll tell you in a moment. It looks like Gurpreet probably. But that's going to be 5 very valuable runs. So they take it on. I think watch the throw, and the bowler could have done better trying to get behind the stumps, but the fielder who's doing the backing up, it is Gurpreet, gets it completely wrong, gets through him, and that will be 5 runs to go on to the board. And that's what you need. Sometimes you need a bit of luck. We've talked about this before. Masida Warriors, when they were chasing Swieqi, they got a little bit of luck early on as well. I think they just want to make sure they got the right batters on strike here now. And he's saying, well, what do you mean the right batters? Well, let's see. There's some discussion. And yeah, batters are being made to change over here. So Ashwin Raju has to go to the other end because, of course, the ball was hit by Prakash. So I always find that a bit strange. I mean, if they ran one and it went, then they crossed and it went to the boundary. But I think that's right. They were running. They're running 2 here. Have they got that right now? Well, Prakash is now on strike. Yeah, that would be right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's because they were running. They were in the middle of completing the second run, which they didn't quite cross over at, but carried on going and stayed as they were. So, well done to the scorers. It's always a tricky one, that one, getting it right. So, Prakash to face his first. That's been put away beautifully. Well, Bishanai has taken wickets with a delivery like this, but not on this occasion. Now, what is this hit? That must have hit something for the ball just to drop down like that. Well, let's wait and see. Does this hit something? I feel it must have done. Let's see. It's going, and yeah, it does. There you go. It hits the stands. So 6 runs. Arjun Prakash Bishnai will come around the wicket. And that's worked away nicely. Fielder's got work to do, and he's given up the chase straight away. Has Mohammed Kasim. He's actually singing 4 here before the ball even goes past the boundary. Here's Kasim. He's running. He said, nah, forget it. I ain't getting there. That's 4 runs. He seems to be more concerned about his cap coming off. What a good start this is. The Royal Strikers. Remember, they're a team also that don't quite have the best of strike rates, their batters. They know they need to up that. They need to go at around about 15s, and they've done that so far. They've achieved it with still 2 balls to go in the over. And it's going to be another wide down the leg side. I kind of understand why Bishanai has come around the wicket, because that one ball he bowled was hit for that big 6, but I still think you stick with that. I think what you do is say, right, okay, you got that one away. Well, I'm going to try the same again. Maybe I'll bowl a bit quicker. Maybe I'll take the pace off it, the slower ball. I'm trying to get you that way. There's 17 with 2 to come. Down the ground. Well, watch out, Tina. That could bounce in here. And just bounces and hits the wall on the side. It's going to be 6 more. This is a brilliant start for the Royal Strikers. Well, at the moment, they're probably saying, who needs Priyan Pushpajan and Chaljan Siddhasanan? We can do it ourselves. And I tell you what, if they get another boundary this over and start with, well, it's gone magical at the moment. And look at that, 23 off it with the ball to go. We'll get another boundary here. They are well in front. And Swieqi United, they've been here before though. You'll see the Warriors tested them in the Eliminator. Just chipped up in the air and could be a run out. Here's the throw, and this time the bowler does get behind the stumps and takes the pace off it. It's the end of the over. It will stay at 23. What a good start this is. Can they maintain it though? That's what it's about. Can they maintain it? 14 matches since the golden ball. And well, Bishanai, he goes for a very expensive over. So, of course, there was, just having a look at that score, seeing just how they tallied up the scores there. But, oh yeah, there was the overthrows, weren't they? 14 matches since the golden ball. I mean, I said to Tina, we're going to get another one. I said, I know that Vinny got one here going solo from HQ, but I feel that we've had everything. We've had 2 centuries. We've had a flurry of hat-tricks. We've had 5 wicket hauls. The golden ball has to be there. Mehboob will just get bat on ball and take the single like that. No dot balls. That's what the Royal Strikers will be saying to themselves. No dot balls. Mehboob moves the field round as Tina Goff joins me back in our very bright and breezy, I have to say, commentary position.
Yeah, we haven't taken to cutting the sides off yet, but the wind's come from somewhere, which is quite nice. It's actually picked up just a little bit the last couple of hours. And Royal Strikers, meanwhile, got off to the best possible start. 23 runs coming off that first over. It's Ashwin Raju and Arjun Prakash. This opening partnership, it's a similar run chase to that one in the previous game where Swieqi again put on a big total, even bigger than this one, in fact. And we thought maybe on that occasion it was the Masida Warriors. They kept on getting closer and closer, and that's what the Royal Strikers have to emulate here. Just keep themselves in the game. They don't always have to go at that run rate of over 15. If they have a big over like that one, 23 runs coming off it, then they keep themselves in the chase for as long as possible.
Yeah, Mehboob. Just noticed he just held his shoulder there after bowling that last delivery. And gets away with that short delivery. I think that's one that left-hander Prakash would back himself to put away, especially with nobody back there on the square leg boundary. Field now has to change. As Ashwin Raju goes on strike. He's 6 or 3 balls that he's faced. He's just checking and having a look at the field here. And he's got to be careful of that Yorker delivery. And he's got to be careful he doesn't York himself. He's batting way outside of his crease. And there is that full delivery. Gets played out. So Mehboob Ali, you can see he's just to his teammates, take it easy. Just get it easy back to me. And looking to come back with a nice big tidy over here to once again swing the balance back in favour of Swieqi. 84% to 16 at the moment is what the win predictor is saying in favour of Swieqi United.
Oh, Mehboob Ali now, a picture of calm. Wasn't quite the same when he was dismissed earlier, as that one is dug in short. There's no one out there, and even if there was, he wouldn't be able to stop that one as it goes on a big old bounce off the net and goes tearing away towards, I think there's some tennis courts around there. As it was quick on the pull there was Arjun Prakash. Mehboob Ali faultless over more or less before that. Goes for 6 runs. Still 1 ball left of the second over.
That's the one that he missed out on previously. And Mehboob tested him in that area again. And that, in fact, that one was a little bit more spicy than the one before. But on this occasion, Arjun Prakash nails it. 23 of 7. It's a great knock from him. Mehboob now will change up. He's going to come around the wicket. I get the feeling he'll try and jam in a wide Yorker here. No, he goes short again. And it's in the air. And he's going to take the wicket. And he sets the trap. And the trap works perfectly. Bangs it in short. Arjun Prakash goes for the shot. And it's been well called out there on the boundary. Let's see it again. The fielder goes across. I think that's Arun Ramisan. It is. Holds on to it. And that's disappointing. Arjun made a cracking start. 23 he was on of 7 deliveries. But ball number 8 will see the end of him. But look, he's giving his team a start. And that's the important thing. Once again, we see a wicket falling at the end of an over. 32 for 1.
Again, it was probably one he didn't have to go after. Got that 6 on the previous delivery. And yes, that run rate just keeps on ticking up and up. But you can't do any more damage to the run rate if you're back in the shed. And that is the case for Arjun Prakash. Still a good start from him. 23 off 8. But the Royal Strikers probably would have given back a few of those runs just to keep him out there. The captain's still out there though, Ashwin Raju. He'll be on strike now at the start of the 3rd. He's joined out in the middle by Vishnu Sudhakaran. Mehboob here, he's almost like a bit of an on-field captain, isn't he? Especially when it comes to marshalling the field. He's just lurking over the bowler's shoulder at all times. He's always found it either mid-off or long-off. It looks like here Ashok Bishnoi will come back for his 2nd over, which is interesting given that his first went for 23. And it's not always the case that Ashok bowls through both of his overs at the top of the innings, but he's doing so here. Certainly wants to get a tidier over in on this occasion. Starts off well, as that's hit firmly into the covers. The fielding there done by Bilal Khan. They will still run through for 1 as he stopped the ball and then wasn't really interested in fielding the rest of it. And Mehboob Ali, he's not exactly what you'd call a dynamic fielder either. But I suppose at this point, Swieqi are happy with giving away a single here or there, given that actually needs to be almost 3 a ball already. 124 needed in 47. This one's hit in the air. It won't carry to the man there. Gurjeet Singh just came up high off the bat of Vishnu, and you can already see the Royal Strikers. The pressure's just telling a little bit. They're swinging, but they're not quite keeping their shape because they know they just need to keep up with that run rate.
Yeah, you can see Mehboob. He's moving the troops around your right, Tina. You can see that he is desperate to get him and his team into another final and maybe get his hands on another trophy. This one, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. And that's Wasim Abbas. You expect better from somebody who's played at a very high level of cricket, of course. You have seen him represent the national team, and he's backing away from this. It's the wrong thing to do. The ball is bouncing in front of you. Go forward, take it on the bounce. He makes it harder for himself, and well, that's a valuable boundary as Vishnu will get off the mark thanks to a little bit of luck.
a little bit of luck is exactly what the strikers need here. I suppose they can say, oh, we deserve our fair share of luck. It's not like Jaspal Singh didn't have much. He was dropped on a few occasions. He flashed a few through the slip cordon as well. So maybe this is Royal Strikers saying it's a bit of karma. Again though, big swing and a miss.
Yeah, a little bit of tactics there. What I noticed Mehboob just talking to Ashok Bishanai, and then he runs back onto the boundary, and the sweeper on the offside and the third, they are inside the circle. So he's basically saying, you know what, go for your full length delivery, let him go over the top if he wants to.
He goes over the top on this occasion. There's a fielder out there. It's going to be a tough chance. It's high up in the air, but it's comfortably taken in the end by the man in the deep. As it went up for a long, long time, came down into the hands of the Swieqi United man. And the pressure continues to tell for the strikers as Vishnu Sudhakaran, looking for that release shot, only manages to chip it up in the air. And they lose their second wicket as the strikers find themselves 37 for 2, still 1 ball left of the power play.
Yeah, it's again, you've got to go for these shots. I mean, they're not used to going at a particularly quick strike rate. We've seen that there before. That's the difference, perhaps, them and some of the Swieqi batters. So a nice catch there taken in the deep. That's Jaspal Singh, who's having a pretty good match at the moment. Jaspal, of course, scored that very important 78.
This one's hit down the ground, but it's going to fall short of the 2 men out here. And Gurjeet Singh does the fielding. Looks like he's going to run off with the ball, decides I'll keep it on the pitch. And that's the end of the power play. Certainly a power play that goes in the favour of Swieqi United when they've got these runs on the board. 157 the target, and the Royal Strikers, after the 3 overs, 38 for 2, as Tansir Tahir is the new batter. Let's take a look at this. Well, actually, it's even Stevens after the power play. But bear in mind that Swieqi United, they had 2 magical overs following that, and just consistently, look, the smallest over after that was 13 runs, and Royal Strikers, they only really got to that 38 from the power play because of that big first over, which was, what was it, 23 runs? And that's why they've managed to still keep on track with Swieqi United, but they just probably don't have the batting depth that Swieqi do. And they certainly need one of these 2, maybe the captain Ashwin Raju, to grab this game by the scruff of the neck. But it's tough when you've got the bowling lineup that Swieqi do. Wasim Abbas, who we didn't see feature in the second half of the group stage for Swieqi, has come back in. He's going to bowl here. First one flies through to the keeper.
Yeah, Wasim Abbas. Just saw an enforced error from him in the field, but with the ball in hand, he always comes good when he has to remember back to that final in February against the Humrong Stallions when he picked up a 4-for. He really did bowl well when he was nailing those Yorkers in.
Oh, there's a half appeal there, but nothing doing, and in fact it's too wide for the umpire's liking, and that will have to be re-bowled by a man with 804 on his shirt. Wide certainly help the cause for the Royal Strikers, but if the worst that Swieqi will do is bowl a couple of offside wides, and they'll be more than happy with their position. That one is going to be an offside wide again, just dragging it a bit short and a bit wide and a bit ugly there from Wasim Abbas. No matter how much of a side high he gives to the umpire, certainly wide on that occasion.
It's a wide, and Wasim Abbas, I say this quite a lot. I can understand bowlers depending on what the batter's been doing when they're going for this plan, but you've got a new batter out there, and Tansir Tahir, he's hasn't hit a boundary yet. You don't know what he's going to do. Test him, get the ball up to him, see what he's going to do with it. And because if you're not, then you're going to either bowl wides or things like this will happen. So once again, he goes again a little bit wider. The batter shuffles across, swings hard. Well, Jaspal, he got a few of these that went his way, and now it's the time for Tahir to do the same. But I think it's just far better off attacking the stumps early on. And then I always just think, you know, find out what the batter does. So I'll start off with getting the ball pitched right up. And if he drives me a couple of times, I think, okay, he's going to drive me. Then I'll go for the slightly wider. Can he play the cut shot? All right, he can. And you work out the batter. And I think that's what the bowlers have to do here.
Yeah.
And of course, and then you can set a field to what you know the batter can play at.
I bet you had the ball on an absolute string, Rico.
Not all the time, but, you know, most of the time. But thing is, though, and I always have to say, the thing is very different now, especially in this format. You know, when the games that I used to play most of the time is unlimited for the bowlers. You know, I could bowl, sometimes bowling 20 overs and plus, you know, from one end. And once you get into a rhythm, it's autopilot. But in this format, you got to try and bowl 12 kind of different deliveries, because batters, you know, it's a batter's game. They're going to try and club you out of the park. They're not trying to. Batters aren't playing themselves in, so you can't turn around and say, you know, I don't mind bowling a few loose deliveries in my first over or two, because the batters aren't going to go for me. They're going to play me with respect. That doesn't happen anymore, and I think that's the difference. And we even see it when we watch some T20 internationals that we do. I always find it quite interesting how the match goes along at quite a sort of placid pace for the first 15 overs. And then in the last 5 overs, it's like a T10 match, and they start smashing the ball all over the place. And I always think to myself, well, if you can do that, why don't you do it from the word go? I know that the one-day game has changed a fair bit in that way, but yeah, it does surprise me sometimes. If you've got the ability to be hitting the ball out of the park for sixes, well, do it, no matter what.
If either of these batters have that ability, now would be a very good time to show it, as the slow ball comes out from Wasim Abbas, and so does the finger of doom, as the slow ball did for Tahir there. Played all around it, and it was a nice time to bring out the slow ball for Abbas. It was the final ball of the over. There's that famous final ball wicket striking again, and the Royal Strikers here in trouble, 46 for 3. Just probably a question of whether that was hitting in line, as it was the back leg, but because he was shuffling so far to the off stump, you could just about see a bit of that off stump through his legs, couldn't you? But I think it's a fair enough call. It's certainly not a shocker.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. I think you also, after impact, we see the pad move a little bit more. But it's that clever slow ball, and it's good. You know the difference it makes when you're a bowler who bowls pace, seam up, and you've got that delivery. It makes a huge difference. And Wasim Abbas, he's used it on probably 3 or 4 occasions today. And on every time, if he hasn't got a wicket, on 2 occasions he's got a wicket, on 2 occasions it's been a dot ball. So it's something for quick bowlers to sort of learn and say, right, I need that in my attack, because it does you the world of good. And this is going to do Swieqi the world of good, as Gurjeet Singh, who gets ball on to bowl a little bit earlier this time, he picks up the wicket. You know, Gurjeet kind of reminds me of a little bit like Cameron Amanzai that we saw bowling there in France. I mean, he's not quite the same. He's maybe not as well built as Cameron, but the way he bowls is the same. He just sort of ambles in, and he just bowls a heavy length ball. He doesn't pitch too many up. And Ashwin Raju, that is a huge wicket. He'll have to depart for 9 of just 7 deliveries.
And 2 wickets and 2 balls either side of that 4th and 5th over. As Gurjeet Singh comes straight into the wickets, and there's 2 brand new batters at the crease now. Sebin Thomas on strike. He's joined by Sanjay Siddharthan, who came in at the end of that over. That's well played by Sebin. Bit of width on offer there from Gurjeet Singh. Sebin doesn't need footwork. He's clearly from the Lala school of batting. Just flashes his bat at it and goes away for 4. But it's trouble, more than trouble for the Royal Strikers here. They need, what's that, probably about almost 3 per ball. That's exactly what they need to do, 4s.
Yep.
But who's getting the runs? That's what we said before the game. Who's getting the runs?
Yeah, I mean, Gurjeet here, Gurjeet's standing there when he's doing the double teapot, but that's the ball to bowl. The only thing is, they didn't set the field for him. It's not that for somebody who bowls that sort of delivery, yeah, this is better. And then he comes with a Yorker. That's good bowling for Gurjeet, really is. I like this guy. I like what he does. I think he's been underused by Swieqi. I also think another guy that they could do by using more is Arun Ramisan. I think he's a good bowler as well. Just clever. The bowl, a heavy length, and the batter's guessing, and that's that shorter delivery. That's the one for the over. But still, it's a dot ball, so he's used it now. I like the fact that he's used it in the middle of the over, and now he's thinking, well, all right, I've already won the over. If I do have to pitch up now, fair enough, but they can't win the over off me. 20 plus required per over now.
2 dot balls is already more or less deadly for the strikers, and they'll just be able to get the one here. They put on the afterburners. They could have gone for 2, but they've taken it so leisurely that the two Swieqi fielders can have a little debate about who wants to pick up the ball.
Yeah, well, that was Jaspal saying, hey, look, how did I get here before you? I'm on the boundary. Come on, get it. And the fielder then just says, you're here now, you might as well do the work.
Final ball of the 5th. Strikers needing more than lightning strikes. They need miracles here, as that should be possibly a no ball. It is definitely a no ball, as Gurjeet Singh already had the one for the over, dug in the short ball. Probably wasn't hoping for it to go quite so short, but actually went straight over the lid of Sanjay there.
Yeah, Gurjeet. He used that already and can't use it again. He left the pitch up. Yeah, it's got a good Yorker. And it's just going to be a single, so they don't put away the free hit. And once again, he delivers a top-notch over. Remember, he did that in that very tense game, the Eliminator against Masita Warriors, when the Warriors were, well, they were making a challenge of what was going to be a record run chase, but in the end, he bowled and only gave 5 runs away. I was saying earlier, Tina, that I'm looking forward to, for not just myself, but for us to be going to places that are new.
Yeah.
And quite a few coming up, actually, like Finland, and of course going to be going to Jersey. We go back to Belgium. I know we've got the night series there at the moment. We'll be there during the daytime, and of course I know that you'll be on your home turf doing bringing us some action from Crefeld and also Kiel.
Yeah, and Kiel's very much my home turf, just about an hour north, so looking forward to that one. Kiel's a lovely part of the world there up in North Germany, near the seaside, near the Baltic Sea, and the end of August is definitely the right time to go. It's not always the most inviting of weather during the winter months, but middle of August, what could be better? As we go into the 6th, Wasim Abbas unsurprisingly comes back for his second over. His first went for just the 8 runs, and he kept the best till last, picking up a wicket on the final ball with that sneaky slower ball that deceived us, deceived Tansir Tahir, and the umpire raised the finger.
When will he bowl it again? What do you reckon? Let's take a guess on it.
Ball 3.
You say ball 3.
I should have said ball 2. There we go.
Well, he bowled it. Well, all right. He bowled it before we. I think you bowled another. So you're saying, all right, let's go again. So I'll ask you again. 2 balls will be bowled. When does he go again?
I think he might go 2 and 2, you know.
2 and 2? All right. I think he'll go final ball of the over.
Yeah, well, the final ball worked for him last time, didn't it? It was the final ball flourish, picked up that wicket. And, well, he's sending back square leg here. So maybe it's the old double bluff. He's saying, yeah, I'm going to put this one in vicious and short.
Slow ball.
And then it's a slower, floaty ball onto the toes.
Know the way bowlers think here. Here we go.
Oh, it is. It's a double bluff, as they do go for plan A, which is digging it in short.
I wonder how short this could. I thought this could have gone over his head. I mean, if Gurjeet managed to get it over the head twice, I think this is close to it. They say 1 for the over, but how high is this? Yeah, that's a good call. It's a very good call. It doesn't quite go over the head. All right, there's the short one. Now, is it a quick Yorker, or is this going to be the slower ball? Ball number 4. It is slower, but not quite the slower ball. It's been very well picked up, actually, and that's going to go for 6 runs. Good shot from Thomas.
It's a bit of a flamingo shot there from Thomas. By the time he played it, he was on 1 foot. There you go. A big flick of the right boot, but enough of a flick of the bat to get that all the way to the rope. I think Wasim Abbas, he's got 2 balls left. One of them's surely going to be a slower ball. You called it on the final one, so he's got 1 more ball to play with before he gets to the final ball. And Swieqi, they've got enough runs on the board here to really just have a bit of fun, see if they can get some of their variations going as bowlers, because in all likelihood they'll need all of the tricks in the book going into that big final. Let's just go for the fuller length delivery, and they'll run through for 1. Ball's darted in to the keeper. The final ball for Wasim Abbas, 1 for 16 so far. Does he bring out the slower ball?
Let's see what he does here. That wind just picks up a bit more coming into here actually, but when you look out there you don't see it actually anywhere near as blustery as it feels like. I think because it comes in here and it can't escape, so it swirls around a bit. Well, here we go, and it's going to be beautifully met. That's going to be a big 6. It gets over the teams, and a nice solid strike. This time is Sanjay Siddharthan that gets the boundary away. So that's nice signs from both these batters. They're hitting well, they're hitting boundaries. That over will eventually go for 14, but as we know, they need to be going at around about 22 and over from here on in.
That's a tough ask for these two batters. Sanjay Siddharthan, Sebin Thomas out there. They're not going at a bad rate, to be honest, but the damage was already done early on in the innings with really Arjun Prakash, the wicketkeeper and opening batter, the only one putting up any form of resistance. We thought when Swieqi went beyond 120, then 130, then 140, and then 150, every single time we said it's probably enough runs, still probably enough runs, and it looks like for all the world that it will be enough runs, barring some kind of royal strike of the biggest proportions here, as they've turned to Mohammad Ajmal. He's turned to himself, the captain, who did the damage in that final over in the previous game, brought the game home for Swieqi in that eliminator, which ensured that they were playing in this game. They had to do it the hard way, did Swieqi. Winning 3 games today would be their route to victory. It looks like they'll have 2 ticks in the box already, with just that big game coming up, the final. And this one's gone straight down the throat of the man out there, and it's a brilliant catch actually on the boundary. I think he was up off the ground when he took that catch, made it look easy, but it came at him hard off the bat of Sebin Thomas, and it was Jaspal Singh out there, the man who could do no wrong. And there's a bit of irony there, he was dropped 6 times in his batting innings. The first chance he gets, he snaffles it.
Yeah, well, that's the second he's taken, isn't he? Because he did see the back of Vishnu. So this is a great catch. I wonder if we get it. Oh, I don't think we get all of that, because that was hit well. It was going for 6, and Jaspal has done what many other fielders could do. Now, I think they're trying to have a look at the boundary chat. I can tell you, he's caught this. There's no danger of going over the boundary. It's going to be the end, unfortunately, of Thomas for 12. But what a great catch. I wonder if we can see. Let's try and see if we can see it again. I don't think we quite get him, because it happened really quickly, so you can understand how we don't get this. But it was a great catch from Jaspal. He definitely is the player of the match, as we see another batter come out to the middle. And Sebin Thomas goes for 12 of the 10 balls that he faces.
It's just all going Swieqi's way now as Clinto Paul comes out. Number 7 for the strikers, and it's a bit of a lost cause here, but he'll swing the bat. Swings it on that occasion, making no contact. So Mohammad Ajmal picks up then his first wicket of the game.
One thing that Ajmal could do here, depending on how this over finishes, it's an opportunity maybe for him to look and give the ball to Ramisan and say, hey, come on, I want to see you bowling over, because I might have to turn to you in the next match. I know that all of his bowlers haven't let him down. He might even say to Mohammad Qasim, look, the last time you bowled, it didn't go well. I want you to have an over in, because you want those guys to be, if they're going to be called upon, and if they may be called upon in, it looks like it's going to be the final, then you want them to have an over in here. So I wonder if he does that. That's what good captains are doing. They're always thinking a little bit ahead all the time, especially when you know you've got this game sewn up. And it looks like he's done that. I mean, look, with he's taken a wicket. There's no runs of it so far. Could be a wicket maiden here. So let's see what changes he's made, because this game, the way things are looking here, it's done, isn't it? They're needing still 90 runs, and they're going to need to do that off, looks like, more or less the last 3 overs here.
All they're managing at the moment is a few runs here or there. There was a little flourish in that previous over, the 2 sixes off the bowling of Wasim Abbas, but even Swieqi don't seem too fussed when the ball goes to the rope, because it needs to happen on a regular occasion in the final 3 overs. Well, that's the equation for now. And again, just as with Swieqi going through the eliminator in pretty comfortable fashion in the end, Looks like they'll repeat the trick here in Qualifier 2, and it sets up a mouth-watering final. Swieqi United, if they manage to get over the line here, with the run rate required at 30, you'd imagine so. A mouth-watering final against the Southern Crusaders. And that's probably the best two teams.
Yeah, I think so. And as we touched on earlier, it's the repeat of a semi-final that happened early in the year when Swieqi were comfortable winners. So Southern Crusaders would love the opportunity to get their revenge. And, well, I like this. So the captain is thinking, Aaron Ramsan will get an over. And it starts with a rather full delivery that gets just pushed away for a single. Good over there by the captain, by the way. It was a wicket maiden. Hey, born on this, a couple of good players actually born on this day. And one of them is the Prince of Trinidad. You know, of course, who I'm talking about there. Born on this day in 1969, Brian Lara. And one of the game's most exciting batters. And the author of some of the most famous innings, of course. The 375, the 400 and the 501. The highest in Test and first class history. As well as 213 and 153 not out to single-handedly beat Australia in 1998 and 99. And Lara, as we see, another wicket gets taken. Well done to Remisan. He's making the most of his opportunity. As Clinto Paul, unfortunately for him, just couldn't get going. It will be a 6-ball duck for Clinto. Yeah, not really sure what he was trying to do there. And this is where I would say you either hit it and try to hit it, or there's no point trying to half-heartedly play it. So that's the end of Clinto, as Johnny now is the next batter to come out here. Remisan will try and pick up another few wickets here, you think. Also, born today, Yasir Shah in 1986, a leg spinner, who filled a large hole in Pakistan's hearts when, I remember it well, when Syed Amjad was banned for chucking in 2014. And, he came onto the scene, and for the first two tests against Australia, Yasir took 12 wickets and then 15 more in 3 tests against New Zealand, becoming the quickest Pakistan bowler to get to 50 wickets. And he did that in just 9 matches. That's a wide ball signalled by the umpire. In his first 25 tests, Yasir took match hauls of 7 or more wickets 12 times. 10 of those were victories, and the most famous one was in 2016 in Lords when he took the first 10 wickets, his first 10-wicket haul. But all of that success, of course, came while they were playing in the UAE. But when they went back to Pakistan to play, and he was out of contention. But he was the man who broke the record for the fastest bowler to get to 200 wickets. So that's born today, Yasir Shah, 1986.
Leg spinners are one thing that have been missing a bit, actually, from this series so far, isn't it? And it's a shame, because I love watching a leg spinner in full flow. Maybe we'll have a few come the international series. And speaking of the international series, I see that Estonia are rocking up to the ground. I see Stefan Gooch there, and they're in good spirits because they've got a fun weekend of cricket ahead of them, as well as they'll play 5 ECIs against Malta and then 3 T20s as well. So the cricket doesn't stop, even with the culmination of the ECS this afternoon, which, well, we can more or less confirm now, Rico will have the final with Swieqi United involved, and it will be them against the Southern Crusaders, barring something that even for ECN standards would be pretty ridiculous at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of us felt that this probably would be the case here, because I think we knew that Swieqi were just going to be a little bit too powerful, and the Royal Strikers, with some of their big players missing, it was always going to be a tough struggle for them. And though they started well, especially with Arjun Prakash hitting out well, 23, remember they got off that first over, but that was the only joy, because the wicket would go in the second from Mehboob Ali, and then after that they never really got back into it. And you can see now here as well that, you know, these guys are all strikers, they just don't have that kind that kind of power that we know that some of the Swieqi United guys have. So it's not that they're not trying, they just haven't got the ability to play those big shots. Let's go Gurpreet again, and that's well bowled. Asking a question, he's gone. It's another wicket, and Gurpreet, he just turns around and says, that's the way I do it. It's just that easy. It's nicely taken. Another one bites the dust, and Gurpreet takes his second.
It's just becoming a bit of a procession here for Swieqi. But every wicket they pick up here is just a bit more of a confidence booster for their bowlers going into that big final. And still a word though for Royal Strikers, because their tournament will come to an end in this qualifier number 2. But it's not a fluke that they've turned up in this qualifier, as they went completely unbeaten through the group stages. And well, it was not only unbeaten, but they managed to get through in pretty convincing style as well. Won their first 2 games by 9 wickets. So that's a jaffa from Gurjeet Singh. And after those 2 9-wicket wins, of course, one of them was a big 4-0 against power hitters as well. They beat the MSK by 7 wickets and beat the MMA Titans by 35 runs. Of course, those final 2 games did have Priyan Pushparajan as a bit of a joker player in there. And of course, in all 4 of those games, Chanjal was playing, who isn't available today. So certainly they're not a 1 or 2 man team, but those 2 players can make a huge difference. And when they don't have them in the side, then you will struggle against a side with the talent and depth of Swieqi United.
Yeah, it's something that we felt, it's something that we said, and I know that when that last match ended, we said, you know, the big difference could be if Priyan Chanjal comes into the side. That wasn't the case. They weren't in the side, and we knew then that it was going to take a big effort, especially if the Swieqi United batting lineup did click and they got past that 120 mark. I said that 130. If it was stayed at about 130, they had a chance. But even then, that meant 2 batters, and probably on this occasion, Ashwin Raju and Arun Prakash would have to probably score on both occasions big runs. It doesn't happen, so this is the way it looks with the bowlers. They've all enjoyed a bit of success there. And 2 wickets there for Gurjeet Singh. And he certainly, I said at the time, I'm quite surprised that he gets called upon sometimes, not all the time. Maybe he's done enough here to impress his captain, and we might see a bit more of him. Because one thing he does do, he doesn't pitch the ball up so much. He doesn't allow batters to drive him. And when you've got a track like this, T10, it's a bouncy track. That ball, it's unbelievable how much bounce there is. I think that certainly is always going to work in your favour. And I'll tell you what else we haven't seen on this pitch a lot of is spin. And when I say spin, I should probably change to say slower bowlers. There is so much bounce in that track that I think a slower bowler would cause havoc. And that's certainly something with the internationals coming up that could really play a big part, because we really haven't seen any spinner out there just bowling, getting that little bit of extra bounce that spinners are not used to, and causing all kinds of concern for the batters.
Yes, something interesting going into the final as well, as Aaron Ramasan, for example, he doesn't take the pace off, but he's at least a bit more medium pace. Those are the kind of bowlers that maybe you want against someone like Jagath Purna, who anytime it's outside off stump with any kind of pace, it's just snapped away to the boundary before you can even blink. And maybe just taking a bit of pace off, even Mehboob Ali, if he could just bring it back a yard or so, that might be the way to go for Swieqi. And Aaron, maybe he's sticking his hand up here. Obviously, it's a bit of a dead game at this point, but he's sticking his hand up here saying, put me in the final, I can do a job. Yeah,
and the difference between him is he doesn't bowl with a lot of pace, and he bowls wicket to wicket, just short of a length wicket to wicket. So he's not going to allow someone like Purna to play those dangerous cut shots of his. And that's what bowled again. The batter swings all round it. And that is the end of this match. It is going to be a big victory by Swieqi United. They'll win by a margin of 84 runs. And the Swieqi have booked their place in the final, winning 2 on the spin here on finals day. And they will take on Southern Crusaders. And remember back to the finals day here in February in the semi-final number 2. Southern Crusaders took on Swieqi United. And the Southern Crusaders, well, the big guns just didn't fire. They were 87 for 8. and Swieqi United knocked off the runs without losing a wicket. Mehboob Ali scoring 55 of those runs, and they would book their place in the final, which they would go on to win. Jaspal Singh was the player of the match in that one, by the way. He took 2 for 8.
We take a look back at the highlights and look away now if you're a fan of the Royal Strikers, because it was a bit of a mauling in the end. They didn't get bowled out, it's 7 down. And, well, at the beginning with Raju and Prakash at the crease, we thought if those two could push on, they might have a chance. And in fact, it was 32 runs they put on the board in quick time. It was still in the second over when Prakash fell, but we knew as soon as the wicket started tumbling, then this would spell danger. That was the wicket to fall of Prakash as he was hauled out in the deep, caught nicely by Aaron Ramasan. And when that happened, the wickets kept tumbling. It was still a bit of time for a few boundaries, but then the catching was good by Swieqi United, and that's exactly what the Royal Strikers didn't do well, which was take their chances. And any time the bat ball did find its way to the boundary, it was more few and far between. There's the slower ball there, and the celebration to boot from Wasim Abbas. And then Gurjeet Singh got in on the act as well, as that one was feathered through to the keeper, Hari Krishnan. There was a bit of fight in the middle orders, wasn't there? Sanjay Siddharth and Sebin Thomas, they both got to double figures. But apart from those two, and Arjun Prakash, actually everyone fell in the single figures, and that's why, in the end, the Strikers just limped to 72.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot more you can say. It just was a good effort from Swieqi United. I think after that first over, they probably thought, oh, not again. They probably thought it was going to be another one of those close matches that Masida gave them after that eliminator. But once they got that wicket, and Mehboob Ali, you can see just what an important player he is for them, because he sussed out Prakash, he set the field, he banged in the short ball from coming around the wicket and gave him a little bit less room to deal with that shorter delivery. He still goes for the shot, gets caught on the boundary, good catch taken there by Ramison, and once that wicket went, that was really it, done and dusted. Wasim Abbas, once again, that slower ball does the trick beautifully. So there's plenty to be wary of for the Southern Crusaders, and that's what we got next coming up. That is going to be the final. The Southern Crusaders in the final this time. They've done one better than earlier in the year in February when they went down to Swieqi United in the semi-final. But can they come good? And they're going to need a stellar performance, really, and a performance really where they make no errors and no mistakes if they're going to beat this very strong Swieqi United side.
Yeah, the ominous moments for the Crusaders are that Swieqi United have shown it with bat and ball. They put on 175 in that eliminator. This time they showed it with their bat again, but actually I think it was with the ball that they were more impressive, giving away just 7 extras in their way to defeating the Royal Strikers by 84. It was a bit of a dismantling in the end. Swieqi United certainly well worth their spot in the final, and I'm very much looking forward to the final. We've got a bit of a longer break now, as the final will be coming up in about 70 minutes time. So you've got time to switch over to our other live feed at the moment, in which Czechia women are chasing a big total against the Cyprus women. But as hosts, they're surely going to put on a good account of themselves, and it's great to celebrate women's cricket in any form on the European Cricket Network. So you've got time to flick over to that. And Rico and I, well, we might get ourselves an ice cream and certainly prepare ourselves for the big final, which Swieqi United, can they make it 2 wins in just about 2 months? So they lifted the ECS in February, and they'll be looking to repeat the trick here. But they've got the mighty force of the Southern Crusaders standing in their way. So 5:30 is the time, the local time, when we will start that final. It's absolutely one you do not want to miss under these glorious Malta skies. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico for that final in about 70 minutes time. It's not one you want to miss here on the European Cricket Network.
After 23 matches, it comes down to this one, where Swieqi United taking on Southern Crusaders. Let's get ready for the final and see who walks away with this beautiful trophy.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to a lovely, hot, sunny afternoon here at the Malta International Cricket Ground as we get ready for the final. Now, these two teams, they know each other very well. Remember, they played in a semi-final here in February, and it was Swieqi United that swept aside Southern Crusaders on that day. But Southern Crusaders, they know this is a chance for them to get their revenge and in the final. First thing we need to know is what the teams will be doing. Let's join the two captains for the all-important coin toss.
Swieqi United to call. Tails is the call. And it's a heads. The Southern Crusaders are going to have a bowl.
Michael Gunteleka, the captain of the Southern Crusaders, winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first. No surprise there. You could see the thinking, and teams have tried before, but not always succeeded. Only the Royal Strikers were able to succeed in what Mike was trying to do, and that of course is to contain this powerful batting lineup of Swieqi United. But we have seen the last couple of times that they've batted that they've gone big, and the reason that they've gone big is that they've got good batters and good depth in their side, and all of those batters are coming good at the right time. Mehboob Ali, Lala, he scored a cracking century earlier in the day. He is in great form, not just with the bat, but with the ball as well. And then someone like Mohammad Qasim is coming good at the right time. He is explosive. He may be small, but he's mighty, and he's scoring big runs for his side. And then in that last encounter, in that qualifier number 2, is Jaspal Singh that comes good and scores 78 runs. With the ball, they've got a number of people to choose from. But one man who won't be playing in this match is Wasim Abbas. So I think it was good that the captain was able to give something like Ramisan and also Gurjeet more of a bowl. But I think we're going to see a little bit more of Gurjeet in this match, and maybe Arun Ramisan will also get an over or two as well. But they have a lot of depth and they have a lot of power. Southern Crusaders, they also are missing a big player in this match. We saw how much they missed something like Ryan Bastians in the last game. They don't have the firepower that we know that Swieqi United have with the bat. But one man who will certainly be the key for them with the bat and with the ball is going to be Jagath Pune. This guy is an outstanding player. He scored 3 half centuries already in this series. Michael Gunteleka in that qualifier number 1 certainly did provide him good support at the top of the order, but which other batter can come good for them? Michael, by the way, this time around, we're going to see him behind the stumps because, again, some availability issues for them. So Michael Gunteleka will be behind the stumps this time around. Maybe, again, though, someone like Gulfras Massi is going to be their hero. Remember, he picked up a hat-trick in the last match. So it comes down to the final. Will it be Swieqi United that will be putting their hands on that fabulous trophy again this time? Or will the Crusaders put back the pain that they felt here in the semi-final last time around, and they go all the way to be victorious. I know that Tina is very excited about this match. I think it's going to be an absolute cracker. It could swing around in roundabouts, but which team is going to be victorious? Tina, over to you for the start of the first ball, and it will be the Southern Crusaders that will have a ball first.
Thank you very much, Rico. I certainly am very excited for this big final here under the blue skies of Malta as we go into the very last game of this ECS Spring Series. And it's the Southern Crusaders up against Swieqi United. As Rico was saying, it's a familiar matchup. We saw it just a few months ago in that 2025 earlier series where Swieqi came out on top and then some, winning by 10 wickets, and of course going into the final and winning that to lift the trophy. And they've brought in Imran Amir, as Rico said. Wasim Abbas, he might be a big miss for them with the ball in hand, but they've got a job to do with the bat first. As Southern Crusaders, they won the toss and elected to field. They've brought in 2 reinforcements as Akeldev and Sahan come in for them. And it's interesting actually to see that the Southern Crusaders and the captain Michael won the toss, decided to put Swieqi in, because that's exactly the same as the Masida Warriors did this morning, the Royal Strikers did this afternoon. Both times the captains there put Swieqi into bat, and Swieqi said, thank you very much, we'll put runs on the board. In the Eliminator, they put 175 of them on the total, in no small part thanks to that big 100 from Mehboob Ali, 106 off 35. And then that propelled them into Qualifier 2 up against the Royal Strikers. And there again, they were put into bat, put 156 on the board, and that again was enough to ease past the Strikers. And with those 2 big wins under their belts, it's no surprise that the win predictor has them, well, comfortably ahead, 67% to 33%. It's an interesting matchup given, of course, it's the Southern Crusaders who topped their group, went through to that Qualifier 1 and beat the Masida Warriors on that occasion to get through as well. Sorry, as the Royal Strikers against the Southern Crusaders in that Qualifier 1. And the Southern Crusaders then have come into the final without having lost a game. Maybe the one side that they didn't want to come up against is Swieqi United, under Swieqi United, who have really eased themselves into the tournament. But you start to think that maybe, just maybe, they've kept their very best performance for the big game. You'd say their best performance with the bat was no doubt that Eliminator, putting on 175. And then probably their best performance with the ball was that Qualifier 2 against the Royal Strikers, where they restricted that batting lineup to just 72 for 7 off 10. So they've had a batting performance, they've had a bowling performance. Can they put both of those together in the final here against the Crusaders? The Crusaders then had the little moral victory of winning the toss, and they will start with ball in hand. And it looks like it's Gulfraz Masih, the hat-trick hero from the previous game, who will get his Crusaders side started. And it's the very familiar figure of Mehboob Ali on strike for Swieqi United. He's joined by the captain Mohammed Ajmal at the non-strikers end as we get this final up and running. And we start with a filthy no ball, as that's a wake-up call if Mehboob Ali was having a little afternoon nap. He's suddenly been rattled awake with that ball flashing past his shoulder. Even the size of Mehboob Ali out of his crease, still too high, and will be a free hit here for Mehboob Ali to get into his work, and into his work he does get as that one flies over cow corner. 6 runs, and Mehboob Ali, he is a big tournament player, and he's already come to the party in the earlier game today, and of course in those final group stage games where it wasn't certain actually that Swieqi would get through to finals day. They needed wins against the power hitters and against the MMC Titans in that final game. They did it in style, winning both games with a bonus point, and that was in thanks also to Mehboob Ali's antics with the ball. He picked up a hat-trick, picked up a 5-foot, had the chance actually to get more than a 5-foot. This one's chipped up in the air though, and it could be an early wicket, and it's a massive early wicket as Mehboob Ali looks down at the ground in absolute horror at what he has done here. Gulfraz Masih Just a delicate ball outside off stump. Mehboob Ali had the whole width of the Master Sports Ground to aim at, and all he manages to do is chip it into the hands of cover for the easiest catch you will get, as Mehboob Ali departs early in this final. It's a comfortable catch taken there in the covers. That's a big early blow as Rohana Deheragoda takes the catch. And Mehboob Ali, it was one big 6 and out for him, as he has to drag himself off the pitch. Swieqi United, they lose an early wicket, and what a big wicket it is, as La La Land, well, he's been deported, and 7 for 1 now, the early score for Swieqi United. Gulfraz Bassett, he's got the golden touch at the moment. He had a bit of a helping hand for that hat-trick. It was an LBW call that sealed it, but there was absolutely no doubt about that one, as it's 2 in 2, as Mohammad Kazim comes in, and he chips another one straight up to the absolutely jubilant fielder there. It's Sahan Nayakara in the covers, and Gulfraz Bassett, he finds himself on another hat-trick, and what a start this is for the Crusaders. Just that angle, the right arm around is doing it for Bassett, and the Swieqi United, they've just served up 2 absolute catching practice opportunities for the Crusaders, and they're not going to say no to those, especially in the final. Mohammad Kazim has to depart for a golden duck. Suddenly, the Southern Crusaders are really up and about here, and Gulfraz Bassett has the chance to put himself in the Hall of Fame for the 2nd time today. As we take a look, the hat-trick he got earlier for the Crusaders was in that game against the Strikers, and the 2nd of May, that's still today. 3 for 11 on this occasion. Hat-trick ball, Jaspal Singh is on strike. Oh, and I thought it was going to be another one into the grateful hands of the covers. It is through the covers, but this time along the ground. It's a nicely played shot there from Jaspal Singh, doing exactly what Mehboob Ali and Mohammad Kazim should have done before him, which is just guide it along the ground. And, well, got to catch your breath there. What a ferocious start to this final for the Southern Crusaders. Gulfraz Bassett still can get 3 in the over here, but just tried for one of those big booming away swingers. Didn't get it right on that occasion. Well, I suppose the good news for Swieqi United is that they do bat deep, and Jaspal Singh, of course, was the one who did all the damage in that qualifier 2, scoring 78 off 25 against the Royal Strikers. We'll say it wasn't exactly a chanceless innings. There was about 6 or 7 drops of Jaspal Singh on the Strikers on that occasion. And it doesn't look like at the moment that the Southern Crusaders are in any mood to drop the chances here. They've taken 2 in 2 so far. It's been a bit of a wild over otherwise. There's been a 6 and a 4, a no ball and a wide. But also, and most importantly for the Crusaders, 2 wickets in the middle. There's just the 1 ball coming up here. Just rearranging the field. Of course, the left-handed Mohammad Ajmal is out there. He's yet to face a ball. He will face up this final ball of the first over. He must be wondering what on earth has happened to his side in these first 5 deliveries. Such uncharacteristic hits actually from Mehboob Ali and Mohammad Kazim. You'd back them all day long to hit those to the boundary. Half appeal there. First from the wicketkeeper, then from the bowler Gulfraz. Nothing doing. But that brings the first over to an end, and what an eventful start to the final here in Malta, as Swieqi United, you'd say probably the favourites going into this game, find themselves shaking at 13 for 2. And there's absolutely no way I can call this final on my own with the drama we've already seen in the first 6 balls. So Rico, you're going to have to help me out.
Well, I'm here to help you out. And what a start. I mean, we have seen some brilliant starts from bowlers, but what about that one? First Lala, I mean, it's almost like he was giving catching practice. It was a very weird way for him to get out. But Mohammad Kazim, he absolutely creamed it. It's a great catch from Nani Akara, who, of course, has just come into this side. And Gulfraz Bassett was on another hat-trick right into the second. And that one gets swung and missed. We'll show you that first ball again. We just had a bit of difficulty getting the graphic off the screen. This is the ball that you just missed. And it's well bowled. As I did say that it was very unusual to see Daragora coming over the wicket. This is what he normally does. Comes round the wicket, goes right across the batters. Too wide this time. The keeper is going to struggle to stop it. It should be an easy wide taken. They've got the start. They've got 2 wickets. I'll maintain the same thing I was saying when they played the Royal Strikers, Swieqi United. 2 is good, but ideally you want 4 back. Once you've got 4 of them back, then you can start thinking about containing. We took a nice shot there of Dana. I don't know if you can see Dana again at some point. She's definitely in the Peacock Friday mood. She's got a really bright number on. Dana, she's ECN photographer doing some great work around the ground. That one, well, does it come off the bat? I wonder if it does. Well, it's come off something.
The Crusaders think so. They think it's come off the bat. You can see by the reaction of Rahana here. Take a look at how he goes up.
That's off the bat and it's down. That's a chance. Not easy when he's down the leg side. And that's Michael Gunteleka. And we've touched on this before. Having an out and right wicketkeeper can make such a big difference. He's just going to take the single here. Jaspal will get there.
Well, Rahana had a bit of a nightmare over in that qualifier 1, didn't he? He only had the 1. He went for 23. I think there was at least 10 wides in there as well. He just didn't get his angles right, and it's always going to be fine margins for Rahana, especially when he's bowling against the left-handed Ajmal, because he wants to cut across him, but anything that just veers down that leg side is going to go and just keep on going. When you don't have necessarily the most experienced of wicket keepers as well, who might not throw himself to the ground, then you're always risking those 5 wides.
Now, I wonder if Jaspal likes to go over the covers, doesn't he? Nobody back there at the moment. And, well, he gets beaten by a good one here. And this one is going to be 4 byes. Doesn't get anything. It goes past the batter. And Michael, you can see he starts to go towards the leg side. Then he tries to come back again, by which time he's lost his footing, loses sight of the ball. It's going to be 4 byes. We touched on this a lot. I know when Swieqi earlier were using Amir Imran as their keeper, who's back in the side, of course, for this one with no Wasim Abbas. But a good keeper makes all the difference. Great pick up. If that hit, that, and now, where's this going to end up? They should come back for 2. Well, what's he doing? He doesn't want to come back. It's another chance here. Oh, my word. What on earth are the batters doing here? Everybody is screaming, of course, at Amjal, the captain, saying, what are you doing? There's definitely 2 here. Have a look. First of all, this definitely would have been out. He's given it up, and well, you can see he's nowhere near. But then this ball goes to the boundary, and Ajmal is saying no, he doesn't want to run. He said no, and then he sends. Look at Jaspal. He's gone all the way to the strikers and back again, and only just makes it back.
What a sequence of events, isn't it? Well, the bowler there goes full-on Superman, does Rahana, to try and initiate the run-out. Craziness here from Swieqi United. Just need to settle down a little. It's still only the 2nd over, Rico, and they just feel like they have been a bit shaken by those 2 early wickets. And it's not just any wickets, it's Mehboob Ali and Mohammad Kazim. They just need to calm down. Jaspal Singh, he should be riding on a bit of a wave of confidence, and he just needs his captain to keep a cool head here.
Yeah, Daragora. Now, he's just not been able to adjust here. He's getting too much, if you like, swing from right to left when he's bowling. So he likes to bowl a bit sort of square on, but he's swinging his arm around too much. Good areas to a right-hander, not to left. But he could just surprise Ajmal here. Ajmal, he's shaking. He hasn't got off the mark yet. Hits this one away, and he will get off the mark. He'll get a single. There's a fielder back there. That will be the end of the over. So, yeah, I think Ajmal, he certainly looks shaken. He was not really in the frame at the moment. He's got Jaspal with him, and Jaspal, if he can stay in the sort of form that he's shown in this tournament so far, not just in the day, then he can still get a good score here. My feeling on this one, Tina, is the same as that match between them and the Royal Strikers. I think if Swieqi United get past that 120 mark, then again, if they bowl really well, then the Southern Crusaders could struggle to get there.
I think they could struggle, and they at least have that man, Jagath Porner. You feel like a lot would be resting on his shoulders. But then again, Michael, he came good, didn't he, in that first qualifier as well, the man with the yellow helmet. The big bird, he came out and scored some runs, but they're very top-heavy, aren't they,
Yeah.
those Southern Crusaders? They've got those two. Probably going to see them opening, especially if they're chasing a total that, well, we don't know what it will be, but if it's 120 or so, they'd want to go hard from the start.
Yeah, they will. You can't go too defensive. You've got to make the same sort of start that they did in, of course, that qualifier when they chased down that 101 with deliveries to go. They won by 8 wickets. It was a good performance from them. It's played away. It'll just be a single. A big difference between the running, between the wickets, between Jaspal and Mohamed Ajmal. I don't know what the age difference is between the two, but Jaspal, he plays the way he should be playing as a batter. He plays the shot, runs the first one hard, and he gets to the other end, and Ajmal is still ambling at the halfway point. So I think Jaspal might as well save his energy a little bit here, because Mohamed Ajmal, the captain, is not going to help him out in the running front. And he might, though, with the hitting front. He's hit that up and over. That's going to be 6 runs. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya.
16 years between the two. I won't reveal their ages, but Jaspal Singh, he's not a spring chicken, but he just has that speed along the ground, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Whereas Mohamed Ajmal, he's a bit more of a languid fellow. He takes his time, but he can hit the ball to the boundary when he needs to.
Slow ball, well bowled, beautiful delivery to a left-hander. What is it about left-handers not liking this sort of delivery, Tina?
I just think when it's coming across you, you're caught in two minds, because you think that ball's going to come back in and I don't want it to hit my pads. So you kind of just swing your bat at it, hope that it makes contact. It's just one of those awkward... It's the corridor of uncertainty, but the thing is, for a left-hander, the corridor of uncertainty isn't straight, it's diagonal. Because it comes straight across you, and then the uncertainty comes whether it's going to keep going across you or it's going to come back in. And that's when you get those ugly swipes. At least that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
And the thing is, with hearing you saying that is why, again, you know, bowlers that can bowl right arm over the wicket to a left-hander should continue doing so, because once you come around the wicket, you take that away, don't you?
Yeah, that's what we were saying the other day, weren't we? That I'm so happy as a left-handed batter when someone comes around, because I know that the ball's only going to come in one direction, and that's just straight into me, and it's just a matter of how much it comes in. Massey on that occasion doesn't get it coming in, and that's the one that then goes wrong, where it just goes diagonally across.
This one, it's an interesting one.
I think it's okay.
This is the one that he got out to last time, so he's right not to play at it, I suppose, but he doesn't. It wasn't quite as wide as Hay was out. Now he changes now here. So this, let's see if this works in his favour. And no, 4 runs. Why does he change? And this is something where, if you were to say to the bowler now, after those last couple of deliveries, why did you come round the wicket? I'd love to know what he says, because there was no reason to. He just got dot, wide, dot. It was going well. He comes round the wicket and the ball gets hit to the boundary for 4.
It's not hooping in swing either. That's one of the reasons why maybe you go around, because you think, if I can get it more or less out of the eye line of the left-hander, and by the time it comes in, it's hooping into his pads short, but it's not really swinging much, then I'd always go that angle across, where as a left-hander, you're almost having to look over your shoulder to see that ball coming across you. And then having to, you almost go cross-eyed by the time the ball then does cut across you. And I think on that occasion, he just bottled it a little bit. He bowled one wide, and he suddenly thought, oh no, panic. I've got to change something, rather than saying, you know, a wide's a wide and come back stronger the next ball. Well, he went round the wicket and got punished.
37 then off the power play. 60-40 at the moment. Swieqi United are in front, says the win predictor. And they always were going to be the favourites here, but Southern Crusaders, a couple of wickets can make a difference. They will go back to Deragoda. It's chipped up in the air, and that's going to be, I think, 4 runs. Yeah, 4 runs, but it's again that, it's the sound of this bat. I mean, I did speak a little bit to Jaspal in the long break we had. I said, Jaspal, your bat definitely sounds busted. He said, yeah, it is. And he told me, I'm not going to say if it's gospel or not. He said, I did say to the umpires, and they said they didn't let me change it because the crack is under the tape, so it can't be seen. But having said that, I mean, it's the same bat because it sounds the same.
Yep.
So can't blame the umpires this time. And if he does go to the umpires, they'll probably say, well, it's the same bat you used last time. And if it's busted, why are you using it again? So he's not going to do himself any favours. But it's a nice shot from him, but I think to Jaspal Singh, you do need to have, I mean, I would even go as far as to have a point and an extra cover on the boundary. He does like to play that shot.
And even when there was a point and extra cover in that previous game, where he racked up the runs, 78 of them, still a few times he hits the ball so well that it went flying in between them. But you've certainly got to give yourself the best possible opportunity to cut off that favoured area for Jaspal.
Delagoda now, can he get it right to Ajmal? He's been too much onto his pads. He can't get it right. It's a better effort, though, from him. It's better to be and try to get it in there than be at his pads. And remember, we did see Ajmal reach out to one before and get caught in that on the man on the 45 at third. So it's better areas from Delagoda if you can get it right. It's another one. But have a look at Ajmal here. He really is struggling. I mean, I know that's a wide. It's got to be bowled again. But left-handers, if you bowl that to... I mean, Tina, if somebody's bowling that to you, what are you doing with it? You're going to love it. You're going to say, yeah, it's a wide, but you know what? I'm going to hit a boundary. I'm going to get 4 or 6 here. He just keeps missing them.
The fielder is in the ring as well on fine leg. So if you just lift it, it's the shortest boundary on the ground. It's a guaranteed boundary every time. He uses the extra... Yeah, he's just tickled that one. And he's going to run through, and I say run, probably jog through. And Jaspal Singh says, what are you playing at? They're almost at the same end by the time Mohammad Ajmal realised he should be going for a run there.
The communication between them is pretty poor. I mean, let's just say Mohammad Ajmal, he's not the best of runners, and Jaspal is really having to work hard just to communicate with him. But always a run there. And that's what they've got to think about here. Michael Gunslick is a makeshift keeper. He said that himself at the coin toss to me. He said, I'm going to have to go behind the stumps. He hasn't done it for a couple of years. So anything that goes behind there, you've got to be looking to take a single, because most times it's not going to be a clean take. So take the single. Jaswinder is quite happy at the moment here just to push this around. And now he hands us right back here to Ajmal. Well, here we go again. This time it's going to be a desperate lunge, and that's now going to be, I think, Tina, probably, I'm going to say 14 runs that have come behind the stumps. There was a 4 byes. That one's gone through again. I don't think there's anything on that. That's byes as well. Then there's a couple of singles they've taken. So by not having, here's a classic example of what can happen when you don't have a proper keeper behind the stumps. No disrespect to Michael, he's trying to do the job for his team, but it's a hard position to fill if you're not a regular. So play that in the air, it'll just be a single this time, and Ajmal, quite rightly so, they're making him run, and Delagoda does what good bowlers should do, gets behind the stumps.
I think it's the hardest position, as the 50 is brought up for Swieqi. 51 after 4. It's the hardest position, I think. It's made even more difficult if you've got a right arm over bowler or right arm around even to a left-hander, because it just means the wicketkeeper has zero sighting of the ball before it hoops down the wide side or the leg side. And well, the byes certainly go down to him, but I think some of the byes have even been a bit difficult, as he's given away 8 byes so far. There's also been 8 wides, so 21 extras already in the first 4 overs. So 30 have come off the bat, 21 from extras, and this is really what the Southern Crusaders can't afford to do. If they've got off to a good start, got those wickets, they can't let Swieqi back in with bowling like that and with the extras, as they're ducking for cover there in the... I think that's Paolo there. I think he's probably bringing out the trophies, and the trophy almost had a ding in it immediately as it was hooked away there from Mohammad Ajmal, who hasn't quite found his stride there. It was good to see Paolo. He turned with the trophies behind him, so he was protecting the equipment at all costs.
Well, that last shot would make Ajmal feel a lot better. That one won't, because he plays and misses. And I think I noticed that it was the Estonian team was sat down there as well, so they were definitely in the firing line as well. Nice to see them here. We saw them having a bit of a warm-up. Lovely to see Mehboob who was here as well. She came and said hello, and of course Stefan, who, well, I was only just with a few days ago. France is there. That's played out, and it's going to be 4 runs as well. Got the runs. One thing that's really surprised me today, Tina, as I said, I didn't see any of the Group A matches, but I don't quite understand why Jagath Pune is coming on to bowl so late. When I was here in February, and I believe earlier in last year, the end of last year in November, they're always bowled in pretty early. Sometimes he even bowled the second over. More often than not, it was the fourth over. I don't quite understand why they're holding him back.
I don't either. He's coming in at times where he's almost got to rescue the innings.
Oh, that's big. Watch out. This is near us. Tina, I'm telling you, that's hit the net just to the right of us. Oh, well, that's a big hit. And Ajmal, well, he's hitting hot and cold at the moment, but that was hot and spicy. Had all the masala on it. And, yeah, look where that hits. You can see where we are. It weren't that far away. I can always tell when all the eyes of the players are looking right at us.
Yeah, luckily we're not in the igloo, because the igloo has that terrifying little hood, which means the ball just disappears from sight and you brace for impact. Luckily, that one was always just going to the right of us. Mohammad Ajmal, well, there's the cold part, and the cold here might still go for 4. No, it's actually some brilliant fielding there from Sahan to prevent the boundary, as he's helped out there by Jagath Pune, who's cutting a bit of a frustrated figure in the field. Maybe he wants the ball in hand as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be giving him the ball early to try and take some wickets. I mean, they allow Ajmal to maybe bat himself into form here. Gets right across, turns this into a full toss, and he's going to get over the fielder. Mohammad Ajmal shuffles across and hits that on the full. It's going to go all the way. That over will go for 24. And at the halfway point, we see 75 on the board. And it's a fine opportunity to invite you all into, well, where we were in danger a moment ago in the commentary position. Loving the action here. Of course, don't forget, the action, Tina, here doesn't finish after today, because we mentioned Estonia. They're here because we have an international series tomorrow where with the men from Estonia and the women from Croatia will be in action. Yeah,
we're looking forward to hosting Estonia, but of course also the Croatian women. We haven't seen the women's sides. I'm sure Malta will continue to be excellent hosts, as the women have 3 games tomorrow, and then we'll flip that around on day 2. So on Sunday, the men will have 3 games. So between them, they'll have 5 games each. So it's another 10 games brought to you on the network this afternoon. Plus, of course, the internationals, the T20I is happening over in Czechia, plus the Belgian night series. As we have again, it's that misfield from Michael. And as you were saying, Rico, it's not really his fault that he's not a proper keeper.
I want to see this again for one reason. Look at Mohammad Ajmal now. He's saying, come on, let's go. It's my turn to get you to hurry on. He's woken up, and I like that. Now he's thinking, you know what? I'm seeing the ball. I'm hitting it well. It's time for him to get going. But I think he's cottoned on. Every time the ball goes behind there, Marco Guntaleka is not a regular keeper. He's struggling. We've got to take him on. And I think that's the right way. You've got to take whatever runs you can get at the moment. So that's better from the captain. He's also striking the ball better. And he's kind of keeping Jaspal off strike, but at least while he's on strike, he is finding the boundary now.
Those extras keep on notching up as well, 22 of them now.
Doesn't get this out of the middle, scuffs at it. Salman Khan is the bowler, but it only leisurely goes to, well, there he is, Jagath Pune. That's the man we're talking about. And at the moment, Pune is not being required to have a bowl.
Interesting if he maybe bowls the next. He could bowl the 7th and the 9th, but it's tough to get him to come in then when both batters are set.
Oh, that's such a lovely shot. It really is. I mean, he goes inside out. He plays that beautifully. I did say earlier that I think you do need to think about having 2 players out there. What a glorious stroke that is. That could be your HCL shot of the day. But it's a great effort for the fielder. The बहुत अच्छी कोच की थी, but चौका लग गया, बहुत बढ़िया timing. What a lovely shot that is from Jaspal.
He hasn't had too much of the strike, and he's just been ticking along at over a run a ball. But that one's certainly the best of the lot so far. Can he go 2 and 2? Hits it hard down the ground. But it will be mopped up by Jagath Purna, the man.
Well, look at this.
Hopping on one leg. Maybe he's just bringing attention to Michael that he's here and he's ready to go on one leg or 2.
Well, how about that for a bit of fielding? Well, I thought that Purna was going hopping mad from a moment as he was going sharper, 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 sharper on one leg. And just basically daring the batters to take him on. I don't think they were thinking about 2 at all. And probably just missing leg. It's a decent call, but you can see with the angle that the bowler's getting this ball to go, just striking, going past that leg stick. And also it's coming round the wicket. It's got to do an awful lot. Got to straighten up a bit, but that's always going down. I think it's Ajmal who's just disappointed he doesn't get anything on this. And otherwise it would have certainly been perhaps another boundary. Right, Jaspal back. Goes for it. Is up in the air. Gear. Shakal. Jaspal with his beloved broken bat still finds the boundary rope. And this ball, the Grizzly, lands on the right side of it. 6 more runs.
I wonder what he could do with a functioning bat. It's probably a bit of a superstition now. He's not going to give away a bat.
Do you think so? Because, I mean, he says he wasn't allowed to change it in the last bat. Well, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But now he's probably thinking, well, I made 78 with it, not out. It didn't kind of let me down. I'm just going to stick with it. And why not? 89 for 2 after 6. So once again, the Southern Crusaders, they got that early breakthrough, didn't they? 2 wickets in the first over, but they need a breakthrough here now. Otherwise, Swieqi United, let's have a look at the expected score in that 140s. I mean, they've got to go something to get there. But again, I'll repeat, if you're getting past the 120 here, I think Swieqi will fancy themselves.
And look who they're turning to now. It is Jagath Purna. But just imagine he bowled the 3rd and the 4th or the 5th. And suddenly this partnership, which is now worth 82, could have been broken a little earlier. And if he does pick up the wicket now, well, it's certainly not too little too late. But you wonder why they're leaving a bowler like him to bowl the 7th when both of these batters are already in. You see that first one, a big swing and a miss from Ajmal.
Yeah, good areas to be to Ajmal, actually. He's missed so many that be just about there. And Jagath Purna is a very intelligent and very good cricketer. He's played a lot of cricket there in Sri Lanka. I know I've spoken to him about it before. He's also a very good coach. Both the batters seem to be having issues with their gloves, don't they? I know that Jaspal always seems to have the gloves off there. You can see that. And I wonder if the umpires might just have a chat with both the batters and say, hey guys, come on. This keeping your gloves off, putting them on and off is wasting a bit of time. It's a bit of a full toss now. I think I can see that umpire Jit is on the walkie-talkie. He wants to just check the height on this one. I think Ajmal does come forward and attack it, but we'll have a look anyway. Let's see. It looks like he does dance forward to it. So let's have a look. Not that much, but still that's okay. It's below the waist. Now that's the sort of delivery you don't want to be bowling to Jaspal. Field does change. He's got 3 men on the leg side. Square leg, mid-wicket. A long on, a long off. He brings up one of the 2 on the offside, but keeps a sweeper out there. Extra cover comes in. That's nicely played. Good footwork. And the fielders between them to make the stop. It's just a single. Well, yep, just a single.
This is the thing you won't get too often with Jagath Purna. Yes, that previous ball was a bit of a filthy full toss, but even that one couldn't be hit to the boundary, and he's not going to give you too much. This time, just knocks it into the gap.
The 2 fielders, well, a little bit of kabaddi going out there on the offside. That's not a good ball. Good save from Michael. That's a good stop. If he doesn't stop this, then that's going all the way down to where Diana Oroz has parked herself, and she's clicking away. Some photos for you on social media. Some videos there too, I'm sure. A rare error then from Purna. And well bowled. He knows that Ajmal wants to go on the leg side. I mean, that's one that you're really looking to loft into that extra cover area, but he doesn't fancy that. Maybe those fielders that have been put out there are putting him off. Good over so far. This is why we were saying I don't understand why he's bowling so late. Jaspal will want to go after him. It's nicely played. Oh, beautiful shot. That's a touch of class. It really is. And that's why, as Ravi Panchal wants a little bit more camera time, but Ravi, sorry, we're going to look at this shot again because it's an absolute cracker. You don't always have to belt the leather off the ball. Sometimes it's just placement and timing. Top draw, that shot.
Lovely shot. I think Jagath Purna was a bit upset that Abdul Rahman didn't get down quicker to that one. Puts a blemish on what's otherwise been a fantastic over, as that one's going to fly into the covers, but this time it is good fielding done out there in the deep by Vidusha Rashmika. So despite that one boundary, still a good over for Southern Crusaders, restricting Swieqi to just the 9 runs from it. As we again take a look at what's coming up here tomorrow, as the action doesn't stop, and we're going into the internationals as Malta women take on Croatia women and Estonia, who've just departed, I think, early night for them. They've got 2 big games tomorrow against the Malta men's side, and then it will be the reversal on Sunday. So the Malta and Estonia men will play the first, third and 5th games, and the women play the 2nd and 4th.
Yeah, welcome to, of course, we got to see the men here, but welcome, of course, to Team Croatia, the women. And they probably are getting settled into base as well. Be great to see you in the morning. Goes across the stumps, whips it away. Dangerous shot to play with Jaspal Singh. But when you're in form and you're seeing the ball well, then you execute them to perfection. And that was right on the stumps. If he doesn't get back onto ball, it was going to be definitely plumb LBW. So takes a risk and gets away with it. The 100 comes up. So the next 17 balls, so crucial. You know that Swieqi, they want to be going 2 a ball minimum to get to that sort of 130 score. But while these batters are there, they've got batters to come in, they'll be looking to really accelerate now.
I think they might have their eyes on the 150 here. The expected score, 147. Mohammad Ajmal and Jaspal Singh, neither of them, you could say, have really hit top gear yet. Jaspal Singh, even with his broken bat, he's hit over 100 runs with that broken bat today alone. And he wants to add a few more to the collection. They've almost got license to thrill here. Going into the 8th over with still batters left to come.
Oh, that one right at the bottom doesn't carry. Well, that's when the broken bat, I suppose, comes in handy. If it was a decent bat, it would have gone straight to Jagath Purna, who wasn't going to drop it, that's for sure. So gets a little bit of luck.
I think his skull is still vibrating from the...
Every time he hits it, I feel it. You know when you get it, when you hit a ball badly and it comes all the way up and vibrates right up to the top of your head. I reckon that he's feeling that most of the time. He's probably got some good shock absorbers. Right, Ajmal, captain. And just lobs that up in the air. Luckily for him, there's nobody there.
It's been a nice couple of overs, hasn't it, from Southern Crusaders, just stemming the flow. And that's, I suppose, maybe why they brought Jagath Purna in late in the piece, just to halt the momentum towards the back end of the innings. It is a plan that can backfire, though.
Oh, that's been mullered. That's a brutal strike. That ball ain't coming back, people. It is gone into the archery range, and it is still going. What a shot. It goes right across his stumps again. It's just a little bit short. If it's Yorker length, then you've got a chance as a bowler. Oh, that is brutal. That is a Bizaway Super 6. Oh, wow. Well, Jaspal looking dangerous again. It was at this point that he really accelerated in the last innings. Oh, and he does it again. Arriba, kinna sona kidda dosto. Ajdana Jaspal Singh the batting dekhe maza aa gaya ki nahi. Jabardast batting as he does it again. Hops across. Boom. Shakka lag gaya. Thank you very much.
Action replay there from Jaspal Singh. That one not quite out of the what's left of the middle of his broken bat, but there's enough on it to take it over the rope. And suddenly what looked like a bit of consolidation turning into what could be a magical over as they're fleeing there in the background because they know Jaspal Singh is here.
They say, come on, let's get out of here. That's another lovely shot. He's turning on the style here, is Jaspal. And maybe we're going to see back-to-back half centuries. He made a cracking 78 in the last. I say cracking, I should sort of rephrase that. It was a good 78, but he had a lot of luck. In this innings, he hasn't given a chance so far. It's been a much better innings because don't forget, when he came out there, his team were in a spot of bother. They were losing wickets, but this partnership has been good. And the 120 on the board 2 overs to go. I said at the time a 120 would be a good score. So now they can turn that into a very good score, maybe a match-winning score with 12 balls to go.
It was a magical over in the end from Mohamed Salman Khan, who didn't quite repeat the magic that he showed earlier in the day. 35 off his 2 overs. How much more damage can be done in the last 2 overs?
Oh dear, oh dear. That's going to be a minimal. It's tremendous effort from the fielder. I mean, he couldn't have tried any harder. Really, it's a great effort from Nanyakara. Remember, his day started with a brilliant catch. But once again, it's not the best of deliveries, and no way that a makeshift keeper is going to stop that. And look at that. I mean, a little bit of break dancing from the fielder. He even gets attacked by the rope, but he can't stop it. That's a minimo. Flicks it, catching chance, and it's been held. They get the breakthrough. Ajmal, the captain, will go for 41. And Purna makes amends after giving 5 away by picking up the wicket. But a lot of credit there to the fielder. Comes across and takes a smart catch.
Had to take that catch on the run, but he does well to get across and get his hands in a good position. So he takes that underneath his eyes, and that is the end of Mohamed Ajmal, who got himself to 41 off 25. Never really found all that fluency we've seen from him in the past, but certainly a good little knock from him, especially when he saw his opening partner Mehboob Ali fall very early in the piece. It brings Arif Mohammed to the crease. Still early on in the 9th over. That first one was 5 wides as well, so that was in fact the first legal delivery. Jagath Porter, well, he's showing the fielder at fine leg exactly how fine he wants him to be.
I feel 2 in 2. We've seen so much of that today. Oh, it should have been. It's an edge. And Michael, I suppose if you're on Michael's side, somebody who's doing a job behind the stumps, you would turn around and say, I don't see that as a drop catch. I see that as a boundary saved. And it was a dot ball. Oh, well, it's a big swing and a miss. How about that for a bit of turn from Purna? Well, Arif is now probably thinking, all right, I'm going to have to come out me crease and go after you. Let's see what Purna does here now. This time it's too wide, and well, look at Michael. He's getting more confident by the minute. Now it's a one-handed grab from him.
He'll take the gloves off in a minute. Just don't need this, don't need the helmet.
They want a boundary here to get them to the 130s and then really go for the big one later. Taking this on, very casual running, out, gone. Very casual running results in a wicket. And, well, I did say that I feel another wicket coming. And he doesn't score any runs because he's going to go for 0 off 3 balls. It's poor running. I mean, look how slowly he goes here. Watch, he's ball watching. And then he thinks, oh, I better get going. By this time, it's too late. Direct hit. Thank you very much. You're on your way. And the only good thing they do, and it could be a good thing, depends what happens, the next 2 deliveries, is at least it does get Jaspal back on strike.
It does, but I'll tell you what, it was a great throw-in from Akil Dev. Just the one stump to aim at, and he just glanced it as the bails popped off. Arif Mohammed, he thought he was just jogging down the other end, doing his part. In the end, he can jog off the pitch.
Well, gets another dot ball in. So, what a no. I mean, Purna's spell has been quite incredible, actually. He's been unlucky. He just let himself down at scores at the start of this over with the 5 wides. Jaspal, he wants that boundary. He wants a 130 going into the last, and he plays a very dangerous shot, going right back on his stumps, but he will get a single. 128 for 4. 6 balls to go. Jaspal on strike. They're wanting a big finish here, Swieqi. And you never know. If Southern Crusaders can keep it to, let's say 8 runs or so, I think they'll still believe that even though it'll be an uphill struggle, they still got a chance.
I think absolutely with Jagath Porter, he's done his job with the ball, and he'll certainly have a big task with the bat in hand. 1 for 16 at his spell. That's why we were crying out for him. And I suppose it did work out in the end for Southern Crusaders. They kept him back just to keep the last few overs tight. It looks like it will be Vinith Vidashan to come back to bowl the final over as Jaspal Singh just pulls out of that one. I think someone walking maybe in the car park behind the sight screen and went. I think maybe there's a correction to the score because I don't think we missed Jaspal's half. Or did he get that the half century on the final ball?
That single he took off the stumps, yeah.
He does get his half century and he gets to 56 with that one.
Whacked. And well, Jaspal, Bella na apni half century brani single leg. He won na shakka mariya, changa shakka mariya. And he will get the applause. Or maybe we didn't hear them when the word has got through now. 50 to him, so back-to-back 50s. This is crucial 5 balls coming up here now. I think we're at the stage here now with the Southern Crusaders. I said if they can keep it to about 8, let's say 10 runs, no more of this over, they'll still believe. But if it goes big, if it goes magical, that will really, they'll feel it. And it could sink them. It's a good delivery. Good delivery, well bowled. Dot ball, gold dust.
That's the perfect ball, actually, just slightly back of a length. Doesn't allow any width for Jagath to throw his hands at that one. He's certainly looking, well, before that dot ball, probably looking to still get the 150. He certainly wants his side well into the 140s.
Yeah, he does. I can see him hopping across here. Let's see if he does that. There he goes. But that's well bowled, but it's also well played. He's got very quick hands, has Jaspal Singh. And I think this is where he's thinking, I'm going to go across. But if he does bowl it short and wide, I'll be ready for this shot. So he's anticipated what could happen, and he's executed it beautifully. That's a lovely shot as he moves into the 60s now. 138. Actually goes all the way for 6. Beg your pardon, it's 140. Right, does he run? No. That's it. Oh, look at him run. Look at Imran Amir. He is fuming. Well, Imran Amir probably doesn't quite understand that it's a guy at the other end who's on 62 and doesn't want to take the single. He wants to face the next 2 balls. I tell you what, Imran will calm down if this next one is hit to the boundary. If it's not, he'll be fuming. Well, Imran, settle down, buddy.
He's still going.
He's still going. Oh, look at it. Gonna leave the shot. I want to see what's happening in the middle. Go back to the middle. Live action. Show me these two. Well, they eventually fist bump. And Jaspal is saying, "Yaar, tenu ki ho gaya? Main te hai. Main shakke marne hai. 150 ball here. Run. Tu ami mere magar pe aa gaya." And that's the way to reply. Well, he was still. Look at him here. He's still going at him, saying, "Oh yaar, kade nahi liya." And he's saying, "Look. Don't you understand? You haven't faced a ball yet."
I think he's saying I could have hit it even further.
He's saying exactly that. And that's played away. Now he's got to run. He's got to get his running shoes on. Imran's got to go. Remember his famous moment when, well, where's the ball? What's happening here? And they're going to go for 2. And that means it'll be 148 for 4. And it's Jaspal Singh who scores another score in the 70s. This time 70 full on of 29 deliveries that, well, maybe he has got Swieqi United to a winning score. Look at him run.
I'm not sure.
Do you remember, by the way, what he did in that match earlier? I think it was on day 1. Remember he missed the ball and just walked off?
Oh, was that
That's him. And now he's giving Jaspal the evil eye and a ticking off for not taking a single. Well, I don't think Imran would have smashed that ball for 6 and then maybe taken 2 there. So I reckon Imran just needs to settle down now and know his place. This is the way it started. Mehboob, he did get 1 6 out of the middle, and then he just, it looks almost like he was catching practice. He said, "Dadagora, here you go, catch this." This one, though, was hit well. Or was it? It's very similar to the one before. He's sort of just not getting the elevation, but look at the joy as Southern Crusaders picked up 2 wickets in the first over. Well, that bat, we know where that's ending up, but then there came the fight back. But there were some assistance in extras. I'm just having a look at that now. I can't believe how many. Actually, I'm double take. 31 extras. This is when there was almost an incredible run out of Jaspal. Good job it wasn't. Ajmali did play a few shots, but yeah, 31 extras, 16 wides. There was a no ball, 5 leg buys and 9 buys. And I think, I'm not saying all of those, but certainly half of those have to go down to not having a regular wicketkeeper. That was one that almost threatened to come in here. But some of the shots, that were just glorious. That shot from Jaspal, he shows that he's an all-round player. I mean, this is the first time that he shuffled across the line to play that shot, but then he did start to get it right. This is another one. That one I can't blame Michael for. Tremendous effort there from the fielder trying to make the stop. That was Nanyakara. But Jaspal, once again, a lovely, elegant display of batting from him.
And he was out there in the middle for quite a long time from Mohammad Ajmal before he hauled out. Jaspal Singh, 148 runs for the day, remains unbeaten on finals day. Maybe even a late contender for MVP, you never know.
Yeah.
But it'll all come down to the second innings here, I reckon, as Jagath Purna, well, we were calling for him to come into the attack. He did in the end, picked up 1 wicket and that run out in his 9th over as well. But the boundaries just kept on coming, despite Imran Amir saying, I could have hit that one even further. Imran Amir maybe should stay at the non-striker's end for a bit longer, as Jaspal Singh, he added the cherry on top of his innings with that final flourish towards the end. And that's why Swieqi United, well, probably happy with that outcome, especially with those 2 early wickets. 148, so 149 for the win for the Crusaders.
Yeah, it's a good score on the board, 148. Now remember, last time in that semi-final, of course, it was kind of the other way around. It was Swieqi that were fielding first, and they did a good number on the Southern Crusaders, restricting them to 87, and then Swieqi knocked them off quite comfortably. On that occasion, it was Mehboob Ali, 55. But who was the player of the match? I can tell you who it was. Jaspal Singh, taking 2 for 8 in the player of the match performance. Well, with that 70 he scored, he could be the player of the match again. We had a quick look there at the scorecards. Jaspal 70, Mohammad Ajmal 41 or 25. I mean, he wasn't going at a rapid pace, but he was doing what he had to do, and it's probably just as well, because after that Arif Mohammed and, well, I suppose Imran Amir didn't face the ball, but Arif Mohammed did waste 3 balls for nothing. And on the bowling front, there was 2 wickets there for Gulfat Massi, but that all happened in the first over. And Jagath Purna, 1 for 16. I get why they're holding back, but if you've got a bowler like that, you bowl him early to try and get the wickets of the good batters like Jaspal and also the captain Ajmal. If you send those back early, it's a different ball game. I said right from the beginning that you've got to take 4 wickets, then you're into Swieqi United. Those wickets came a little bit too late. Well batted from Jaspal Singh. We're going to take a short break here, and then we'll be back for the final innings of this European cricket, the spring series here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. Join us back, and maybe we'll join us back with some random questions as well. Rico Full here with Tina Goff. We'll be back in under 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final innings of this day, finals day of this European Cricket Spring Series here in Malta. And well, Swieqi United, they have the upper hand, but it's worth mentioning that in the two matches they played already today, that was the Eliminator against Mehboob Warriors and also in the qualifier number 2 against the Royal Strikers, both the oppositions made a good start in the quest to get to the target, but Swieqi United found a way to get the wins in the end, comfortably against the Royal Strikers, but not so comfortably against Mehboob Warriors. So they have had their problems. The opening bowlers haven't been at their best. Bishnoi has trouble. There's no Wasim Abbas to fall back on this time. So you get the feeling that somebody like Mehboob Ali and then perhaps a bowler that is starting to impress the last few matches, Gurpreet Singh, are going to have a good outing with the ball. You just get the feeling that if they get 4 good overs in here, Swieqi United, then the crown will be once again theirs. But I know that the two openers, Michael Guntaleka, who again will take the first ball, and Jagath Pune will be hoping that they make a good start. Remember, in the earlier match, those two put a very good, fine opening partnership together, and that's what they're looking to do again this time. And they're going to be up against Ashok Bishnoi, who's been hit and miss, I feel, in this tournament. Will he come good in the final with the ball? Here's the first, and maybe it's not. It gives me an opportunity to invite everybody back in the chat. I know that John Hisham is saying it will be a great chase, and if it is, he'll witness it at the ground. Hello to SkyQuest, Ghulam Mustafa, and I did notice that Monica Ramos was also in the chat. Hello, Monica. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday and a Peacock Friday, and that's the start that you want. It's played away. Michael Guntaleka, he's got nothing to lose here, and he's got to be aggressive. That's a lovely shot. And I'm liking that angle as well. That's well captured. And of course, I think that's the camera at the top of the clubhouse. As Michael plays the uppercut beautifully. So good start. Runs on the board straight away, and it's a boundary. And Bishnoi a little bit short, 6 runs. Bishnoi, it was a magical over from him. The last, well, that's going to be worked away. Is he going to get to the boundary? I feel that it is. He does go for that Yorker. And it's almost like Michael Guntaleka is waiting for it. He knows it's coming. The in-swinging Yorker, it ends up being more of a full toss, actually. And he kind of plays that from outside the off. But he plays the sweep shot, gets away with it. It's going to be 4 more. And you know what we like to say in the network? 6 and 4, hungry for more. So the captain, Michael, he is hungry for more. He wants success. He wants his hands on that trophy. Needing to go well, and that's drilled to the boundary. That's going to be another lovely shot, 4 more. And Ashok Bishnoi, yeah, he just, I don't know, he's just faded away for me in this tournament. I said in the last match that he's bowled for me 1 good over in the tournament. And other than that, he's struggled. He's been too short. He hasn't got the Yorker right, the Yorker that we know he can bowl. The thing about him is he's on the leg peg all the time. He doesn't try and go outside the off, which makes it a lot easier for batters to pick him and put him away. So he's under attack here. First 3 balls of the reply from the Crusaders have all gone to the boundary. Hello to Chris Smith as well. And he's saying, well, this is news to me, and it's going to be a single. Jagath Pune on strike. Well, not holding back here. And I can tell from the reactions that is Imran Amir. And I think he's right to be excited. I think that probably, if he hits here, it probably would have been out. Let's have a look. Michael was a bit slow to go. No acceleration. In comes the throw. By the time he hurries, yeah, he would have been gone. Would have been gone. Now, this time round, I think Imran Amir has cause to be excited. Oh, look at that reactions. I love his reactions. I really do. They do take the single. Pune on strike to face his first. And doesn't have to do much with that one. It's going to be a wide from Bishnoi. So still 2 more balls to come in the over. They've got to the 16, so this over belongs to the Crusaders so far. Yeah, Monica Ramos, feliz cumpleaños, says, I can see there that Chris Smith is letting on that it's your birthday. So happy birthday to you. I'll probably see that on my phone a bit later. Don't tend to touch it during the matches, but I will send you a personal message as well. Hope you're having a great day. Well, I'll tell you who could have a great day is Jagath Puna. He's certainly going to be in the talk of MVP with the way he's batted. He's just fallen behind Jaspal Singh as the leading run scorer, but he has got 3 very good half centuries to his name. And if he bats well here, then who knows? He could be getting his hands on the winner's trophy. 20 off the over, and Bishanoi, it's just not happening for him. It just doesn't seem to be the same bowler who was terrorising batters a couple of years ago when he took those 6 wickets here against Gozo CC. And gets played off the back foot, taking it on. In comes the throw. And I think direct hit is what the field was going for. That's, I think, what you needed here. Michael was a little bit slow running to the non-strikers end last time. Let's see here. But yeah, I think this time he does get there. But again, only I think the direct hit would have had him in trouble. And the wicket keeper, well, maybe a better throw with the keeper had less to do. But it's a good start for the Crusaders. 21 come off the first over. Rika full here. And so is Tina Goff, as we see on our screens. 15 matches since her golden ball.
Golden ball final, I think, would be a fitting end to this series, which has pretty much had it all. It's had 100, it's had several hat-tricks, a fifer, and hasn't had the golden ball. So now would be as good a time as any. The Southern Crusaders just need to keep on plugging away. What I kind of fear for them is that this is actually a very similar start to what the Royal Strikers had. They got off to a blistering start, 32 off the first 2 overs, and then that first wicket fell, and that brought wickets 2, 3, and 4, and so on. And Southern Crusaders, a bit of a similar lineup in that they've got power, but this one might be the end of it, actually.
Great catch. Can he stay? Oh, not out, not out, not out. Well, I think he didn't know where the rope was. He was okay as long as he didn't lean backwards, and then the fielder who was alongside him didn't read the play. So Gurjeet holds on to the catch, but he thinks he's going to fall over the rope, and he throws this away. Look, he don't know where the rope is. So as he falls, he didn't have to do it as long as he kept his hand up in the air. And that is a massive moment in this match. Huge moment. Oh my, Gurjeet panicked and throws the ball away. Purna survives. And the Yorker delivery from Mehboob. Well, what about that, Tina?
He was fine. He already hit the turf with his head, which is the furthest back he would have gone before he threw the ball away. But it was just a moment of panic. And you could see Ashok Bishnoi was trying to reel him in. He was trying to pull his trousers to make sure he didn't go over. It was just a bit of a miscommunication between the two. In the end, instead of what would have been a great catch, it doesn't go to the boundary because of the throwaway. But more importantly, it's a dropped opportunity.
And carves it away, but to the fielder. And you don't mind singles. You're right, though. It's got that feel, hasn't it, to the same sort of thing that happened to the Royal Strikers. They got a good start, magical over. Again, it was against Bishanai. It's quite strange that they keep sticking to Bishanai to bowl the first over, because it always puts them under pressure straight away. But then Mehboob Ali comes back with a good one. So at the moment, just the 2 runs from it. Right, he has another go here to Jagath. And this time, strokes out. He says yes, but then sends Michael back as a dot ball. Mehboob Ali, fine bowling from him. So yeah, Monica Ramos, have a great birthday. And aren't you lucky sharing your birthday with the Prince of Trinidad, Brian Lara? And they will take the single, and we'll get there, but it's only a single, just the 3 off the over. So 2 overs complete. It's 24 without loss. That's the key, I suppose, at the moment. They could have lost Jagapuna for just 5. but he does survive. Let's have a look at the Challenger Division. Remember, this will follow the Premier Division. It's a different structure this time, so you'll have the 3 groups of the Premier Division will play, and then we'll know who the 5 teams are. So the 3 winners from the Premier, and of course the winners from last year, England, and the runners-up Netherlands, will form the next round of matches for the Premier. But meanwhile, while they take a bit of a break, the Challenger Division will come into action, and of course we're going to see Estonia. They'll be here tomorrow, and also Malta in that Challenger Division. So those 2 teams will have the opportunity to kind of test each other out tomorrow. Kind of a dress rehearsal for the Euros of cricket coming up a bit later in the year.
Don't forget, that's on the back of the Western Shield and the Meltal Shield as well. So September promises to be an absolute spectacle over in Malaga. We've got a bit of a spectacle on our hands here. That one doesn't quite have the distance on it, and it will just be a single that gets Michael back on strike. Jagath Purna, though, still reeling from the fact that, well, he probably could have and should have been back in the hut. He lives to fight another day, and it's a big let-off as well for the Crusaders, as Jagath Purna really their star man with the bat, and he's still out there.
Jaspal Singh having a bowl. We didn't see him bowl in the last. Well, that's too short, and that's going to be put away to the boundary. It's interesting, I find, Tina, when players know each other really well. These guys play each other a lot. You've got to know that Michael Gunteleka, one of his shots is the pull shot and the hook shot. He loves that shot. Yet until now, they'd put nobody there. Now they'll put the man back there. But he's not one, I mean, he likes the uppercut as well, so they've got a sweeper out. To him, I've got backward point and square leg back. Swings and misses at this one, loses his shape. But I always find that interesting why that field is not deployed. It only gets deployed once the player hits the ball there. And they're making a bit of a change here. I think the fielder who was put in that position was having trouble with the sun right in his eyes. That is an issue this time of day. And that's that uppercut. There you go, Rico. You know what you're talking about. I mean, I've been coming here a while. I know these players, but the players themselves out there, they should know what their strengths are as well.
Yeah, I don't mind him bowling outside off stump. It's just the combination of the width and the length means that Michael eases that one to the boundary. But I think you're right, Rico. They've kind of just hedged their bets here. They've got one boundary rider on either side, obviously still in the power play. So I don't really know what they're trying to achieve here, I think, Swieqi.
This one should be stopped by the man who has been deployed there, and he does a good job, gets a throw in. I think it's Imran Amir. I think he just wants to go everywhere where he could have another highlight reel on the network. And I think sounds like a lot of people turning up for the end of this final as the shadows start to go across this beautiful pitch. Now they're making a change here to Purna because they want to put Mehboob back on the boundary. And that's too spicy for, I think that's got to be, I think that's Arun Ramisan. He wears that cap. That's been absolutely wallet. But again, Tina, where does Purna like to play his shots? On the offside, and they move the player in. It's very peculiar. I mean, you've got to know your batters. You've got to have done the homework, and they're just setting the complete wrong field. But still, that's not the worst of overs. 14 come from it. 38 is on the board, and at this point, Swieqi United were 37 for 2. So you could technically say that the Southern Crusaders, having not lost a wicket, are probably ahead.
Certainly level at the moment. It could go either way. The important thing for Swieqi was that they did get those 3 magical overs in the latter stages of their innings. And they have the runs on the board now. It's all about that infamous scoreboard pressure. It'll be interesting to see what the captain, Mohammad Ajmal, does with his field now as he's about to bowl. He can push players out now. He's out of the power play. He hasn't actually got more than what is. Oh, he does have 5 out. But he's got the 3 out on the leg side for Michael and 2 out on the offside. But you're right that, I mean, even if you just watch today's action in isolation, you would have picked after about 5 deliveries, Jagath Purna wants to hit it through the covers. And, well, no, they're still sticking with the 1 out there. So it's a strange field, 3 on the leg side. If I were Jagath here, I would just be opening up that offside field and hitting everything on the posh side.
Yeah, watch him cut these. Watch him. He's going to Well, first he goes the leg side, and that's going to be a beautiful shot. Nobody can do anything about that. He's a little bit too short. He's trying to tuck him up, Ajmal, but it's right in the zone. That's whipped away beautifully by Jagat Puna. So he gets another boundary here. Ajmal, who elected to bring himself on rather than go for options like Gurjeet or go back to Mehboob. I suppose Mehboob is the one you hold back and you use him when you really need him. You haven't got Wasim Abbas to go to here. Wasim probably would have bowled this over. So Ajmal needs a response there. Now he will try and go maybe a little bit wider off the off. And this is where Puna will be looking to unleash that incredible cut shot that he has. Here comes Ajmal. Plays it down the ground. It's a better length. Says, cover me, says Gurjeet. Oh, Gurjeet. Oh, what a hero he could have been if he just held. He took the catch. But in panic mode, he threw it. It's a little bit like what we saw in Madrid. Remember, everyone will remember the fielder who takes the catch, thinks it's the boundary rope he's falling over, throws it, and the bowler takes the catch. Well, he couldn't throw it hard enough to anybody to catch it. And the big appeal. And the umpire says he's going to be out here. So the first wicket will go. And it's going to be that on Michael. Big swing for Michael, trying to get things going here. Once again, it's one of those. Did he need to play this shot or not? Let's have a look. It is a left armour. And it's, yeah, there's no doubt about it. That is plumb. And with the angle of the left armour, there's no doubt about that ball is going to go on and hit the stumps. So Michael Guntilica, he's done his job as the captain. 25, he gets them a good start. He's kept them ahead of the rate. But now he needs other batters to give the right kind of support to Jagat Puna. And Michael Guntilica, he is the first batter from the Crusaders to lose his wicket.
It's a bit of an ugly swipe across the line in the end, but he's got his side off to a decent enough start, 46 on the board, before he has to depart. Jagat Puna still out there, hasn't fired like we know he can, but the most important thing for the Crusaders is that he is still out there. He's joined in the middle by Vinith Vidoshan. And Vinith Vidoshan will have to depart first ball. A bit of an effort ball there from Mohammad Ajmal. Gives it the old grunt. And it's a perfect Yorker first up. Does for Vinith. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Suddenly the Southern Crusaders find themselves 2 down, 46 on the board. And we'll have another chance for a hat-trick here, Rico.
Yeah, we do. And the captain, well, first he removes the opposite captain, and then, yeah, I think you're right. It is a bit of the effort ball, but very slow move into this is Vinith. Look how slow he is. I mean, that ball's past him as it goes onto the stump. So 2 in 2. Vinith Vidoshan, well, he's going to get the derrick. That means the old... This is where we are on the Hall of Fame with hat-tricks. Well, May, what a cracking start we've had to May with the hat-tricks. Not only have we been bringing you the hat-tricks from here, the Master Cricket Ground, but also in the night series in Belgium. And don't forget, we saw a 7-wicket haul there in Czechia. There's Ajmal, hat-trick ball. And it's not a good one. It's a Danny Hudacek. Is down the leg side. Danny Hudacek is probably watching, might be tuning in there from Czechia. Danny, and hello to you. A great day for you and Vinny there. But that one, it's one of yours. It's a hat-trick ball that is down the leg side. Has to be bowled again. As this is Avishka, who is out there at the moment to face Ajmal. And up in the air, nobody there. 1 bounce. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Got to be brave. Got to believe that you can make a difference, and you got to be also providing support to Jagat Puna. End of the over, and with that boundary, 12 will come from it. But you can see now, similarly to what happened with the Royal Strikers, that rate just starting to go upwards. It's around that sort of 16 mark at the moment. They need a good over here, and Jagat Puna really has to back himself and deliver.
He needs to deliver pretty much right about now, as that run rate just keeps on going up, over 16 now. It's joined in the middle by Mithila, but you really think, Rico, don't you, that Jagat has to score most of these runs to get his side home. I see that Wasim Abbas is in the chat. He's saying, coming home, boys. So he's optimistic about his side's chances. I'm sure he'd love to be out there in the middle for Swieqi, but his teammates are doing a decent enough job at the moment. Yeah,
whenever there's a single, I mean, one thing that's where you need to be thinking is smart. It's a single. Jagat is getting off strike. Don't throw the ball in. Hold it easily back to the bowler. But no change in the field. Look, a new batter's come out here, Vishka. He's hit over the offside, but they're still keeping the field the way it is. 3 men on the leg side. Why, I don't know. Me, I'm bringing the mid-wicket in into the circle and pushing another one back on the offside. And that's going to be a dirty wide from Gurjeet. And I wonder if this is one for the over as well. I wonder if we can have a quick look at side on this, please, Chris Taps, because that's probably one that the umpires might need a hand with. Get Sonny, we're not going to get a chance, actually. Let's just stay with it. The umpires are quite happy that it was okay. Up in the air, it's not going to carry it. Mehboob just takes it on one bounce. Again, they're not worried too much about the singles. All right, so we've had 3 runs so far in the over off 2 deliveries. One of them, of course, was a wide. Now, Gurpreet will be looking for that short ball outside the off. Again, nobody at backward point for that cut shot. Well, don't need to be backward point for that. It's a good shot from Jagath Pooner. He runs across, he stumps this time and just plays it away pretty nicely. It's a shot that we saw Jaspal Singh play very handsomely, and Jagath Pooner saying that he is well equipped to play that shot as well. He's got to time his innings to perfection here, Pooner, but he needs support from the other end. I don't think he can do it alone. Gurpreet, he's got to get a little bit wider outside the off, and that's a better delivery. That's well bowled. Really good ball. And it's a dot ball as well. Dot balls, we often say, they are gold dust.
That's one of those classic ones that we've been talking about all week as well, where it just pretty much comes off a length, but by the time it gets into the keeper's hands, it's Hari Krishnan with the gloves. It's pretty much at his shoulder. And, well, Lee Tuck was saying it's just maybe because the pitch has dried out a little. There's a bit more zip in it. I'm looking forward to some international action on it as well.
Adios. Adios. And if there's anybody playing tennis, watch out, because there's a grizzly coming your way. Well, normally in tennis you say new balls, please. Well, we're going to say it in cricket, because that one has disappeared. It is gone. That's a cracking hit from Pooner. Look at him. Composed. Cool. He knows he's going to have to put a big knock in here. 85 required in 31 deliveries. Still a ball to go in this one. Or is there? No, was that the over? I don't think it was. I think there's still a ball to come. A new ball has come out. One to come. Big delivery. Gurjeet just walked away. And the umpire says, where you gone? Come back. You still got one to go. Can he get a dot ball in and win the over again here for Swieqi? Or can Pooner get another hit away here and start the comeback for the Crusaders? And that's going to be 4 more. Lovely shot, quick work, but Gurjeet, where is he bowling? What's happened to him? And that's going to be 4. That means there's going to be a win in the over for the Southern Crusaders. It's not a good delivery down the leg side, and the fielder and just can't get anywhere near it. That's going to be Quattro Mas.
That was a ridiculous shot, actually, Rico. Look at this. It's pretty much full, and he just kind of hockey sweeps it off his leg stump, and he middles it somehow rather than just flicking it off his pads. He smokes that out the middle of the bat, and Gurjeet Singh would have been wishing that the over did finish after 5. So we take a look at the action that's going on over in Belgium. Of course, this is the final game here in this ECS. We carry on with internationals tomorrow, but Belgium is all action over there, and there's all action here as well.
Yeah, and Ajmal adds a 3rd wicket to his spell. He's got it right, hasn't he? This is what bowlers can learn from. Full and straight, and Ajmal using the advantage, and a big advantage of being a left armour, creates a different angle, and you can see he's played completely down the wrong line. So Avishka will have to go. But the biggest thing about this is it goes down as another dot ball, and that's the problem here. So you can see Pooner, look at him, he's stranded, he's frustrated. He needs somebody to stay there with him, and that probably is what probably makes the shot that Michael Gunther played to get out even more horrendous, because it wasn't a good shot. There's Michael there. He can probably, his ears are probably burning as I'm talking about that shot for him to get out, because you just know that with a couple of those players missing, including the hard-hitting left-hander Ryan Bastiance, that they are going to struggle here as Abdul Rahman comes in at number 5.
I'm calling it now. If Jagath Pooner gets out, that's the game.
Yeah.
And it's Abdul Rahman Can he do anything? Well, he at least gets Purna on strike, but imagine the weight on Jagath's shoulders now.
Yeah.
He knows there's 80 runs needed, and he probably needs to get about 70 of them. So he's looking at, if he wants to drag his team over the line, probably having to score a century, an unbeaten one at that, to get the Crusaders lifting that trophy. But it seems unlikely with just the 28 balls left now. But if anyone can do it, he can.
Yeah, here's Ajmal to him. You know what he's going to try and do. That's not a good ball. That's such a poor delivery. That's going to be, I think that's that, but no, it goes all the way. There's the signal there, the lovely signal from umpire Johnny. Let's have a look at that signal one more time, Chris Taps. He's in the sunshine, and it's a lovely signal. The old, watch him go here. Look at the wrist. Balle, balle, balle. Shaba, shaba. And on the tiptoes as well. But that's a poor delivery from Ajmal. And it's almost like, I know it sounds mean me saying this, but it's almost like they've bowled well to all the other batters apart from Jagath Purna. They're literally spoon-feeding him bad deliveries, and he's putting them away. And he's got, I noticed that thing about Jagath Purna last time. He's got this thing before every ball. He just touches the ground. It's kind of a sort of spiritual, respectful thing. You'll notice him do it. That's a better delivery. That's where you have to be. They will take the single, and every time he's not on strike, it's a big victory for Swieqi. Is that rate at the moment hovering around that 16 and a bit mark. But yeah, just keep an eye on Jagath Purna. In between balls, he always touches the ground before he faces. It's a little thing that he has. That's well bowled. They will take the single. That's good, but it means the pressure on this delivery now for Purna needs a boundary. Needs a boundary to just keep them interested and to stop that rate going further ahead. Swieqi, I'm just watching them at the moment. They seem to be pretty calm. I don't know if it's a nervous kind of calm, but they're certainly not excited. They certainly don't feel like they've won this match. Certainly not getting that from them. That's not the vibes at the moment. Ajmal, 3 for 21. And in the air, and chance, big moment taken. That is the match, I feel. Purna will go and is the captain. Mohammad Ajmal, who'll finish with outstanding figures of 4 for 21. But of course, we know that wicket there, that is the big one. Jagath Purna will go for 41. And with that, I'm afraid to say that my thinking is that the fight from the Southern Crusaders is over.
I'd agree with you there, Rico, and he knew it as soon as he hit it. He tried to almost get on his tiptoes to lift it over the imposing figure of Mehboob Ali long off, but in reality, it never had the legs. Mohammad Ajmal, the captain, he might have bowled himself to the trophy as his side now comfortably ahead. 72 runs needed in the final 4 overs, and Jaspal Singh, well, he's angry with himself. I don't think he should be that upset because it's almost been a one-man crusade for the Crusaders as he scored 3 half-centuries, falls just 9 short in the final. But he's had pretty much no help from the rest of his side. Only Michael, who scored 25 opening up with him, actually has scored any runs really. And it was just always going to be one step too far for Purna.
Looking to go for the kill here. No, waiting around. Mehboob Ali comes back straight away. It just played out tamely towards our long off, who's on the boundary. That's Gurjeet. He'll be relieved, won't he, Gurjeet? That Purna is back. Remember, he had him caught on 5 and then threw it away, thinking that he was going to go over the boundary. And just wide off the fielder. Will just be, well, they might think too, it'll be suicidal really. So the sun started to come down on a wonderful European cricket series here. The spring series, we called it, in Malta. And it looks like it's going to go down on Southern Crusaders as well. They're going to fall again. Remember, they fell at the semi-final hurdle in February. And the same opponents look like they're going to get the better of them in the final this time. Swieqi United, they're going to go back-to-back wins and goes for the helicopter, asking the question. Jit Patel has a look and decides not out. I think he might be saying that there's a little bit of bat on this. But we'll have a chance to look at it again. I don't think Swieqi are going to be too disappointed. And, well, I don't see bat on it. I get the feeling It's a pretty close one. It's either hitting the leg stick or it's just missing. But I think Jit was saying there might have been a bit of pad. It's a slightly slower ball, gets worked away on the leg side. It'd just be a single. So yeah, Swieqi United will be back-to-back champions. They had a wobble when they lost their first match, but maybe they needed that. Maybe they needed a wake-up call from the Royal Strikers. The first two games weren't the best, but they just got better and better. And with that squad they've got, and that's the advantage they had. And they, unlike some of the other teams, that one is going to get to the boundary. Nice shot from Gulraj Masi. But unlike some of the other teams, their depth came true in the end, and that's what they required to get some of the wins that here. Jaspal Singh, he's certainly going to be in MVP talk, I feel, as well as Mehboob Ali, who just finishes that over. And, of course, Jagat Bruna, he's been outstanding with his knocks. But, of course, you can't do it single-handedly. And, of course, Gulraj Masi, don't forget, he picked up one hat-trick and also picked up 2 wickets and wasn't a hat-trick again in this match. And it just wasn't to be. This is, of course, is what's coming up tomorrow as we welcome the men and the women from Estonia, the men and the women from Croatia, as they will be playing in those T10 internationals. Got 2 days, the weekend of T10 international series. What a good arm that is from the fielder. And then, of course, not only do we have the action over the weekend, but we continue with T20 internationals as well, when the Estonian men will take on the men from Malta. So we're going to see some of these players in action again. I'll be interested to see what the teams are selected by, especially by Malta. I know we've seen their teams changing a lot. That's probably going to be a wide. And of course, Malta, they didn't have the best of championships there at the Karma Oval when they played in the Challenger Division. Didn't pick up a point, and that was really disappointing. I think a lot of people were disappointed with the team that was selected, and some of the performances there weren't great. But then they shone in the European Cricket League with, of course, the Royal Strikers. That is, well, the umpire is saying not out. Definitely is a leg by. Maybe this one's just a little bit too short. Gurpreet does like to hit the deck hard. But yeah, the Royal Strikers did perform well in the European Cricket League. So I wonder if there's going to be any changes this time round from them in the international level. Be keen to have a look as Gurpreet continues here, trying to get another breakthrough.
I do hope Malta are at full strength as well, because they've got some talented players. Someone like Priyan Pushparajan as well. I know he's listed in the squad, but of course he was listed in the squad for the Royal Strikers, and he turned up, showed us a flash of brilliance, and then disappeared again. Yeah, well, maybe he just wanted to get in form and said, right, I'm in form, that's it. I'll save myself with the internet. Yeah, Priyan, of course, qualifying now. So, like, I mean, Michael Daz, I know we haven't seen him this time now. He is a player and a half. I heard that he also probably at some point should be qualifying. That is high in the air, catching opportunity, and not going to be taken, but somehow it's kept into the field of play by Mohammed Kasim. I think the umpires would like to look at this again. It's never an easy catch. Gurpreet is not so happy about the attempt, and Kasim, I think he does okay. He's had a lot of ground to cover. And just keep an eye on this so he doesn't take the catch, but he does, without leaving the field of play, I feel, keep that ball in play. Yeah, I think that's okay. Trying, but in vain is the way you can describe this. And Southern Crusaders, they're feeling the pain once again of going down here. I mean, not impossible, but you can see they're just not getting the boundaries, not getting the bat on ball. Gurpreet getting another good over in. We've just seen one boundary in the last 2 overs. Well, that's hit pretty well. It's high in the air. Call it, somebody, and that's a good catch. And I know exactly what he's saying. He says, I had no idea, yeah. Pata nahi si kitte se ye ball. But pata nahi main kidda catch pa liya. Well, it helps. He had his cap on. And ka achhiyan paiyan ball this speed. That's Jaspal Singh. And don't forget, you know, when we talk about Jaspal Singh and the way he's batted, especially here on finals day, scoring 2 knocks of 70s, don't forget about his fielding. That's another very good catch. And when you have a look at him here, he is in the sun. Nobody else sees it. Jaspal, he backs himself and he takes a great catch. That's a fantastic catch from Jaspal. It means another batter does depart. As Abdul Rahman
6 of 8, but what a good catch that is from Jaspal.
It was a brilliant catch, and it actually takes him to the top of the catches ranking as well. He was joint with Sanjay Siddharthan, but that one takes him ahead with 6 in the series, so it's been a brilliant all-round performance. Probably Jaspal, he knows he can bowl a bit better, but he still picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah.
He's going to finish the series top scorer. Of course, he remained unbeaten on finals day, and when you stay unbeaten and score 148 runs across 2 games, then you know you're putting your side in a very commanding position, and we know now almost for certain that he's helped his side to lift that trophy for the 2nd time in just as many months.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting one, won't it, for the player of the match in this one. I mean, Jaspal, 70 very valuable runs. Again, when his team was in trouble, and then we saw those 4 wickets from Mohammad Ajmal, the captain, and you could say that they were pretty crucial as well, especially when he took the wicket there of Purna. So it'll be interesting how the those that decide make the decision.
The powers that be.
Yeah.
They are all-seeing, almighty.
Well, now then, this is going to be an interesting one about the height. What has happened there to Pishonai? Oh, there's too many things to have a look at. First, the height, please. Is this dipping? Is this one of those all-time great slow balls where the ball is coming down? Let's see. I mean, it's on the way down. I don't think that's too high, actually. And now let's see what the fielder does here. How does the fielder miss this? I think he's tripped over his own laces here for sure. Kinda media. Well, we don't quite see what happens, but down he goes, and the ball will go for 4. But I don't think it was a no-e. Didn't see the signal there from the umpire. No, it's just been given as 4.
It came right off the toe of the bat as well, so it had a good couple of meters still to travel. That one's travelling high up in the air. Does it have the legs on it? Yes, it does.
It does. Good hit. That brings the 100 up. So 100 on the board, but we are, of course, in the 9th over. We know that a lot of things do happen in the 9th. We have that saying. And that one will go for 6 runs. And look, I want to invite people to stick around at the end of the match. We'll say our thank yous, and then, of course, we'll have some highlights for you. And in the meantime, I know that we'll get ready for the trophy presentation ceremony. I know that Tina is looking forward to greeting you back and making those presentations, and of course thanking various people that have helped us put on a really good series. That's probably catchable this time, and it's dropped, and it's Mohammad Kasim who's having a bit of a mare. He gets applauded by the bowler. We've seen this before. Where's the helmet? And yeah, Kasim, this time it's easy. It's not difficult, and it's straight in, straight out. And then he just rolls it back, but the batters, you can see, they're not really trying to steal another.
I bet Jaspal Singh wanted that wicket, though. He needs everything to stay near the top of those MVP rankings, and that would have been his 3rd wicket of the series. I suppose he's happy with his return, and he does finish wicketless as he goes for 27 runs. It didn't happen in the 9th for the Crusaders, as it hasn't really happened in the whole run chase, and what we kind of said has come true in that they've fallen away in the same way that the Royal Strikers did in that qualifier too, in the same way that the Masida Warriors did in the Eliminator. Swieqi United just put on too many runs on the board, and I go back to the coin toss. If I were the captain of the Southern Crusaders and I called right again, I don't think I'd be putting Swieqi into bat. No,
I wouldn't be, and I'm 100% with you there. I think some of the tactics maybe and the thinking of the captains ain't been right. That's been hit pretty well. And Mehboob is not going to stop that. He wasn't really interested in getting down and dirty for his side for this one, because he knows it's not really worth it, because the match, unless we see some miracle, the match is done and dusted. Well, I'll tell you who does need a good finish to the match is Ashok Bishnoi, because he's gone for plenty of runs, and his first ball off his 2nd over also goes to the boundary. And this one up in the air, should be caught, and this time it will be. And a little bit of funky dancing there. Oh, I like it. It's Imran Amir, wiggle it just a little bit. Shaba, Shaba. Well, how about this? He's shaking his booty. Is Imran Amir. आ देख लो, कहता मैं कैच भी फड़ लिया, अपना मारे ये डांस भी तुहानू दिखा दूंगा. आ देख लो, हाय हाय हाय, किन्ना सोना. Well, he enjoys his moment there. Does Amir Imran, I told you, he loves the camera, doesn't he? He loves the camera.
Oh, he's got a bit of everything, doesn't he? It was drama in that first innings when he was trying to tell Jaspal Singh that he could have hit that ball much, much further, but it's turned to comedy now as well, he's dancing his way to the title here for Swieqi United.
Yeah, one thing that's definitely worth touching on as well, a bit of footwork there from Vishnai. We often say that, you know, we see this a lot in a lot of tournaments where teams have sort of two very strong batters in their side. And we often say that that's not going to win you a tournament. And this is a really good example of that. You know, the Royal Strikers, Southern Crusaders here, Gazira United probably fall in that category as well. And they've got good players. But expecting those players to perform every match to win you the key match is just not going to work. You need that depth. You need the depth. And when those players don't perform, players need to step up. And Swieqi have been able to do that. The other teams, they've been too reliant on one or two players, especially with the batting. And I think that's been reflected in some of the scores that we've seen. It's up in the air, and it's another one. This time, yeah. But come on, do as a dance then, Kasim. He does hold on to it. He gets a congrats there from Gurjeet. So well done. Well, it's third time lucky. Well, Mohammed Kasim, but he said, no, Rico. No dancing from me. I'm quite happy. I've just scored it. But yeah, well done to Swieqi. They're going to be the champions again here. And remember, we didn't see them in November. So when they're playing in February, they were keen to perform. And didn't they perform? They were unbeaten. They do get beaten this time. And sometimes, Tina, you know, even if you're the champions, sometimes losing a match just, you know, makes you a bit more hungry. And it makes you think, hang on, we're not unbeatable. We can be beaten. So we have to up our game. And they managed to do that. All the players at some point, all the ones that we mentioned, all of those key batters, all of those bowlers came good. And by doing that, they have won it again. That is it. It's done. Swieqi United will be your champions once again. Not only did they do it in February, but they are going to be crowned the champions one more time, this time in this spring series. Congratulations to them and their captain, Mohammed Ajmal. And what a big part he played in the final this time around. There he is with those 4 wickets. He's going to be a very happy man. Well played, Swieqi United. But Southern Crusaders, look, I suppose you can say it, they're getting better all the time. They did better than what they did in the series in February. This time they get to the final, but they just didn't have the right depth that they needed to make it a bit more of an even contest against Swieqi United.
Swieqi United are going to have to build a bigger trophy cabinet to fit in that glorious trophy. Of course, thanks to Local Lifestyles for those. As for the Southern Crusaders, they can certainly hold their heads up high. They went into the final unbeaten, something that Swieqi didn't manage, but it was just a step too far against the Swieqi side. They were just hitting form at the right time. And we're hitting form just at the right time as well, as we aren't finished here, Rico. The ECS might be over, but we're going into the ECIs. And of course, the award ceremony is coming up very soon in this setting Malta sun, and it will be Swieqi United who will lift the trophy. And I think, given that they did it the hard way, they lost that first game, they came through in second place, they had to win all 3 games today. I think they're deserved winners in the end. Yeah, give credit where due. I mean, I know that they're a good team, but they did have to do it the hard way. And, well, there were some highs and lows, particularly for this man as well. And, well, he would finally put his dancing shoes on, as we'll see later, and give us his version of a victory dance as well. But look, they did it the hard way. They had to win 3 matches. They won 3 matches. They paced themselves pretty well. And you know what? They gave us some good highlights along the way. Yeah, it was Gurjeet Singh. Feels like a lifetime ago. That was when Michael and Jagath were still out there, and we thought, well, if they're out there, then they've got a chance. But that was the end of Michael, with a bit of an ugly swipe across the line in the first of 4 wickets for Mohammed Ajmal. He went 2 and 2. Brilliant Yorker there to dismiss the next batter for the Southern Crusaders. And from that point, we knew really it was going to be an uphill battle for the Crusaders with that many runs on the board and not quite having the batting depth that Swieqi do boast. Mohammed Ajmal, he really led from the front with the captain, didn't he, with the ball. 4 for 21 he finished on. talking about leading from the front, Jagath Purna, well, he went big, but he didn't go deep enough as that one entered the bucket hands of Mehboob Ali. He's someone that's surely in contention for MVP, as has Jagath Purna. He can't be too upset with his series either.
Well, you say he can't be too upset. He was a little bit upset when he goes back into his team dugout there. But look, those emotions that just tell you how much it means to these players. They care. Of course, they want to win. And I think Jagath Purna is going to be very disappointed that he gets out there. But really, even at that point, they needed around about 18 and over. He wasn't getting the kind of support he needed. And there you go. It's Boogie Oogie time. As Imran Amir says, there you go, boys. That's the way to do it. And he's certainly a party animal. Whereas Mohammed Kasim, even though he did finally hold on to a catch third time lucky, he was not interested in doing any dancing at all.
Yeah, well, it's Swieqi that will be dancing the night away, and so a deserved win in the end. It was a cruising win against the Crusaders by 36 runs. As you take a look at the scorecard, and again, it's Jagath Purna. Didn't quite manage to notch up his fourth half century of the series, but he was only 9 runs short. He was the top scorer, as only really Michael and Gulfrez Masir in the middle overs did any more damage. But it was a good bowling performance. Only the 10 extras, only 6 wides, 4 leg byes, but you can't really ever count against the bowling side. Meant that Swieqi, they put it all together, didn't they? They did it with the bat, they did it with the ball, and they take home their second ECS trophy in 2025.
Yeah, and you know, don't forget, that means that the players will get another one of those fabulous gold medals. Of course, got to give a big shout out to, of course, Locker Lifestyles, our trophy partner. These medals and these trophies are absolutely fantastic. I mean, some players just want to get hold of one of them. Swieqi United, they're going to have 2 winners' medals to their name, some of those players, and 2 lovely trophies. You see there the match summary. You can't deny them. Their celebrations, their victory, winning there by 36 runs. I suppose one thing that you can say about the Southern Crusaders and the Michael Gunther side is that this time round they did get a little bit closer, but it's never going to be easy when don't forget, let's just talk about extras. So the winning margin there, 31 extras.
Yep.
There was 31 extras. Losing your wicketkeeper and then losing somebody like Ryan Bastian's not able to play, that makes a big difference. And just having a proper keeper behind a stump and someone like Ryan in the side could have made all the difference.
Could have made all the difference. It will be a case of what could have been for the Crusaders, but they need to learn from this as well. Let's not forget they lost the semi-final against the same opposition by 10 wickets just 2 or 3 months ago. So to get to the final and push a team like Swieqi all the way, only 36 runs, you can get that in 1 over if you try hard enough. It's still a good effort for the Southern Crusaders. The first time they lose the game is in the final, so I'm sure they won't be happy with not taking home that trophy. But nevertheless, I think they can be happy with their performance over the series. Yeah,
look, they can do. I mean, let's just talk a little bit about the cricket here. It's been absolutely fantastic. Of course, we don't get to see all the teams that we know that have here in Malta, but at the moment, Swieqi United, I mean, all the teams, not just the ones that played in this tournament, but all the teams in Malta are probably already thinking, what do we need to do to beat these guys? I mean, if you were putting a team together and you were the captain, what are you thinking? What do you do to beat these guys? Because they got everything, and quite often in most of the matches like this one, the final, like in the 2 qualifiers today, we don't even see all of the players coming out and performing, and we know they're more than capable, whether they're a batter or a bowler. How do you beat them?
Oh, it's a good question, Rico. I don't think anyone has got the answer, and they don't, because Swieqi are here with 2 trophies. But you could see, for example, how jubilant the Southern Crusaders were when they got the early wickets of Mehboob Ali and Mohammed Kasim. They thought, right, we're in this. And then suddenly someone like Jaspal Singh comes out again, puts in another match-winning performance, and they've just got match winners up and down the order, and it's really hard to play against.
Yeah, it's a great performance from Jaspal. Let's talk about him for a little bit. I mean, we often talk about players making impact on a match and an impact on a result. He, on 2 very big matches, certainly did that. The 78 in the qualifier, the 70 here in the final. What a good knock for him. Very smart, very intelligent player. What I like about him is no slogger. Some of those shots that he played on the offside, they were oozing with class, and I like the way he was also running in front of the stumps and playing that sort of scoop and the sweep shot. So he's a very good player. Didn't quite have the best performance with the ball, but in the field as well, holding on to those great catches. So no doubt that his name will be up there with MVP. Mehboob Ali, he scored a century at the start of the day to give his team a great start. Didn't quite find that form in the next 2 matches when he got out cheaply, and you could probably say the same about Mohammed Kasim. He had 2 good innings, but in the last one he let himself down a little bit. But again, that's what we're talking about here. That's why they're so difficult to beat. even though they lose those wickets, they find a way to come back. Somebody clicks for them. This time it was just Bal. And with the ball this time, no Wasim Abbas, no problem. The captain, Ajmal, takes 4 wickets.
Yeah, they've just got match winners throughout. But I think, speaking of match winners, we do need to talk about Jagath Purna as well, as we've also taken a look at what's happening tomorrow. But Jagath Purna, he notched 3 half centuries. He was the only one that really scored runs in that tantalising golden ball finish as well. And I wouldn't say he more or less dragged the Southern Crusaders into the final, but he certainly played his role in every single one of their victories. You can see how upset he was when he got out in the final, but I think he can hold his head high as well.
Yeah, he certainly can. He's a great person as well, a lovely human being. He's played a lot of cricket and in a lot of places as well, including the UK actually. Looking forward to chatting to him again, but of course he's going to be disappointed. But at the same time, the game is done. He knows they were beaten by a better side, and he, like a lot of the other teams, will be thinking of a plan to overcome Swieqi next time round. Looking forward to this tomorrow. Welcome to the women of Croatia. They are here. We know that the men of Estonia are here. They will be playing 2 matches tomorrow, but the women 3 matches. So it's going to be great to see some international action. I think this is a ground and a facility which has been made not just for cricket, but international cricket.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to both the men's and women's games tomorrow. The forecast is beautiful, so we're just looking forward to another feast of cricket all weekend long. And we've got the 3 games for the women tomorrow, the 2 for the men. We'll reverse it on Sunday, so there's absolutely no reason to make weekend plans, because your plans are right here on the European Cricket Network.
Stay with us over the weekend. You're going to absolutely love it. And don't forget, there's the cricket happening in the night time. So I know we're getting ready to do the trophy presentation and crown the champions here, but in Belgium the cricket continues. 2 more matches there tonight, and back-to-back matches this time around. So I know that they're getting ready, the crew are getting ready to show and talk you through the action. Phil G certainly is. Well, we're getting ready to do the presentation, and you're going to do the honours, so good luck with that. And well, while we prepare, we're going to leave you with the highlights of the day. And if you are leaving us, if you can't stick around, thank you very much for watching. If not, well, we'll say our thank yous and our goodbyes at the trophy presentation ceremony.
My body, my body. My body. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back and forth.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good evening and welcome to the award ceremony on the beautiful island of Malta. Well, what an ECS we've had. It's the spring series. It's already the second time we've been to Malta. We've had a lovely time every time. But we wouldn't be here in the first place if it wasn't for a few organisations that we have to thank. So the sponsors that we'd like to thank, of course, Dream 11, they're always covering our backs and putting us out there on the world stage. We've got HCL Software, we've got Rado, 1xBet, Microlino, Bizaway, of course, gets us to these locations. And the beautiful trophies are, of course, provided by Local Lifestyle. So I'd like to say a big thank you to the sponsors who continue to have our backs. And of course, it's not a coincidence that we keep on coming back to this beautiful island because the surroundings here are gorgeous here at the Master Sports Complex. And we always have a great relationship with the Malta Cricket Federation. So thanks again to Malta, and I'm sure we'll be back later in the year. And of course, none of this footage would be coming to you live, the public all across the world, if it wasn't for our production crew. So Two Circles, they do a fantastic job. It's been hot here in Malta and they've been up in the gantry having a tough time, but they always follow that cricket ball. You guys don't make it easy for them. The ball flies here, there and everywhere, but our friends at Two Circles do an excellent job. So thank you again to the production. And of course, none of this would be possible without the European Cricket Network. The umpires, the men in black, they do a tough job, especially when they're wearing black in these sunny conditions. They always make good calls out in the middle. It's a pressure situation. It's easy for me and Rico in the commentary box to call afterwards, say that was a good call, a bad call. But those guys are making those snap decisions and they always do a great job in the middle. And of course, the blue crew standing behind me. None of this would be possible without the scorers, the match referees and everyone else behind the scenes making things possible. And of course, there's one man in particular I'd like to thank who's always by my side in the commentary box. That's Rico. He's an absolute superstar in the commentary box and it's excellent always to have the microphone with him. So thank you all to the blue crew, to Rico and everyone behind the scenes. So finally we go to the action, and I really love this format actually of having a bit of a shorter group stage. We only had 4 games per side and that really meant that every single game was important, and we saw for the Southern Crusaders that they more or less cruised into the finals. They won every single game on the way. They had a bit of a wobble, that golden ball was a bit tight, but they got over the line and we thought, well, who's going to stop them? Swieqi United, meanwhile, you started a bit slowly, you lost your first game, and actually Wasim Abbas was in the YouTube chat and he said the best thing that happened to you guys was losing that first game, because of course you went unbeaten in the February series and you thought we're untouchable, but you lost that first game and you thought, okay, we need to up our game, and you carried on growing into the series. So by the end, I think it was a worthy 2 finalists and it was a worthy final as well, and it was a great day all round. The 4 games really served up a treat, and of course there does always have to be a loser, and on this occasion it was the Southern Crusaders. So it's the final. You did better than in February, where of course you lost to these guys by 10 wickets in the semi-final. I'm sure you're a bit sick of the sight of them now, but you at least got to the final on this occasion. So I want to say well done to you, and I would like to invite your captain forward to get the runners-up medals. And before we get to the winners, Swieqi United, we do have one more trophy to give out, and that is the MVP trophy. There's a few players I'd like to mention because there were some notable performances throughout and a few mentions in the Hall of Fame as well. So Jaswinder Singh of the power hitters, he didn't quite get his power hitter side up to the standards we know that they can hold, but he got himself into the Hall of Fame 5 for 15. Shakir Ahmed, he got a hat-trick for the MSK as well. Priyan Pushparajan, he only came for 1 day, but he showed what an excellent player he is. He's an asset to his side and also to the Malta international side. He scored 100 not out of just 31 deliveries. And Gulfraz Masir as well, another hat-trick in the final day as well. So there was a lot of excellent performances, and a couple more. Mehboob Ali, he's the MVP from the previous tournament in February, and you didn't quite fire all the time, but that one well, there was the one performance with the ball where you got the hat-trick. We thought that you were going to get into the Hall of Fame because you were on a hat-trick, you got 5 wickets, and then you still had 5 balls to get even more, but it was an excellent performance from you, also 100 for you. And of course, Jaspal Singh, what a performance it was for you, especially on the finals day. I think you had a broken bat. We're pretty sure your bat is broken, but you got 78 not out, you got 70 not out. I think you took the most catches in that final innings as well with that 6th catch. But there is one guy who will go home with the MVP trophy. He got 3 half-centuries across the series. He finished top scorer with 246 runs, and he also picked up 9 wickets. I know he was a bit disappointed in that final game that he didn't quite get his side over the line, but I'm pretty sure that his side got into the final in the first place because of a lot of his innings. So the MVP for this ECS Malta Spring Series is Jagath Purna. congratulations to Jagath, and I'm sure it's a well-deserved trophy. You'd probably swap it in for the winner's trophy, but nevertheless, I think you can be very proud of your performance. So going on to the winners, Swieqi United, and Rico and I on commentary were saying the whole time, they haven't quite hit top gear during the group stages, but they still kept on getting the wins over the line. And then when on the final day of the group stages, they won twice 4-0, we said, okay, Swieqi have arrived. And then they had to still do it the hard way on finals day. They had to win the Eliminator. They did that by putting 175 runs on the board. They won then the qualifier number 2, and then of course winning the big final in the end. So I would like to invite the captain forward first. First we'll do the medal ceremony, and then of course we'll do the big trophy lift. So a big congratulations to Swieqi United and Mohammed Ajmal, if you could come forward for the medals. And while the medals are being distributed, maybe I can just talk through what's still to come on the European Cricket Network, because of course we're done for the ECS here in Malta, but the action continues tomorrow here on the international stage. So we've got Croatia women visiting against the Malta women, and then of course we've got Estonia, the men's, they are visiting against Malta as well. So we've got another set of T10s to bring you, and of course Czechia are playing against Cyprus in women's T20Is, and of course you've got Phil G on the mic for the Belgian night series. So there's still so much more action to come, but I think there's still one more thing we have to do here, and that is of course present the trophy to Swieqi United. They won it in February, and they're going to have to get a bigger trophy cabinet, because Swieqi United will lift the trophy again for the ECS Spring Series. So the captain there, Mohammed Ajmal, he is ready to take the trophy, and without further ado, I'm going to give the trophy over, and congratulations once more to Swieqi United.